Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay, if everybody wants to find their seat, we'll get started in just a few seconds. Hello. Wow, that works better than at home when I try that, to get everybody to take their seat. It's good to see a full house, and as I walked around the room, there is an energy in the room that is what we were hoping for, to have the people that live here come and take part in their government. So welcome, and I will call the March 21st, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 4:01. And we will start, as we usually do, with an invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance, and then right into your time of public participation. Before I ask you to stand for the invocation, I'll just remind you that this is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If you would like to participate, just send an email to kgreen, the letter K, green, at volusia.org. This is K Green over here to my left, your right. And she will get you set up and prepare you for it. It's pretty easy. We're pretty gentle. And so if you would care to stand for the invocation and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And we have the Reverend Diane Schmidt with us this morning from the Colby Memorial Temple in Cassadaga, Florida, just right behind us. Welcome.
Thank you. Greetings from Cassadaga. If we can take an attitude of prayer. Mother, Father God, infinite intelligence, we ask for guidance and wisdom as we engage in meaningful discussion. Help us to listen so that others feel heard. Let our words as leaders always be kind so our community feels valued. And so it is. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chris, I think he missed the cutoff, didn't he? Thank you very much. Where's the rest of them? Okay, we will go right into public comment, and when I call your name, if you would just come to the podium, there is and we'll help you with this if you need it, there's a button that you can raise or lower the podium, because we need you to talk right into a microphone so that it's recorded, and so that everybody in the room and outside who's listening virtually can hear you. You'll have 3 minutes to talk about anything that you care to talk about. And if you would, just tell us where you're from in the county so that your representative here knows that you're from his district.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to take the roll call before we proceed to public
You
comment?
should probably do that. Let's see if we have a quorum.
Mr. Santiago. Mr. Dempsey.
Here.
Mr. Johansson.
Here.
Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Brower.
Here. And Mr.
Mr.
Santiago is
Santiago?
here somewhere. Okay. I'm just going to call these in the order that they were given. Michael Dougherty. Right on the front row.
How's this? All right, well, thank you for the opportunity. I just moved here 2.5 months ago. I'm a pickleball ambassador from Boise. And what I can tell you, when I moved here, you have the #1 pickleball facility in the United States in Holly Hill at Pictona. I've been picking up a couple of manager shifts there. In the last month, they've put on 2 major tournaments with 1,200 players, thousands of spectators. This weekend, they're putting on a tournament called Major League Pickleball. That's where you hear about Tom Brady buying a team or LeBron James. Maybe you've heard about that. You can get free tickets by just Googling Daytona and Major League Pickleball and put Pictona in the checkout for the discount code, and you can come down and see what's really the most exciting spectator pickleball action that you'll find in the United States. When I look at the 49 courts that Rainer and Julie Martins have built there, it's just incredible. It's like you have Cooperstown, the Hall of Fame in this town, and if you want to build around it, and we're only 1 or 2% into the growth of pickleball. The average age is dropping 2 to 3 years every year. So I'm hoping just to introduce myself. I know you have a full agenda, and I'm glad that you took me first. And if you really have the chance, all of you should go down to Pictona Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, but you can get some free tickets. And this really is I can't understate how big the tourism is going to be with pickleball. not just in Florida, Arizona, but throughout the country and around the world. It's really booming, and you have a great opportunity here, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Richardson.
Afternoon, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of the Land. I recently went to Tallahassee to attend the Florida Young Republican Spring Quarterly and had a refreshing meeting with the American Conservation Coalition, the ACC. I also had a pleasure of meeting Secretary Son Hamilton, a really nice guy, by the way. As an aside, I want to shout out Duncan DeMars, Merrick Brunker, Edgewater Mayor Diesel Depew, and many others as future leaders coming from Volusia County. Anyway, at the ACC meeting, I met many across Florida that might agree that this tweet by Greta Thunberg, seen here as extremely unhelpful. This isn't environmentalism. It is alarmism and sloganeering. What was most concerning about this tweet, she was quoting a scientist that should have known better. Look, we all care about the environment. Even God gave us stewardship of this earth. From Genesis 1, chapter 1, 26, 28, King James Version. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the living thing that moveth upon the earth. The bare minimum that we can do is pick up litter, not littering to begin with, planting a tree, and protecting the animals that can't protect themselves. We're going to hear a lot from beach residents in the near future that are going to complain about sea turtle nesting time. Look, I get it. However, as a Christian conservative, I'm pro-life. A sea turtle has every right to life as you and me. They aren't humans, but they are part of the stewardship of Earth. We still have plenty of time to repair our homes and businesses, but if the sea turtles die out, they're gone forever. So when and one of the things I did talk to Secretary Hamilton was that we have plenty of time before and after the sea turtle nesting to repair the houses on the beach. So we're going to get here plenty of it coming soon, probably. So be aware of that. And but at the same time, I would like to reach out to the residents. Hey, the sea turtles are part of the earth too. Anyway, thank you for your time. You have a blessed meeting.
Thank you. Chris Kinslow.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Kinslow with the St. Johns River Water Management District. I'd like to thank the chair and the members of the council for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to announce that the St. Johns River Water Management District hosting a public hearing on Thursday, April 27th from noon to 1:30 at the Osteen Civic Center in Osteen. The purpose of this public hearing is to receive public comment on the district's 10-year land management plan update for the Lake Monroe Conservation Area. The conservation area contributes to the protection of Central Florida's water resources and is home to a long list of natural communities, plants, and animals, including the threatened Florida scrub jay. At over 7,500 acres, this conservation area provides a tremendous benefit to the citizens of Volusia County. The land management plan establishes goals and objectives for managing Lake Monroe Conservation Area over the next 10 years. The district would like to invite review and comment on the draft land management plan from Volusia County leaders as well as their citizens. Once again, the public hearing for the Lake Monroe Conservation Area's land management plan update will be held on Thursday, April 27th from noon to 1:30 at the Osteen Civic Center in Osteen. Comments may be presented orally or in writing at the hearing, and written comments may also be submitted via mail or email. A copy of the draft land management plan is currently available for review, and additional details regarding the public hearing are available on the district's website under meetings and announcements. We can also provide meeting details to county staff for use on social media and the county's website. The district invites the county to participate in the meeting and help us guide the management of this vital natural resource here in Volusia County. Thank you for your time, and with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I think we're good. Thank you for the notification.
Absolutely. Thank you all.
Sharon Beeve.
Good afternoon. I'm here in reference to...
Let's get the microphone near here. There you go.
Hello. I'm here in reference to where I live in DeLand, Florida, because I have under an acre of land. I have to, by requirements, I have to replace my whole septic system. I'm not very happy about it. The council is only going to give us at least $7,000 towards the purchase of a septic system, which is going to cost me anywhere between $10,000 to $19,000 out of my pocket. Where am I supposed to get that money? That's why I'm here. We were never notified. I understand this was approved March the 25th, 2022. As a resident, I have never received a letter, nothing pertaining to this, until my neighbor emailed me and told me about this. I'm not very happy about it. That's all I'd like to say.
Thank you. Sarah Yarbrough.
Good afternoon. I'm the neighbor that sent her the email. We received them. I get on Nextdoor a lot to know what my neighbors are what's going on in our neighborhood. And someone posted this thing from the Beacon that was done March 25th of last year about the water nitrogen in DeLeon Springs, and that they gave the newspaper gave all this. Well, we don't get the Beacon. We can't even get the flippin' penny saver. You know, we got it when my husband and I first moved back in 2020. We had the penny saver every week. Now we don't get it. So we don't get the Beacon. We didn't know that this was happening. And then someone posted it on Nextdoor that this happened. And that now when I read the article, that it says that starting in April, that we can apply to get a grant for up to $7,000 to help pay for our $10,000 to $15,000 new septic system that'll eliminate the nitrogen. Well, it's only 14% of the people that saying it's according to their study that they paid an awful lot of money for, that 14% is from homeowners. And then the rest, a lot of it is from, farms, from the fertilizer, and a lot more from people using fertilizer in their yard. So why am I having to replace my septic tank? So we haven't heard about this. So I guess we're basically here on a fact-finding mission to find out, is this really happening? Do I have to try to figure out where I'm going to come up with this kind of money? And that's why I'm here. And that's pretty much all I have to say as well.
Okay, and if you and Sharon, you want to meet with Clay in the back of the room, you've already got help here that will deal with you.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to put on the record 4:15 I arrived for the meeting.
Thank you. You got it. Lisa Landis.
Hello. I am Lisa Gabane Landis, LGB Landis in my last court docket. I'm a former member of DeLand Chamber of Commerce. I also served on the Small Business Board of Directors of the Orlando Regional Chamber of Commerce until the backdoor butt slapping really disgusted me. And then I started working as a professional psychic in Cassadaga. Since I practice what I preach, I moved to the mountains of Western North Carolina, where I produced Glow Lady TV at a public access station until the local government took away our funds to silence us. I wrote a lawsuit pro se up to the Supreme Court, and I am happy to say that one of the defendants and the 5 John and Jane Does did serve federal time for some of their crimes. When I first came here, it was because of the opioid epidemic. And Volusia County courts state that there are no funds available. So I'd like to know who's slacking in the distribution of said funds. Now, this is a red pill moment. I don't know how many of you that know that childhood vaccines cause side effects, one of which is ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, and that the medication that are given to our children is a meth derivative. Now, why do we have so many meth heads running our streets who are criminalized? That is a question that we need to ask ourselves, as well as autism. It was sickening to me to see an autistic man in court stating that he does not understand by rights that man should not be tried in this court system because he does not understand. Now, how many of you know of the IMF, the WHO, the WEF, Vanguard, BlackRock, Pfizer, Klaus Schwab, George Soros, Bill Gates? How many of you have accepted funds from any of said people in order to further your political careers? Are you aware that Bill Gates has a depopulation agenda using vaccines? How many of you know, heard, or saw someone who has died suddenly? Just because you are or are not vaxxed does not mean that you cannot get spike proteins. So detox. This is a spiritual battle, and we know who wins in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Griswold.
Hello, I'm Reverend Nancy Griswold, and I live in Edgewater. I'm retired clergy from Coronado Community United Methodist Church in New Smyrna Beach. And I am honored to be able to take part in our government, and I thank you for what you do. I'm here today because I want to remind you that the members of faith are lifting you up in prayer for the things that you do and for some of the issues that we think are problems in our community. Last meeting, we presented you with that prayer, and it's posted on our members' refrigerators, and I'd just like to read it to you again. Loving and merciful God, as members of faith, we pray for your wisdom as we strive to act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with you. Fill us with your presence so we might love and care for our neighbor. Help us to take seriously your charge to protect and care for our creation. We realize that we cannot do this work alone, but together we can use our influence to amplify the voices of those who go unheard. Together, we can work with our elected officials who can use their power to make changes that will benefit the people they serve. So we pray for our elected officials that in their work for our community, they are moved to do justice. We pray that our county council will create a continuously funded affordable housing trust fund that will provide the housing our community needs. We pray for those who are suffering now, for the 2,800 school children without homes in Volusia County schools, for the senior citizens on fixed income who can't afford their skyrocketing lot rent, for the workers whose job doesn't pay enough for a decent apartment for their families to live in. We pray for the hundreds of families who have lost everything to flooding, and especially those still displaced. We pray that our city and county leadership will study our flooding problem, invest in our infrastructure and its maintenance, and make this a safer place to live. We pray for bold, forward-thinking legislation so that as we grow, we build in ways that improve our flooding problem rather than making it worse. We pray that our county council will meet with us and come to our action assembly on March 27th. We know, God, that all of us desire the best for our neighbors, so we humbly ask for your help and thank you for all that we can all do through you. And we ask these things in the Spirit who makes us one. Amen.
Thank you. Mary Shernati? Shernati? You're going to tell me when you get up here.
Shernati. But I answer to, so anyway, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Mary. I do live in Daytona Beach, and I am an active member of Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church. I'm also a very proud member of the Faith Organization. I want to first and foremost congratulate the county staff for the newly appointed $326 million received from HUD. We feel that the timing is perfect to help the immediate need. The current crisis is larger than that, though, and Faith feels that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund will provide a longer-term solution. If there is no future commitment from HUD to replenish those funds, we need your help in getting the long-term solution in place. I've worked in the affordable housing industry for the last 9 years. My recent responsibility was at the Housing Authority, not in this county. But I will tell you that the most recent opening of their wait list was for all of 8 minutes to take 100 applications. 8 minutes. How many applications can you really take that's going to be able to attack this crisis? It was telling. And unfortunately, those with larger families didn't get their application completed. So when we ask ourselves why there's so many children that are homeless, well, those folks didn't have enough time in that 8 minutes to get all of their family's information in that system to be able to submit their application. So I say that to you as part of the huge crisis. Another timing win would be that we do the Nexus study and that we identify the best ways to allocate these new funds to prevent this homelessness and housing crisis from continuing. We would ask that you consider this at this time. Our most vulnerable citizens, from seniors to displaced hurricane victims to single-parent households, limited income with increasing housing costs, homeless families with children, a solution is definitely needed. We need your involvement on a larger scale and to commit to these issues to help our community have the hope that they can heal and find a place to call home. Therefore, we need your attendance at the Action Assembly next Monday at Our Lady of Hope. Together, we can put solutions in place that our communities will recognize and want to stand behind. We need our community leaders to be present and their votes accounted for. If you haven't committed already, please attend the Action Assembly March 27th at 6:30 p.m. at Our Lady of Hope Catholic Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Travis Sargent.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members, and staff. My name is Travis Sargent, Orem Beach Zone 2 City Commissioner. Today, my comments come to you as an Orem Beach resident. Thank you for allowing me to make my comments on file number 10687, Dogs on the Beach. It is my understanding that you are looking to move the location to the area of Millsaps Beach approach north to about Rockefeller. I am in favor of this location. I've had a lot of positive feedback from our residents. This is a win-win for the residents as it will cost nothing. No additional taxes because of the generous donation of the Lohman family. Please approve this trial pilot program to allow dogs to enjoy the beach with their owners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Susan Persis.
Short people. Good afternoon, Chairman Brower and Volusia County Council members and County Manager Rechtenwald. My name is Susan Persis, and I'm a lifelong resident of Ormond Beach and currently the Zone 3 Commissioner for the City of Ormond Beach. I come before you today to encourage you to approve a small dog-friendly beach area in Volusia County at possibly the north end of Ormond Beach or even in another area on the beach in Ormond. We all know that dog-friendly beach areas in Ponce Inlet, New Smyrna Beach, and Flagler County are wildly successful. I am hoping you will give those who live in Ormond Beach an opportunity to enjoy the beach with their furry, four-legged family members. Almost 70% of Americans have at least one pet and consider them important and loved family members. Please provide a dog-friendly beach area, evaluate it, and then make it permanent should it be successful. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your consideration and your time.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. A couple of things. One, at our recent City Commission meeting, the city turned down or delayed on a second vote a huge project, $400 million project, 1,600 homes, because of Tomoka Farms Road. The blockage was the county council, because you forbid the four-laning of Tomoka Farms Road. Don't ask me why, you just do. So it's going to be coming towards you for some reason. It needs your okay, and I'm asking you to think very closely about four-laning Tomoka Farms Road. We have 3 projects south of ISB, and we have one huge project north of ISB, which takes basically all the land west of 95 between LPGA and the Turnpike. So I'm asking you to do whatever you can to help the city expand that road. Secondly, there is apparently a grant for $400 million for affordable housing that's coming to Volusia County. It needs to be entered or submitted within a month or so. So I'm asking you to pay close attention and to get that grant in. The lady that I spoke to is not quite sure whether it's going to the city of Daytona Beach for $400 million or it's going to the county for $400 million, and we'll get part of it. But affordable housing is a very big issue in the city of Daytona Beach, and I'm sure some of the other cities as well. So $400 million can do a heck of a lot of help in putting it in affordable housing. So I'm asking you to do that. Third, there is a $3 million grant coming from the state to the city of Daytona Beach for our flooding. And I'm asking you to be a partner with the city and with the cities of Ormond Beach, South Daytona, Port Orange, all those that are in that floodplain. We are all affected by that. We need to move the water west. It doesn't help us putting it in the ocean if the ocean is filling up, backing into the city and Beach Street, because Beach Street gets flooded as well, as long as several communities. So I'm asking you to be partners with the city of Daytona Beach, the other 5 cities on the eastern seaboard, and get involved with the movement of that water. And lastly, they mentioned the Nexus study. Be very careful. We did a Nexus study. There were like 10 mistakes that I caught very quickly, population, et cetera, et cetera. So if you do the Nexus study, look at it very carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Utter.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Michelle Utter. I'm a single mom of 3 sons serving in the U.S. Navy. I work at a local hospital. I've lived in Volusia County all my life. There's 7 generations in my family. I grew up in New Smyrna Beach. I presently live in Port Orange. I'm also vaccine injured by the Pfizer vaccine since January 11th, 2021. I worked the front lines during the pandemic. I did everything I was supposed to do. I had no choice when it came to my sons being mandated in the military. I needed to do that just so I could see them and also to keep my job in healthcare. My life changed 40 minutes after taking the vaccine. I had flu-like symptoms, pins sticking out of my skin, weakness, fatigue, inflammation. I thought if I went home, I'd sleep it off. The next day, I'd be fine. The next morning, I was unable to get out of bed. Pain over a 10, dropping to the floor, crawling, grabbing on the furniture, trying to walk. Since this time, I have been in at the hospital. I've had MRIs, 3 neuroconduction tests, a small nerve biopsy, and tomorrow marks 22 months of getting IVIG, that's intravenous immunoglobulins, being infused for 6 hours where I sit there by myself being infused, treated for chronic inflammation, demyelinating. During this time, they sent one of my sons home from the Navy to help take care of me because I was unable to do so doing my everyday living. I work in healthcare, and I'm even censored at work. I'm told that I'm not allowed to say that I'm vaccine injured or I get written up. I'm censored on social media. The news won't print it. Nobody wants to hear about vaccine injuries, but I matter. We all matter. There's 20,000 of us out in Florida that are vaccine injured. And I've also spoke on Governor DeSantis' roundtable. So I am vaccine injured. I have all the literature if you would like to see it. I see an immunologist and a neurologist. These vaccines are not safe and effective. They are crimes against humanity, nothing more than a biochemical warfare weapon. I'm trying to see how much time I have left.
5 seconds.
I'm just letting you know, I live in Volusia County, and I deserve better than this. I grew up in this hometown, and we are abandoned by our government. There's no help for us. We are turned away by doctors, and we are not getting help financially, medically, or anything else. So I'm begging you to at least take this into consideration and start helping the vaccine injured. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for coming. Okay, we will start with item 1, the consent agenda. Does anyone have an item that they would like to pull for comment or pull for a vote? I'm going to request that we pull just for a comment item J, M, and O. No others? And if we could have a...
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda item as presented.
Okay. Troy Kent makes a motion to approve the consent agenda as given. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, sorry. Second by David Santiago. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the consent agenda is approved 7-0. And if we would go to item J, I just I just want the public to hear. This is good news, and it's important news. So,
thank you very much, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. With the first storm of Ian and subsequently with Nicole, County Council directed staff to go forward with a fee waiver for those repairs that are necessary for the storm damage. Will continue this on until May.
thank you. And then letter M is the agreement with the Florida Inland Navigation District for beach-compatible sand. And I wanted that just to be brought up because I'm already getting questions. Where is the sand going? How will we determine the priority? And is it related in any way to item 6?
Good afternoon, this is Jessica Fentress. I am your coastal director. Item M for the record is the agreement with the Florida Inland Navigation District for beach compatible sand from the Intracoastal Waterway Dredge Material Management Area, MSA 434, an island located south of Rockhouse Creek and adjacent to Ponce de Leon Inlet for storm response. Locally, this is known as Rattlesnake Island. We anticipate approximately 550,000 cubic yards of beach compatible sand that is ready for offload. We are working very closely with the Florida Inland Navigation District, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and the United States Army Corps of Engineers on trying to have beneficial reuse of the dredged material from the upcoming Ponce de Leon Inlet and Intracoastal Waterway dredge that's happening in the next calendar year. I cannot commit to if Rattlesnake is going to go north of the inlet or south of the inlet because we need to wait and see where the Army Corps is going to go with their 700,000 cubic yards. So we have 1.2 million cubic yards we are tracking down. We currently have a solicitation out on the street for engineering design services to put together construction documents for the offloading of this Rattlesnake Island dredge material management area. And we also have a solicitation, the same solicitation is going to handle transfer of the Army Corps material as well. We are probably about 2 weeks out, maybe a little bit more, on a decision from the Army Corps on where they're sending their material. Once they make their decision, then that will help us narrow down where Rattlesnake's going to go. This is not a cost item right here. We have the cost will come to you in a task assignment with an engineering firm, and then we'll have a solicitation publicly bid for the transfer and placement of the material off of the island and onto the beach. There will be probably 2 more task assignments I see coming forth, and that will all be grant funded out of, I believe it's item 6. That's the grant you stated?
Yes.
Coming up later?
Yes.
That will all be related to item 6.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's you hear this every day from the public that has been hurt along our coast, and I wanted them to know this, and I also wanted to be able to take the time to say that I've watched you in action. I've watched you in front of the public having question after question. You have done your homework, you've dug in, you've worked hard, you're serving the public well, and I just want you to know it's appreciated. Thank you for your good job. All right, and Matt Reinhardt, don't go away.
Yeah.
You have 2 questions.
Yeah, thank you. And I echo that as well, because Ms. Fentress has been present with me with relation to certain meetings with community groups and whatnot, and having the professionals that deal with these every single day. I don't pretend to be an expert. I know you are. So I appreciate you. And that being said, about the Army Corps of Engineers and where they're dumping that sand, I know that the original thought was 12 foot of water deep, and we had asked for 8. Since then, however, we can offer them a one-place dump. Does it look like they are leaning in that direction? I mean, I know their permit will allow that, and they've applied for that permit some time ago, but that permit will allow that, correct?
The Florida Department.
The Army Corps' permit.
The Florida Department of Environmental Protection permits the Army Corps of Engineers for on-beach placement.
Okay,
the DEP has stated publicly that they will not be an impedance to permitting an on-beach placement alternative.
Okay. Okay. That's news. That is news. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So just making sure I heard that correctly, we still don't know where we can put the sand into March. Okay. And it says here that it's going to be compatible sand. I had a question from a constituent recently about, will the sand that they put back in these areas, will vegetation be able to grow? Here's the reason I bring it up. It is extremely evident and obvious when you drive up in District 4, up in the North Peninsula, Ormond by the Sea area, the areas that did exceptionally well were the areas that had any type of saw palmetto or sable palms growing on them. I mean, they did really, really well. And you're shaking your head in agreement, so I guess, I'm sure you've been up there and seen all of that. So it was a valid question that I just had yesterday from a constituent that said, hey, hate to ask this, but the sand that they put up there, I mean, it's is it going to be our sand? Will our plants be able to grow in it? Or are we going to plant stuff and it's just going to die like what happened up in Flagler? And I said, that is a really good question. And here we are.
That is an excellent question, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an answer to that. The material at both Rattlesnake, MSA 434, and the material we're talking about with the Corps of Engineers is coming directly out of your inlet and your intercoastal waterway. So it is coming off of our beach. If anybody has had the ability to, ride or bicycle or walk our shoreline, specifically from Ormond all the way down through Ponce Inlet, you will see a significant loss of material. I believe the report we got back was a total of 6.6 million cubic yards of sand loss across our entire coastline from this storm event. It went somewhere. A lot of it went in our inlet, as apparent by the North Jetty and the sand accretion that's been over it and the massive loss of dune that we had in that area. So the material we're pulling off is beach compatible. We can grow in it, and as a sidebar, we run a lot of tracks concurrently. We're also running tracks for grant funding to vegetate these dunes after we place it. Right. We have had so much outreach from our community on how can I volunteer, how can I help, how can I help. Right. When the funding and the vegetation starts coming, we are going to have an all hands request for people to come out and start helping us plant the sand.
Yeah, it's good to hear. You mentioned about the sand being moved from one location to another, and my parents live up on Mariners Drive in Ormond by the Sea, and yep. That place got hit pretty hard. They needed more saw palmettos planted and sable palms there. But my dad brought up a really interesting point. He said, son, go pull into Tom Rennick Park. Take a look at the sand there. It was over the seawall. So he says, our sand got moved down, a mile down the beach. So there were some places where situations like that occurred as well. The sand just got shifted down the beach a bit.
And we had a really isolated phenomenon in Bethune Beach where we had approximately 10,000 cubic yards wash onto our roadways. We had our road and bridge division going in and plowing sand like they were plowing snow. So the beach is very active, and it's a living shoreline.
I'm pleased to hear that. It sounds like the sand material coming from the inlet, it sounds like vegetation will be able to grow in it like it does currently, so good.
Thank you very much, Jessica. Okay, and last item O is another just comment to bring good news to the community. As everyone knows, we are getting a Sunrail station in DeLand, and we're paying a lot of money for it. And so the commitment from this council and the community is that we actually get something with that station that benefits Volusia County here, the DeLand area. I want people to come from Orlando and go to America's Best Downtown and spend money. And I wanted the public to know that there have been very productive meetings with community leaders, Mr. Chester, who sits in the front row with TAD, with Tim Bailey of Parks and Recreation, with Ben Bartlett, with the Florida Department of Transportation, Michael Heffinger, who is here, consultants that he's working with. Everybody is working together, and there are really good things coming out of those meetings, and I'm pleased, and I probably just said everything you wanted to say.
Really just to answer any questions you might have about it otherwise, but yes, sir.
We have an agreement with the property owner.
Correct, yes. The Pelham Square Investors LLC was very eager to work with the Department of Transportation and ourselves to come up with the train station layout that we have. It's in the packet, page 02, and if you have any questions about it in particular, we can certainly answer those or have them come up and speak to it, but we think this is the best layout and use of space. The property owners, as I said, were very eager to work with us. Any potential development that they would like to have in the future would add on to the station or improve the area to everybody's benefit. So as well as bringing in the potential trailhead at that location that would allow us to potentially connect downtown to the train station.
Yes, and that's probably the biggest thing. What we didn't want is just a pavilion to welcome people. Here's DeLand, we're a historic area, and this will allow us to get, without using general fund money, is what we're probing, a beautiful trailhead, welcome center for bicyclists. There's all kinds of ideas and funding sources that that are being brought to us from FDOT, from the public, from our staff, and so there's good things coming, and thank you for the update, sir. Okay, that brings us to item 2, perhaps the most expensive thing on the list, but one that's necessary: agreement with Vital Core Health Strategies for inmate medical services.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, County Council members and staff. Mark Swanson, Public Protection Director. I'm here today with item inmate medical services for Vital Core Health Strategies. So we have a short PowerPoint that we'll go through you very quickly. Okay, so we had a process that we went through. That we have Centurion now, that's the current medical vendor out there now. And they're going to end their contract on April 25th, 23. So we had to get moving pretty quickly to get another vendor in there for a contract. So we did a RFP request that ended on February 9th, 2023, and we assembled an evaluation committee that met on March the 2nd. So John Robinson from Robinson and Bush did a side-by-side comparison of the ones that submitted. You can switch. And these are the responses that we got. There was 5 that actually responded back. One of them, the proposal was not responsive, so there was actually 4 that they voted on. So next slide, please. So the committee recommended Vital Core Health Strategies, and the Vice President of Vital Core is actually here with us today that will be able to help answer some questions if you have any. But they come to us with multiple areas in the state that they do services for, one being in Volusia in Florida, and they work to have a comprehension plan for telemedicine, mental health, and they provide in-house medical care, which is really important that we have in the jail. What that does, if they can provide care in-house, that's less times that patient has to be transferred out for care at one of the hospitals. So as you saw in the item, the estimated amount for this service for annual is $9,847,980. And we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
And the first question comes from Matt Reinhardt.
You had to know. You had to know. In my 30 years out at the jail, I've seen a lot of companies come and go. And one of the companies that started a while back, and I want to make sure that the staffing, medical staffing appropriate, a lot of the satellite areas that we designated within the 2 facilities, I know we're still in existence and we plan to continue to keep those, correct?
Yes.
When it comes to inmate and staff safety, especially with regards to the nurses, that's vital, and I think that definitely encompasses that, so I commend that. We're continuing that. And I know that whenever you look at big ticket prices, I know that they may not have been the cheapest nor the most expensive, my understanding, correct?
They were actually the least expensive.
They were the least expensive. That's even better. Okay, I like that.
Yes.
I like that. So, but from what I understand already, they offer probably better services, so I'm excited to see that. And I got the opportunity to kind of look through this, and I did want to, that was the one main question, was that, and does that cover both facilities with regards to the satellite clinics?
Dr. Randall,
I keep looking at Smith, I'm sorry. I should look at you, Randall, I'm sorry.
Sure, no, that's okay. Yeah, so the services that they provide cover everything that's currently staffed,
And actually, they have added some staffing for, at the lowest cost for all of the proposals that were there to really fully give us coverage 365, 24/7 for an RN that's there
Oh,
and
an RN.
available.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
there
to
will be an
make sure
RN
we have-
on staff at all times?
Right.
And the
So
doctor
a nurse.
coverage will still continue as it is, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Are they continuing to keep the majority of the staff that are present?
That's typically
How they
the
bring 'em in? Yeah.
how because there is a quick turnaround, on
There
that.
is.
So I think that's the intent.
To see an increase in staff, that's commendable because in the medical field that we're starting to see it's harder to staff hospitals,
Right.
much less a jail.
Right.
So I commend you for doing that.
Right.
So
And some of their, one of the things that was appealing about Vital Core is that they do have some services that are in Florida already. Actually, they do the DJJ just around the corner.
And Tomoka,
And so they
correct?
have an understanding, the juvenile justice.
Juvenile justice,
Yeah.
okay.
So just around the corner, so they have an understanding of the staffing, kind of the concerns and needs, and the market, in the area. So they're already familiar.
one more thing that I'll point out, and I'm sorry to take up so much time, but hopefully this answers any questions from my fellow councilman up here as well. There have been questions raised. I can let you know that with regards to the general fund and where we operate a jail out of, we are the biggest eater of that fund. And within that budget, within the jail, the biggest component in there is medical. And a lot of that has to do with mental health meds. That is unbelievably astronomical. Then you go through the roller coaster, if you will, of hospital transports, because that comes into play. And if having a doctor on hand and having an RN on hand might alleviate some of that. I can tell you that we don't look forward to the hospital transports. I think I did as a CO because it got me out of the jail, but from an administrative perspective, no, it's not safe. So the more that you can do in-house, the better. A lot of people have approached the fact that could we do it in-house? And I can assure you it is not recommended. I've seen more institutions do that. I think Manatee, I keep bringing Manatee, they tried it and it's not recommended. It will break that budget that I just referred to. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Troy Kent. Thank you, Chairman. Council, this is one of the questions that I had that I sent our manager. I wanted to know what the price was, the last contract, and if my memory is right, I think this is a 24% increase compared to the other one that we had. Now, our contracts are written so that if we need to break the contract, we can, and if our vendor wants to break the contract, they can, which we just learned happened. So I'm appreciative of this new group coming in. I just wanted to publicly say thank you, because taking care of our inmates is an important part of what we do as a society. And it's a lot of money, but I think it's money well spent. So welcome to Volusia, and we hope it's a great relationship.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agreement with Vital Core Health Strategies.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago and second by Matt Reinhardt. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor of approving the $9,847,980 estimated annual expenditure, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. And that brings us to item 3. Thank you. Oh. We have a lot of people, a lot of you are here to speak on this issue, probably for and against, which is why it's here. It's, you just heard a discussion about bringing in sand to help repair the beach. The public is, for the public, this is a quality of life issue, and it's important to them, and so it's important to us. And Suzanne, you're going to start off.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Suzanne Conchin, Deputy County Manager, and I'm here to present the Dogs on the Beach discussion. And we had some speakers during your public comment that foreshadowed some information that wasn't on the website, but council was provided yesterday from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. So I am going to try to adjust my presentation accordingly, but I do not have any new slides from what was published on our website. So as council's aware, in February, you asked your staff to come back for a pilot program and an operational plan. We were focused during that discussion on the North Peninsula area of Ormond Beach in unincorporated Volusia County, about 1.5 miles north of the city of Ormond Beach. This area is part of our natural beach management area, which we also discussed in February. It's a no driving beach, as we all know. It was created as a no driving beach purposefully in the original plan because it was an area of high density turtle nesting in that season. Nonetheless, we did look at that area for a pilot program. You asked us to look at different lengths, and in the presentation, you'll see that we identified a 1/2 mile area between 2 county parks as a potential for the pilot. At this point, though, I do want to divert from the PowerPoint because yesterday we were contacted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service staff out of Jacksonville who expressed concern for dogs on the beach, and in particular, the concept of adding dog usage in the natural beach management areas. It wasn't a final determination on whether or not that would be permissive or not, but they did indicate, somewhat to our surprise, that they felt it would require an amendment to the Habitat Conservation Plan and potentially a major amendment because of its location in the natural beach management area. They went on to say that some review would be required regardless of the area that the county may wish to allow dogs, but the sense from the email and a follow-up phone conversation with that staff person that Mr. Irvin had along with Ginger Adair indicated that if we chose an area that was not part of the natural beach management area, we should expect a less rigorous process and review. That would be certainly my understanding. Can you push it to the next slide, please? I'm not going to, I will spend as much time as council wants on the slides on Bicentennial Park and the area to Al Weeks North Shore Park if you like, only because it is not prohibited that we work in that we use this area for dogs on the beach, but the services email certainly lends us to believe that it may be an amendment that would not be conducive to a pilot program. I'll put it in those terms. But regardless, let me just have said that Bicentennial Park has about 660 feet of beach frontage itself and over 70 parking spaces on the west side of Ocean Shore Boulevard. Next slide, please. Has an area that I indicated in the analysis that could be considered was the 1/2 mile stretch further to the south to Al Weeks North Shore Senior Park. And if you go to the next slide, Jenna, we showed this area on a map. It's a 1/2 mile, and we have well over 100 parking spaces at Al Weeks. That would have been, we thought, a good complement for an area for this pilot program. Next slide. It is a high-density turtle nesting area. I won't dwell here because of my comments thus far. And I do want to move into the operational slides because regardless of where the pilot program might be appropriate, our operational approach is fundamentally the same, and we could pick it up and move it at the request of council. One of our recommendations is that we consider limiting the dogs to sunrise to sunset. A couple of reasons that we felt that might be appropriate is During turtle nesting season, activities of the turtles primarily occur between dusk and dawn, and not introducing that conflict seemed prudent. And also enforcement in the dark by law enforcement or others would be challenging, and so we were recommending the daylight hours. We do continue to suggest a pilot beginning November 1st, which coincides with the end of turtle nesting season. And given the lead up that we may need to do to prepare for the pilot, that may be a good target for us time-wise regardless. Of course, leash and license requirements would be a component of the changes to the beach code that we would recommend. The licenses do ensure that pets are vaccinated. They're already a requirement of residents in the county and the cities within the county. So it should go without saying, but it may be something that we particularly alert people to have available and on hand. There was some discussion at your February meeting about the potential of introducing a special permit fee for dogs in a beach area, in part to raise money to offset the costs of operating that part of the beach. We could certainly do that. One of the citizens who wrote an email to the county council referenced a program, I believe in South Carolina they were familiar with, where they issued a certain color of a dog collar each year, and that indicated that you had paid your permit for your canine to be there. In the report on your agenda, you'll note that there were some legal concerns noted in that other than beach tolls for driving on the beach, no other fees for an individual to access the beach is permitted under our county charter. But we do think there's a distinction between an individual and a dog. So if you did want to introduce a dog fee, we think that is permissive. Whether you want to do that as part of a pilot program may be a discussion for council. As was noted earlier in the meeting, and as I'll note on the next slides, we do have some offers of donation to help the county offset its costs for introducing a pilot program. First, let me go through those, some of the costs that we identified. Beach lifeguards, and we mentioned this at your last meeting, are primarily there for the safety of swimmers. We do have a lifeguard or a senior ocean lifeguard at Al Weeks North Shore Park. We have them in other areas of the county as well, but they're not law enforcement or code enforcement, animal enforcement officers. And so we did cost out for you the potential of bringing on a full-time animal control officer. Some of the council members indicated a desire to see enforcement on the beach. I think others of you expressed a desire not to see that. But if you do wish to proceed with it, we've costed out an officer at roughly $100,000 for the first year. That includes salary, benefits, operational cost, and some equipment acquisitions to make it feasible for them to operate on the beach. Also, of course, dispensers for dog bags would be necessary wherever there was a public access point in the North Shore. We thought there would be about 8 locations. If we move this to a different area, then I think we could expect a similar number, depending upon the length of the beach. The council was comfortable with a pilot program being introduced. Costs for the first year, approximately $5,900. That includes 8 dispensers and our best guess at the number of bags that would be used on an annualized basis. Next slide, please. Signage, I offer this not because of the cooler. This is actually a picture from our Smyrna Dunes Park, where there is no water out near where the dog beach is. So we do use a cooler that the staff replenishes during the warm days of summer. But I know in some of our earlier discussion, we were talking about wanting to have signage that really captured people's attention in a positive way. And I wanted to show you that we actually try to do that now in our 2 dog beaches. You can see the signs there. So whether it's something like this or something similar that the council would approve, these would be components that we can certainly put in place with the idea that we would use a QR code on the signs. People could quickly pull up a website that indicated the use restrictions. Maybe it was time of day, maybe it was your license, maybe it was a request to make sure that you pick up after your animal. So an easy way for people to get information when they're on the beach with their dogs. Next slide. So donations and volunteers. I mentioned this a moment ago. The Lohman family has very generously provided an email in your packet with a one-time donation offer of $100,000 to offset our costs for the pilot program. And Nanette Petrella and I spoke several times since your February meeting, and she also has submitted a presentation committing her organization to fund the dispensers and waste bags, but also to really join forces with the county in trying to be a partner on the beach education, in any way really they can add value in concert with the county. And she suggested a memorandum of understanding, which we're certainly open to working through with her and her group on that. Next slide, please. Actually, Jenna, if you could put up the Ormond Beach aerial that I provided. So the councilman from the city of Ormond Beach mentioned that there is a potential alternate area that council could consider in the city of Ormond Beach. This is a drive area beach, and we spoke last meeting about Andy Romano Park, which is in the lower right corner, outlined in red on this aerial. It has the A overlaid on it. This is a city of Ormond Beach park. Behind it is a no driving area, but it is bounded on its north side by Millsap Road, which is a ramp for vehicles and pedestrians. Andy Romano Park is a very popular destination for families and others who come to this off-beach park. I think one of the reasons we don't have driving behind it is so densely populated with people. It would be hard to share the beach with vehicles, and it is a safe place for families to go. So my suggestion might be not to have dogs on the beach in front of Andy Romano Park, but allow people to start at that Millsap ramp and proceed north. So they may be able to park in Andy Romano Park, walk their dog to the northern part of the park, get on the beach on the Millsap ramp, and could proceed north. I have 2 additional letters on this aerial. C is our off-beach parking lot at Cardinal Drive. This lot is on the west side of A1A, but it has 124 parking spaces, so it has good access and good capacity for our beachgoers. Cardinal is also a ramp that allows both vehicles and pedestrians, and there is a stoplight at Cardinal, which makes it a safe pedestrian access. We also have an off-beach parking lot further north at Rockefeller Drive. That parking lot has 33 off-beach parking spaces. It is also a ramp that is sometimes open for vehicles and certainly always open for pedestrians. So distances, just to give the council a sense, from Millsap, the north side of Andy Romano, to Rockefeller Drive is about 3,300 feet in length, about 0.6 miles. So pretty close to the length we were looking at in the North Penn area between Bicentennial and Al Weeks Park. In between, of course, Cardinal, if you're to look at Millsap to Cardinal, that's about a quarter of a mile, 1,350 feet. And Cardinal to Rockefeller is about 2,000 feet or 0.38 miles. So there are different choices, obviously, for council on distance, but I was trying to mirror the approximate distance in the North Penn, which is why I bring up the Rockefeller to Millsap option. As far as operations go, of course, everything that I discussed previously would still stand, from dispensary bags to signage. And with that, I think that concludes my presentation, certainly available for questions.
Thank you, and we'll go to questions. We have a lot of the public that wants to speak, council, but before I do that, I would like to, because the question I'm about to ask may affect the public that's speaking, and it will certainly affect our questions here. I would like to ask Councilman Kent, who has put a lot of work into this, brought it to the attention of the council, and has garnered the support of the City of Ormond Beach City Commission, who is in favor of having a dog park in their city. And as we heard tonight, they like the area that you just discussed. It could short circuit some of the potential issues. I just think it's wise for the county government to work hand in hand with our municipality. So Troy, would you like to speak to that before we go to the public?
Sure, thank you. And can we put the slide back up that was just there showing Andy Romano Park, Rockefeller, Cardinal, Millsap? Yeah. So council, this is District 4. This is Zone 2, Ormond Beach. You heard Commissioner Sargent here and Commissioner Persis as well. Just a couple of things to consider. I actually like this area, and I'll tell you why. A couple of reasons. I like Bicentennial also. Bicentennial is on the spectrum, is on the far end of Volusia County. Okay? And you all will remember I was trying to get a small little piece in each coastal community, and the reason for that was so that people didn't drive all over the county to enjoy their dog on the beach. This is more centrally located. I like it because it's drivable. If somebody, and I received several emails out of the hundreds, but several talked about they were limited with their mobility, and this will allow them to drive on the beach and enjoy their time with a walk with their dog as well. I wanted this map up there because the county council, just so you know, the county a few years ago purchased a huge piece of property on Rockefeller Drive. Right across the street on A1A is a huge lifeguard station. Okay, but that property on the west side of A1A, as you said, has over 100 parking spaces. Is that what you said, Miss?
Cardinal, yes, sir. So Cardinal is where you're thinking.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And we have 124 spaces at Cardinal.
Right. And at Rockefeller, how many spaces were there?
33.
Okay. So it gives people a place to park. So if we wanted to use that area between R and C, of course, that's an option. If we wanted to use the whole location, which is a little more than half a mile from R to A, we can do that as well. It's important to note when you access the beach on Millsap, which is down next to A, just on the north side of A, when you go down on the beach, it's a left turn only. You can't turn right because you're going in front of Andy Romano. So it's a left turn only. And you'd have to either do a U-turn and exit or go down to Cardinal or Rockefeller if they're open to exit as well. So I like this option, Chairman and Council, for the reasons that I stated. It's more centrally located. It gives those that would like to drive on the beach and need to drive on the beach because of their mobility. It gives them that option. And it also gives an option for people to park on the west side of A1A and cross as well. So,
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think where you were trying to go to in the beginning is removing Bicentennial Park completely from the discussion. Is that where you were trying to go so that we can narrow that more to a different area?
I think that would be helpful. I wanted to give Mr. Kent the option to do that since it was his proposal. I think it would streamline this argument.
Right, and thank you, Mr. Santiago. And Chairman, I'll just say that For the reasons listed earlier, I like this option, I think a little better than bicentennial. And if the council is willing, and there's 4 of us that want to go in this direction, I certainly would approve it. I'm a little hesitant to pull bicentennial completely off until I hear from other council members of what they're thinking. But if somebody was interested in this location, I would be happy to pull bicentennial location off for all the reasons I've already mentioned.
Good. I think it's helpful for your rest of your council to know that. Go ahead, David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to kind of narrow the conversation, if the council so chooses, I'm undecided on the entire subject still. I'm interested to hear what my colleagues say. I've been on the fence. I'm interested to hear the public. We've gotten a lot of emails, certainly, on it. But I would say, based on the most recent information we received, I think it was from the feds, right? Federal wildlife thing. I think it's safe to say that bicentennial location is off the map regardless, if we go yay or nay. That's my opinion, because that language or the feedback we received from the feds say anything there opens up for a full amendment of our take permit, which I think exposes us to potential other problems. So this is a very polarizing topic in the community. People on both sides of it. Why jeopardize what we have here that I think the overwhelming majority of the public would say preserve what we have, right? So I wouldn't want to risk that for the conversation, because for me, bicentennial is an absolutely no. For me to continue the dialogue it has to be a different location. But I'm not decided yet as an individual until I hear from it more. So I think because I don't know if there's people out here that are going to talk about specifically Bicentennial Park, so maybe the council can give guidance to say, is that on as an option or not an option, but not endorsing the entire thing yet.
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Yeah, wise counsel, Mr. Santiago, wise counsel. I'll just say the reason I wasn't willing to pull it off yet was I had some questions for staff when we got this 11th hour notice dropped on us the day before. And one of my questions was, how does St. Johns County get approval for this? St. Augustine has a take permit almost identical to ours. There's like a bird that's different and a turtle that's different. And this is the response I got from staff. So this is why I wasn't completely ready to take it off, but I'll be happy to. And this is from Suzanne. Our staff also inquired about why such a review was required, given that canines were allowed on St. Johns County beaches. And the response from FWC was she had no substantive reply. So hold on. It's okay in St. Johns County, but it's not in Volusia County? I said it before. What's right today is right tomorrow. What's wrong today is wrong tomorrow. Don't treat us differently. So that was my hiccup on that, was I felt like Volusia sometimes gets treated differently, and I don't like that. And I want to advocate and fight for our residents. And when I read that line, it stung. It didn't leave me sitting well with it, you know? So they're okay to do it, but we're not. And it almost makes me wonder, and it could be a moot point, which I hope it is, and we just go with this new location. But maybe I'll have the conversation and reach out to them and say, why are we treated so differently? Why is it not universal? Why is it not the same? We're so close to each other. We have the same issues. So just so you know, it was that email, that line that bugged me.
Thank you. I had the same reaction. It felt like a threat, and governments should work together well and not threaten one another. Jake Johansson.
Chairman, I'd like to suggest that we proceed our conversation based on the new area without taking the old one. We don't need to take it off till it's time to make the decision, because it sounds like there's going to be a lot of discussion about the myriad other things that can make this go, the cost, who, when, where, what, how. So I think the operational brief that Suzanne gave, that she pointed out, can be translated wherever we go, pretty much. Let's have that conversation, and then we can roll in the location at the end. And for the record, I do not believe that's what right yesterday is what's right tomorrow, and what's wrong yesterday is what's wrong tomorrow, because we live in a very dynamic environment and things change over time. But I suggest we go ahead and just proceed with our conversation on the area that Suzanne proposed, the new one.
Okay, thank you. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair, and I agree with Mr. Johansson. But I'd first like to hear the difference. And Paulo, this is going to be a question directed at you, if you may. Can you explain to this council and to the public what sets us apart in terms of the ITP, the HCP, our permits? Are they different from St. John's, just so we know if we're comparing apples to apples? Because I don't know if that's the case.
Well, each ITP and each HCP is different, and it's different based on, we have different beaches. The Volusia County beaches are, there is more of a heavy level of driving. There's some court cases that kind of describe it as Daytona-style driving, where you do have that kind of heavy use of the beach by vehicles, as opposed to St. Johns County. And, I was a St. Johns County senior assistant county attorney for 7 years. It is more of a rural beach. There's approximately 9 miles of public driving. The rest, you need a special permit for 4x4s, or you need it's essentially access for Summer Haven, or a small area for kind of Porpoise Point, Volano area. So they're different types of beaches. That's kind of how I can, the only way I can explain it. It's really up to the service to make the determination of why, when we are requesting, animals in the natural beach management area, why they are viewing that as a degradation of the conservation measures. We set aside those areas to kind of preserve any incidental take from the high level of driving that, we enjoy here in Volusia County. That's kind of the difference, is the level of, vehicular use here in the county is different from that in St. John.
So because of our driving, just in summary, those areas in these protected areas are used to mitigate where we are driving and the level of driving.
Yes, it's a minimization, because you don't introduce public beach driving in those areas, and so it preserves it for the rest. That's essentially what the ITP and HCP does. It accounts for the incidental take or habitat destruction from the lawful activity of beach driving for the remainder of the beaches.
So is it safe to conclude and say that our permits are indeed different because our beaches are different?
That's the only thing you can say, because each one of these ITPs and HCPs are analyzed on a different level. Well, you need experts, you need consultants to determine, what is the biological impact of the activity that you're trying to do, and what kind of take does it result in, and what type of mitigation measures are you proposing?
Thank you.
Paulo, just a couple more questions. And before I ask you the questions, I would like to point out that we are a much larger beach. We have 47 miles of beach, but 60% of that beach has already been taken away from vehicle access. So we have worked with FWC. Is there a dog beach in St. John's? You're from there.
Yes, dogs are allowed in, I think, a good portion of the areas. Horses are also allowed on there. The dogs can't be off leash. They have to be on leash. But yes, I believe one of the distinctions was when they approved their HCP, they already had the allowance of the dogs as allowed on the beach. So that took into consideration the environmental value of where they excluded beach driving from. Here, at least from what I can understand from the services letter, they are looking at the environmental value of the beach as it was when it was proposed as mitigation.
Right.
And that did not include animals in those natural beach management areas. That's my understanding of the letter. That may not be their final determination at the end of the day.
Okay. So they do have a dog beach. It's more than a half mile. They do have a horse beach. I think you just mentioned that. Are the horses required to be on a leash?
I would hope not, but you never know.
So there is a horse beach. And I believe that there are also, you can't do this in Volusia, but I believe in St. John's you can drive at night on the beach outside of turtle season.
There are some areas that allow for night driving, specifically, I think in the Volano, Porpoise Point area. I think it's specifically for some fireworks.
Yeah.
They do a fireworks display in that, it's not Matanzas, it's St. Augustine Inlet, where they have it carved in to, I believe, the HCP and the beach code to allow some nighttime driving for the viewing of fireworks.
Okay. So my point, thank you. My point was that when I look at the two, it looks like St. John's is much less restrictive than Volusia County's is, and so that's why that letter, Troy, hit me like a bit of an attack, because we have gone to the ends of the earth to do what they wanted to do. Troy Kent.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So I've got a side-by-side of St. John's and Volusia, and looking at this, it was interesting to me, the endangered, by the way, in St. John's, they have the Anastasia Island beach mouse. We don't. We have the piping plover. They don't, not on theirs. But other than that, these are all the same. Loggerhead sea turtle, both. Green sea turtle, leatherback sea turtle, hawksbill sea turtle, Kemp's Ridley sea turtle. Those are all the same. Our area, size of planned area is 37 miles out of 51. There is 28.6 miles out of 41. So yeah, Paulo, not every beach is going to be different, but we both have incidental take permits. We both have very similar animals that are endangered. We've already heard it, but I was going to say they allow horseback riding with a special permit on their beach. And there are a lot of similarities between them as well. That was my point. Thanks.
Oh, we brought it up.
Don Dempsey.
Paulo, if you could stay up there real quick. I'm looking at this letter. Yeah. In the letter, it says, with this, it would our permit would need to be reopened and new mitigation proposed. This could be a major modification of the existing permit. Do we have any idea what they mean by major?
Yes, a major modification subjects it to, they've indicated in the letter, kind of NEPA review. So you post it to the Federal Register, you take comments and objections, and you have to address all those comments and objections, which if you open up the HCP could potentially result in, the denial of the HCP, come up with another HCP. Depending upon the mitigation, it could actually also result in the opening up of the incidental take permit itself, which could potentially jeopardize beach driving in certain areas if the proper mitigation isn't proposed. Generally, you don't want to engage in that federal process. It is very long because you have to meet the required notice provisions, and unless we come under a categorical exclusion, you have to deal with all the federal notice requirements, as well as the objections and inputs from, trying to comply with the National Environmental Protection Act, that NEPA Act, which is kind of burdensome. Might result in some cost having to get environmental consultants, environmental impact statements, and things like that. So you generally don't want to go down that process unless you absolutely have to, is essentially what it is.
Has there been any more discussion with this agency, the feds, about what their intent would be if we were to go forward with the Bicentennial Beach area or elsewhere?
No, we had a conversation, this morning with a member of the service, and the question was, they would have to see essentially what the environmental degradation was, kind of try to, formulate that into, or quantify that, and what the proposed mitigation is to be. So that by itself could be a major modification, and then that could result into an opening of the ITP if something needs to change on that end. So no firm statements, but it's essentially, if you propose something, provide us with the details, and then they will determine the level of review, process, and notice required. That's usually how those kind of federal actions work.
So I was going to say, so Mr. Kent makes a bunch of wonderful comparisons between ours and St. Johns County in the similarities and how it's only minuscule differences. But, I mean, if they disagree with Mr. Kent's comparison, then what's our ultimate remedy? To go to the federal court system to fight this? If we lost our
Yes.
driving privileges on the beach, would we have to, and the feds didn't agree with Mr. Kent's analysis?
I believe so, yes.
Are we equipped, is our in-house legal counsel equipped to take on a federal lawsuit, or are we going to have to hire outside counsel to represent the county?
I don't know.
We have historically done that in-house, but there may be, I think as Paulo suggested, probably going to need experts and others, non-lawyers, to assist us in that effort. So what Paulo has described to you is the major amendment that what I'm taking from the service's email, they're not going to guarantee their position one way or the other unless we actually formalize, you make a decision one way or the other. The other process is a minor amendment process, right, Paulo?
Yes, that's correct. So that doesn't require any of the federal noticing. We do minor amendments to shore up policy and tell the service what we're doing. It's subject to some provisions that we're not amending any of the environmental or mitigation measures. So the proposal in kind of a driving beach, and this is already kind of heavily impacted and urbanized. Our view is that this shouldn't require any major amendment. It's just an update to, we are now including this, as well as every other urbanized kind of use that we enjoy on this recreational beach.
I would say, just to add, our HCP requires us to consult the service on proposed changes to activities on the beach. There could come a time where maybe we disagree with the federal government's position on an issue and have to contest that or argue against it. But what you were provided, what we got just last minute from them, was the initial salvo from them, their initial take.
So is there
their staff?
Would it be more prudent just to table this for a little bit? And I mean, do we have the choice of getting an advisory opinion from a federal court?
Well, if you, and Paulo can jump in and correct, if you, before making a final decision, we're going to need to submit to them what the proposal is. So if you do decide to change a location to an area outside the natural beach area, driving section,
okay,
that would be the step we would take and say, okay, this is what council is proposing, and our HCP requires us to do that.
So
and that we've historically done. That's not a new process.
So you don't think that putting this to a driving area would subject us to a major modification that could jeopardize beach driving?
I don't believe so. So we spoke with the service. Well, they're not going to guarantee anything. They did indicate that, more likely than not, this would not require that level of, review or modification. We are actually required every 5 years to update our HCP for our new procedures.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, as long as we are not, removing some of the mitigation or minimization efforts or reducing those, I think that would be well within the kind of minor amendment and does not require any further notice or any objections.
I would say, in the response from the service, I think, they really took two positions with the county. The first was, well, we don't support the expansion of the current use by dogs. They've said that before.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a new position by them. Kind of the curveball they threw in was this discussion of a major amendment if it is involving the natural beach area.
All right, thank you, guys.
And we've already moved away from that at the advice of Jake Johansson. David Santiago, and then let's hear from, we have an hour's worth of public that wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if we did move away from it, but I think we should take that official position, if we moved away from one location or not. But I wanted to, and I know Councilmember Kent said that, but I think as a body, we haven't kind of sort of acknowledged that yet, which I've already made my statement too. But I agree with you, Councilman Kent. The rules should be the same for everybody, and I would always apply that and fight along with you, right? This particular issue it's such a, I just wanted to put this on the record, that it's such a polarizing issue. It just wasn't worth the risk for me it would have slipped me to the other side as an absolute no to risk, yeah, correct, for Bicentennial, to risk any potential beach usage. So that's why I took that position, and I'd fight with you all day long, not with you, alongside you, for being treated the same. But I don't want to take on the feds right now. That may be a future date, but I'm still kind of on the fence and waiting to see what the testimony comes forward. Look forward to the operational discussion, because depending on the way that goes, I have some suggestions there.
I'm going to call the public, but I think for the purpose of our discussion, and unless someone on the council tells me they don't agree, I don't want to, let's not get a motion yet, because we're probably going to change it anyway, but is the consensus of the council that we are now looking at the map that's on the overhead from somewhere between A and R in Ormond Beach, from Harvard to Rockefeller? That's the wiser area. Okay. I guess we're not going to the public yet. Danny Robbins and Jake Johansson. Danny, you were first.
Chair, I'd just like to make this suggestion. I don't think it's safe to make an assumption just yet till we hear from the public, the rest of our colleagues, to drill down even on a location, just because there's 100 different things that we still need to talk about before we get there. I just don't want to put the cart in front of the horse here before we get full testimony from everybody. Thank you.
Jake, you're good? All right. I will call your name. You can come up. I think most of you were here this morning. Just make sure the microphone is in front of you, and you will have 3 minutes to discuss the dogs on the beach issue. Lida Reese.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
How many submissions do we have?
Well, let's see if they're all numbered. 22.
Okay. That's reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman and Councilwomen, for this opportunity. I do live up by Ormond by the sea. I go to Bicentennial Park frequently with my family. I am a retired RN, 40 years, ER and ICU. I'd like to discuss, I'm sure y'all have a risk manager. Has there been a risk assessment done for the liability and culpability when there will be a dog bite to a human or to another dog? Will the county be liable if the people run from the beach and their dog is not vaccinated? Rabies shots are very expensive. In the ER, I've seen tiny nips on young children, 2 prisoners that were attacked by a canine. So I've seen, gruesome dog bites. So another part of me being a nurse are the diseases that maybe you're not aware of. Roundworm and hookworm, that comes through the bottom of your feet. Roundworms enter the body when ingested. These larvae travel through the liver, lungs, and other organs, and in most cases, these wandering worms cause no symptoms, but can make their way to the brain or the eye, and it can cause permanent blindness. Now, hopefully these dogs are vaccinated. Hopefully they're taking their monthly roundworm and hookworm preventatives, but I'm not sure that that's always the case. Will the dogs be required to have a rabies tag on their collar, identifiable at all times? So dogs crossing the highway, I can't tell you how many times we've almost been hit. I'm worried about that, about dogs being hit, actually. And enforcement on the beach. Well, there'll be a webcam when there's not the officer there doing their 10-hour shift. These are all, issues that I'm worried about, the safety and the health issues. And also, it's a family beach. Now, if I put myself in the dog park with my beach chair and my umbrella and my music, that's not fair to the dogs. So I feel that humans also need a place to go where their dogs aren't trampling. I would say 75% of the dogs at the park at Bicentennial are not on their lead. I see it every day. They run up and down the beach. Of course, I've seen people not pick up the dog feces either. You also have the urine. You have leptospirosis sometimes in dog urine. That's also a very debilitating infectious disease. So thank you for your time. I hope these are considerations you'll take.
Thank you. John Reese?
Thank you all. And again, reason why I'm speaking is basically we moved here 2.5 years ago. We wanted a safe, clean, non-crowded beach. We got all three. By putting this at Bicentennial Park, where we live, and as my wife just spoke, you're changing all that. We won't have a safe beach. There's no guarantee unless you all or she can guarantee this, which is impossible. You're not going to have people bringing their dogs on leashes. We've lived in West Palm Beach in a place that supposedly had dogs walking along the Intercoastal Waterway on leashes. Never happened. And then she also spoke about cleanliness. You're going to be on the beach, you're going to walk on the beach, what's going to come through your feet? You're going to scoop up, build a sandcastle one day, and you got all kinds of poop, and your grandkids are there. I mean, it's just not right. So I hope Bicentennial Park is taken off the limit, because otherwise my dream of moving here in a safe, clean beach is not going to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Edstrom?
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing me. So I also live up by Bicentennial. It is a family beach. There already is a dog park. I'm concerned, or I also am a nurse. The permitting, the leashing, the vaccination, it concerns me, because as Lyda said, infectious disease, which I was an infectious disease nurse for 20 years, is a big deal. And you're not talking about simple little things. You're walking on the sand. If somebody scoops, there still is remnants. If the dogs urinate, there still is a remnant. There already are people that walk their dogs with no leash, and they scream when the dogs go racing across. It concerns me. Myself, I could, probably defend myself a little bit, but I do have a grandson that comes all the time, and he would not be able to defend himself. There was a dog the other day. It wasn't at the beach. It was across the street from the beach, not on a leash, on A1A, and the owner was calling the dog, and I did have my grandson, and, he's like, can I pet it? And I'm like, no, stay away from it. And the owner had to go and grab the dog. But how are you going to do that on the beach? It's just, to me, it's not safe. I just disagree with it, especially at Bicentennial. And plus the turtles. There's a lot of, great little birds that come around. The turtles are there. The dunes are there. You don't want dogs digging around, because and we do need, if you're going to do, wherever you do it, you need cameras. 10 hours a day, you're going to have one person walking up and down, riding up and down. How are they going to monitor people with dogs on the beach? I just, I don't know. I don't agree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Rena, is it Rinmo, Ormond Beach? Sorry.
Yep, I'm one of those that disagree with bicentennial. And one of the reasons I'm here is because I go to all the Gamblin' Rogers talks, and they have a lot of talks on nature. And one of the talks at the Rangers, when they talk about the turtles, is dogs on the beach. And when he came by, he came up with about 10 vials. They're about this thick. And he said, I'm going to show you what looks like and all the feces at the dog park. And then he took all the vials and took samples up and down the beach, all the way to Ormond. And when he poured, and I don't know what the liquid was, a liquid in there to show us the feces and all the, whatever's in there, it had to be the grossest thing I had ever seen in my entire, I said, oh my God, oh my God. And then he showed all the little vials, and there was like little strings of stuff, but nothing as gross as the dog beach. And he looked at all of us and said, now, how many of you are going to bring your towels to the beach and sit on the beach with all your family and your children and your grandkids, and you're going to play in the sand, and you're going to go, here, Grandma, can I have a Cheeto? And it's in his hands, got all, like the nurses were explaining. So another thing is I do live over there, and there's a lot of camps, and there's a lot of camp counselors, and there is no way that they're in surf camps, they're going to walk across that little walkway, right, with all their camps, and now there's going to be all these dogs. So I don't know how these camp counselors and all these children, it's very condensed. There's a lot of people there. There's a lot of families from all over traveling here, and I don't know if any of you have done any consideration of population, the population that's over there on the weekends and during the week. But I just saw, I'm going to probably say about 30 kids that were there. I think it was a school group, and they walked across the beach, and there was 30 kids on the beach with their counselors. So that's all I have to say. I'm absolutely against it, and the sensitivity of the environment there with all the turtles. And thank you.
Thank you. Phyllis Stauffenberg?
Thank you so much for receiving me this evening. I'm from DeLand. I live in DeLand, have been here for a little while. We've heard from the people on the Bicentennial Park, and that's a negative vote at this particular point from them. I implore you after this to ask the people from another part of the beach that you want to have an animal experience, and let them come and let's see how they feel. In other words, what I'm saying, it's okay as long as it's not in my backyard. I'm not going to get into a deep conversation of it. I'm simply going to say, we can't afford it. We don't have the money. This day alone, you have spent a little under $10 million for the prison, which is a well-rounded amount of money going for a good cause. I understand that the Lomans are very generous in giving us $100,000, but I'm more of a visionary. What about next year, and the next year, and the next year? And once it's there, try and take it away. We can't afford it. I represent a lot of taxpayers in the Volusia County. I know them. I have grown. I get phone calls every day. I'm talking on behalf of those taxpayers. We don't have the money for this. We have important things going on like Sunrail and the prison. Thank you so much for hearing me.
Thank you. Ike Leary?
County Chair, Commissioners, my name is Ike Leary. I'm the owner of Ike's Coronado Pier Bait and Tackle, which is in Ormond Beach on one of our four corners at the Coronado Bridge. I'm in favor of the dogs. Let me just touch on a couple of things. In all of our parks, they walk dogs. There's people in here that just spoke about not being against it, but they walk dogs in our parks every day. Or not every day, but a lot. There was a veterinarian in here talking about she don't want to take her grandbabies down to the beach and have them play in dog poop. We got 47 miles of beach. Okay, we're talking a half a mile. Find someplace else to go. There's 47 miles of beach. Okay, Bicentennial Park, it should be off the chart. Why do we need to open up a can of worms and get the feds in there? That's just not. Cardinal approach is perfect. We got the parking, we got driving on the beach. I think that's ideal. I was at the first meeting where they estimated the cost to be $140,000 a year. Now they got it down to 104, which I think is way elevated. To pay an officer $100,000 to take care of a half a mile of beach, really? I mean, that's a lot of money. I know how much Ormond pays for a vehicle, and I think it's about $25,000 to $30,000. $104,000, that's way up there. I talked to Mr. Kent about him and I was going up to the beach every day with a pooper scooper. Pick it up. Get rid of it. You know, every day I'll do that. Last but not least, the Lomans. Wow. Wow. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Duvernoy. No drums?
No drums. No drums, that'll come later. You remembered. My name is Roger Duvernoy. I am a 10-year resident of Ormond Beach in Volusia County. I'm speaking in favor of a proposed Bicentennial or anywhere else dog beach. To echo Ike, there are 47 miles of beachfront between Flagler and New Smyrna. We're asking only for 200 plus yards, just over 1/10 of a mile. If you're concerned about diseases or your kids, you probably don't want to be there anyway. My daughter and I have been to Flagler Beach Park probably 100 times, probably once a week for the 3 years we've had our dog, and I have had no problems. I find the owners respectful, the dog's on leashes, and no poop. However, when I've gone to some of the dog runs, I've had many more problems with aggressive dogs and sometimes belligerent owners. But one of the things that I would like to talk about is the effects on senior citizens like me. Getting out with your dog, moving around, it's good for my physical and mental health and well-being. I come home from being up at Flagler Beach tired, but happy. It's a great stress buster. I also want to commend the group, which would be the Paws on the Beach, Annette's group. They have said they would work with the environmental groups. They also want to have beach ambassadors, regular patrols to pick up, and they're also going to pay for poop bags and poop stations. So I think in closing, if Flagler Beach can have a dog beach, we could have it, but we could do it better because we want to succeed and we want to repay your faith in us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Dennis.
Hi, Mike Dennis, Ormond Beach. I'm the guy that brought common sense, I thought, to the last meeting. I'd like to do the same thing again tonight. You know, how can dogs pick out Volusia County, Ocean Beach, and say, you know, I'm going to poop here, I'm going to, you know, spread diseases? It doesn't, lacks common sense. I like the idea of the Andy Romano area, only because if I'm a turtle and I have common sense, am I going to lay my eggs by Centennial or by Andy Romano? Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy Lohman. Nancy will be followed by Wayne Stoner.
Thank you very much, Council. Good to see all of you again. Lowell and I have lived in Ormond by the Sea for 30 years, and I've enjoyed it very much. Right now, we take our four-legged furry family members to Rockefeller Gardens and the Four Corners of the Bridge Parks, because that's the only way we can enjoy our R&R, the little time that we have to enjoy R&R with our family members that have four legs and fur. And everyone there has their dogs on leashes. Everyone there is peacefully coexisting with each other, and I encourage you to give us a small sliver of beach area to do the same. That's all we're asking, is a small sliver of beach in the 47 miles. And just a couple points I'd like to make with regards to the reasons why 68% of all Americans have a pet. You may not think about these things too much, and I made some of these points at the last meeting, but just to reiterate, having a pet is very healthy for people. It's a very healthy part of our lifestyle, and I want to encourage that. Walking a dog creates a way that people socially interact, and human connection and human socialization is very important, especially in a world we live in where so many people have Facebook friends and social media and not are enjoying the outdoors and enjoying seeing each other in person. So it increases socialization, and it also, particularly with our elder community, who can be isolated, walking a dog allows people to feel safe, saying hello and interacting with other people, because you know our intent. If I'm with my dog, I'm not there to harm you. I'm walking my dog. I'm enjoying my time with my dog. Snowball and I are a safe bet, so you can interact with us, and people feel that way about each other. Plus, we're a harm reduction element to the beach. We'll bring safety in numbers because, again, we're there to enjoy our family time and our R&R with our dogs. We're not there to be a nuisance to anyone. And we're predominantly great pet parents. Most people are, and that's why we encourage you to try this. Just try it. If it doesn't work, we will happily go away and say thank you for trying this. But if you try it, I think you'll find that the majority of us are absolutely dedicated to making this work and being really positive, conscientious pet parents. And lastly, just one other thing about the mental health of our community and every community, especially with children. Dogs create a lower anxiety level for people. It's good for our mental health. And I think having that lower behavioral distress is something we should positively reinforce. And so having a healthier living environment by allowing our dogs to enjoy that R&R with us on the beach, I would just really encourage you to try it. Thank you so much. And I just really appreciate your consideration on this issue. I know it's a tough one, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Wayne Stoner, followed by Michael McBride.
Yes, I came here, of course, thinking that the Bicentennial Park was the location, and I've heard a lot more options, which I didn't realize. I came here with two ideas only, and I've got three. The first one is full certified law enforcement sitting on that tower, because you're going to get the people who bring Bubba or Bubba S, and they're going to have that alpha mentality that they're going to avoid the law. So unless there's a certified law enforcement sitting on that tower, you know, they're going to walk off the beach and no one's going to get charged for nothing. With their big dogs, they might be mean. And they're going to say, oh, he's so nice, he's such a good dog. Yeah, well, one of these days he's not going to be. The other thing was containment. And I'm thinking Bicentennial Park was why I came here, thinking to heard all the other options. Some kind of fencing that contains those dogs, so that the people who live in the homes up here and the people who live in the homes over here can bring their children up to that part of the park and walk across their part of the street, A1A, and they don't have to worry about the dogs coming beyond that point, okay? And then again, with the other locations that were proposed, I don't think anybody but here would like to own a home and find out now they can't bring their family in. I'm standing too far away. I talk loud sometimes. They can't bring their family in and walk across A1A anymore because now all the dogs are in these other locations that have been proposed. I came here with the thought of Bicentennial. I think someone said 660 foot. It goes from the beach, it goes to the river. There's no one's homes are imposed upon, and their family's going across. That comes back to the confinement of some kind of fencing. I'm thinking something as simple as that. When I lived in Maryland, I've been here since 1982, when I was a little boy. Ocean City, Maryland, they used to have the dune fencing, just the little picket slats that had the wires, just something that someone's little dog wouldn't run across where someone else wanted to have their family. So, I got 28 seconds left. Let me see, what else can I say that brings anything to this? Personally, I play tennis all the time up at Bicentennial. And I think that the Lomans, and I'm dropping names, very nice, they want to spend some money. But I think there's some other issues up at that dog park. Gets away from the liabilities because people take their dogs to the big side park or the small side park that could be invested in just the dog park alone versus taking their dogs to the beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael McBride, followed by David Hartgrove.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So, I have 2 dogs. You know, we had 5 at one time. My wife rescues everything. We go to the park, walk the dogs there. We walk them on the bird trails out near Highbridge. There are a lot of reasons why I don't want dogs on the beach. All right? And like this nurse has said, these are all tangible things. The liability that the county is going to absorb, has that been taken into account? Dogs are going to... How about that little girl down in what was it, Fort Lauderdale? She was at a park and was mauled by a dog. I know everyone thinks their dog is going to be, oh, it's so sweet. You can't predict what a dog is going to do. You can't. Any dog. The most vicious dog we have weighs 8 pounds, 8.5 pounds, a Chihuahua. We do not take that dog off a leash when we take it to the dog park. So, you know, I had a whole thing. I was going to read to you. You know, I talked to my cousin who's a veterinarian. He's like, they're just not a good idea. This is why they are banned in so many beaches. It's not a good idea. They pollute, no doubt about it. The nurses spoke to that effect. And what's it going to take? You're going to look what it took to put that walkway from Bicentennial across A1A. Person dying. I just think you're making a big mistake here with this. You're talking about 41 miles of beach, right? Well, New Smyrna's part of that, right? Right? New Smyrna's part of that, and they have a dog park. If you live near Bicentennial, like I do, in Ormond, you know, Ormond by the Sea, you can go to Flagler. If you're that, you want to take your dog to the beach that damn much, go to one that already allows them. Don't, you know, if you want to put it down where you can drive, I don't go to that beach. That's fine with me. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. David Hartgrove, followed by William Cox.
Good afternoon. My name is David Hartgrove. I'm the President and Conservation Chair for Halifax River Audubon, the largest and oldest of the 3 Audubon chapters here in Volusia County. First off, and I neglected to do this the last time I was here, I want to thank you for changing the time of these meetings. 4 o'clock makes it so much easier for so many more people to participate. Thank you. I had a whole list of things I was going to talk about why we shouldn't do this at Bicentennial. If you're going to move it to the area between Rockefeller and Harvard, I can live with that. Personally, I don't want to see dogs on the beach at all, but if it's going to happen, at least put it in a place where we don't have to worry about the impacts on nesting turtles, and far less impacts on migrating birds. Thank you very much.
Thank you. William Cox, followed by Bob Chu.
My name is Bill Cox. I'm a resident of New Smyrna Beach, and I thank you for allowing me to speak. My wife and I are co-presidents of the Southeast Volusia Audubon, fastest growing Audubon in Volusia County. But anyway, yeah, I'm speaking against it. My concerns are that the beach is not optional for shorebirds and turtles. That's where they have to breed, that's where they have to rest, that's where they have to eat. It is optional for dogs. Dogs have done quite fine without going to the beach. And I just also want to point out that there's a pollution concern. When you take away whatever part of the beach you might consider allocating for dogs, that has now polluted that area. Maybe not even if ever they clean up, but it's polluted it because it is no longer the same natural environmental beach that it was. The shorebirds are gone, the turtles are gone, the things that support them will grow and take over more. It changes. It is no different than changing a part of the river by allowing some pollutant to go into it, and you say, well, there's a lot more river. Well, there is, but we're in an environmental time where we have to be concerned about taking away the natural habitat of our wildlife. And I'm afraid that this is a repeatable program. You know, if you were guaranteeing this 400, 600 feet, whatever the dimensions are, was going to be the only time this is going to happen. But we've spoken about, well, if it works, well, what determines if it works? The dogs we could pick up, and the dog people are happy, but the birds aren't. It doesn't work. So I ask you to consider strongly not pursuing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Chu, followed by Rashida Hakim.
Hi, Bob Chu, Edgewater. I'm Conservation Chairman of the Southeast Volusia Audubon Society. First, I wanted to thank Chairman Brower for his support of the wildlife corridor in Florida. All I'm asking is try to do the same with the wildlife corridor that's along the beach. As Bill mentioned, turtles and birds need that area. The comment by Council Member Kent about piping plovers, I spent half the year in Rhode Island, and we've closed down ocean beaches because of piping plovers. So just go easy on that area. The second speaker today had me a little rattled talking about Greta Thunberg. I don't know if you've all read the 2023 UN climate report that just came out last week, but if you haven't, you should. And if you haven't read Greta's book, just came out, the climate book. It has 100 scientists and experts talking about the impact of climate change. And we've all seen the impact on our beaches from the 2 recent storms that are impacted by climate change. So if you haven't read those books and that report, I strongly suggest you do so, because It's coming. Okay? Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Rashida? Followed by Christopher Proctor.
Rashida Hakeem, Ormond by the Sea. I wrote this with regard to the dogs being allowed on the Ormond by the Sea section, but some of it would still apply, and as well as it being still potentially up for consideration. The proposed area from Bicentennial Park to North Shore Park has been the site of dozens of sea turtle nests in recent years and is home to many species of shorebirds, all of which will be destroyed and disrupted by the creation of a dog beach. Amending the code to permit dogs in this section has been referred to as a test and a pilot program, but what metric will be used to determine whether this test has been a success? Why has it been proposed to fund the project largely with a one-time private donation to specifically begin when turtle season has ended? How can the success or failure be determined when some of the most challenging aspects are temporarily removed from consideration? And what is the maximum acceptable number of attacks on humans or turtle and bird deaths? What level of dog excrement contamination will be considered too much, and when does the test or pilot end? Whenever a new law, ordinance, or regulation is considered, the fundamental question must be asked: who are any of us to tell others what they can and cannot do? As members of a society, if we have any obligations at all, we must protect those that cannot protect themselves. In this case, the law to protect the wildlife and beachgoers is already in place. If the county wants to consider lifting the dog ban, there are already sections of the beach in the Orem Beach and Daytona areas that are fully staffed and heavily trafficked, so the impact of dogs could be minimized. Ormond by the Sea typically has at least 25% of the sea turtle nests in the county, so it's clearly the worst possible place to test this proposal. Yet this location is heavily endorsed by the city of Ormond Beach. Now, today, 2 members of their commission did speak against it, so hopefully it will be placed there, if anywhere. Let's see. Ormond by the Sea is not part of Ormond Beach, and that is not an irrelevant technicality, no matter what Bill Partington, the mayor, says. He should have no more say about what happens in Ormond by the Sea than any other county resident. Keeping the problems of dogs on the beach out of Ormond Beach and Daytona Beach while pushing them onto the residents of Ormond by the Sea should not be allowed by our county council. If the people of Ormond Beach do want dogs allowed on their section of beach, then I would not discourage that.
Thank you. Christopher Proctor.
Thank you for your attention. As a homeowner in Ormond by the Sea, I wanted to speak out against the implementation of the proposed section of beach designated for dogs, referring today to the Bicentennial Park area. I believe with the existence of the nearby dog park, the immediate locals have satiated the need for other recreational dog areas. This area, Ormond by the Sea, currently lacks the infrastructure to mitigate pollution and disruption to the biosphere that this zone will likely nurture. I am worried about the impact the proposed dog zone will have on the resource, this being the beach. The additional pressure to the resource stemming from this specific dog zone is something me and my residential peers hope to see prevented. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe it's whoever this is, your pen blew out. I think it's Lou, pardon me? Yes, the very same. Lou Lesmiller. Can somebody give him a pen?
Thank you. Len Lesmiller, Ormond by the Sea. Just very formal here. I have nothing against dog parks. I have nothing against dogs on the beach. I have a dog. I mean, it has to be something responsible, obviously. It's up to the dog owners. There are many successful dog parks already in existence and successful dog beaches. So that being said, I have nothing against that, but I am against Bicentennial Park location. It's a very environmentally sensitive area. I don't think it would be a wise decision. I mean, you'd be destroying turtle nests, you'd be destroying the dunes, killing birds. It just wouldn't be a very wise decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Nanette McKeel Petrella.
Good afternoon. My name is Nanette McKeel Petrella. I'm a resident of Daytona Beach, president of Daytona Dog Beach, Inc. Gentlemen, our organization has provided County Council with 3 different proposals since 2021. What has been consistent with all of them is that we have stuck to the facts. We have set forth a measured, collaborative, and inclusive strategy which calls on us to engage and collaborate with county staff, community partners, animal welfare groups, environmentalists, educators, tourism, and business. Our most recent proposal has documented our commitment to financially pay for the implementation and ongoing supplies should the test site be approved, or I'm sorry, should the test site be successful. We are committing a volunteer group to monitor and maintain the area. Our organization has grown since the last meeting, and we're now at almost 1,300 members. I provided 89 additional signatures for the record received since the February meeting, bringing the total to 2,177 in support of our proposal of Dogs on the Beach. We have received an influx of donations, even memorial donations in honor of one of our members' father, Mr. Joe Maloney, which was very touching. The demand and support for dog-friendly beach areas is undeniable, and yet there are those who seek to ignore it, potentially undermine it. In listening to all those expressing their viewpoints today, what makes me most sad is that we are allowing ourselves to be pitted against one another in an effort to derail this proposal. Instead of coming together to agree on something that would be fair to all, we are being divided. And to what end? I truly believe we all want the very best for this area, its residents, tourists, and businesses. But we can't achieve that if we can't respect one another and seek to provide life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. We invite all those who profess their concern for the wildlife and environmental condition of our beaches to join us for one of our monthly beach cleanups. You are more than welcome to do so with or without your dog. You may enjoy meeting other members of the community and find out that we care just as much as you do about many of the same things. And who knows, you may find new supporters for your organizations. If you choose today not to approve a dog-friendly test site, you're not only telling us again we don't matter, you will be undermining the opportunities and future possibilities that can be achieved when we work together. I am prepared to answer any questions you may have based on the proposal that we have sent in. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Daniels, who will be followed by John Nicholson.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Keith Daniels. My wife Heidi and I moved to Ormond Beach about 2 years ago. We proudly own 2 120-pound Great Pyrenees dogs. They're the most gentle, wonderful dogs you can have. And unlike what some people have said, we have had many 2, 3, 4, and 5-year-olds want to come up to our dogs, and they've been given hugs, they've been sat on, and they're the most patient animals you can believe. And I'm not saying every dog is that way, but if you're a calm, well-behaved dog owner, your dog tends to be that way as well. And guess what? Walking your dog does calm most people down. Calms most dogs down. And when I hear about dog waste, you find dog waste in places where there are not dispensers of the dog bags. I've moved to Florida and I've been very impressed by how many places I find with them here, because you don't find dog waste around. Go elsewhere where you don't have dog bags, and people are scrambling to find any bag they can. And as groceries no longer have plastic bags in many places, they don't have bags available in their vehicles to clean up after the dog. What about dog bites? There have been thousands of dog bites down at Ponce Inlet. I haven't heard of any. There have been dog attacks at Ponce Inlet or any other dog beaches in Flagler, St. John's, or any other county. I have not heard of any. I'll agree, Chihuahuas are a vicious breed. Now, the other fact that has been mentioned is about the disease borne by dogs' waste. Guess what? Dogs poop, birds poop, lizards poop, snakes poop, mice poop. Go to any beach, you'll find babies poop. It happens. If you don't want to destroy or you want to preserve, what are you going to do? You're going to keep all the human use off the beaches and keep us all off the beaches. That's not likely going to happen. Most of us moved here because we want to be part of the beach. Most of us want to contribute to the community because we're part of the beach. And thousands of people come down A1A every year with their animal friends and want places they can go to where they can, without paying a fee, exercise their animal. They want to take their dog with them. They schedule vacations where they can take their dogs with them. This is a tourist drawing destination. We need to keep that in mind, both for our residents and for our visitors. I think it's a boon for the community, a boon for the county to have, whether it's up by Bicentennial or down further. I'm in favor of either one. Thank you.
Thank you, John Nicholson, followed by Lawrence Rutledge.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach. In the 40 years I've been coming to the county council meetings, it's been brought up many times about dogs on the beach. And I have never thought that our previous councils made a bad decision. So I'm asking you to consider what they considered, what has changed to bring you to this point to debate again for the fourth or fifth or sixth time dogs on the beach. All right? I don't oppose the location in Ormond, providing, of course, that you ask the homeowners that have every right to expect the beach in front of them to be maintained. Okay? If they say fine, I'm fine with it. As Jeff knows, he's a big proponent of driving on the beach. And one of the big things that they have against driving on the beach is the oil and all the garbage that the cars leave behind. How different is it between the oil and the peep and the poop that the dogs do? And which is quite natural, by the way, because all animals relieve themselves on the beach, and many humans as well. So I'm not really concerned about the leftovers from nature, all right? And as all of us know, the tide comes in and the tide goes out, and most of it goes out anyway, all right? So basically, we're looking at, I'm hoping, we negated Bicentennial Park with the idea that anything that could possibly hurt our permit, don't even consider, please. That's what the last council, if you remember, I think it was Johnson that said he didn't want to tamper with it. Billy got it through, but I'm not quite sure how much gravitas we have with the driving on the beach, so I don't really want to risk that. So if we move it to Ormond, and Ormond says fine, the house owners say fine, I see no reason to oppose it. Okay? Over half the people in the United States have pets. Both my sisters have pets, and I have to walk them. They go to the hospital, I take care of them for 2 months. Don't like it, but it's good. So I'm asking you to think carefully. I'm not saying oppose it. I'm not saying go for it, but put it, sample it. It's being paid for. It's not costing you a dime. If the people that live there say okay, then try it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence Rutledge. Will be followed by our last speaker, Laura McGinnis.
I thought dogs were allowed on the beach already. I see them at Rockefeller daily, running around. I'm a little confused. I thought it was okay, but it's really not legal. Why in the past have dogs not have been allowed on the beach? Can anybody give me some reasons? What's been the reasons why? Anybody? Environmental, what are the reasons? Liability? I don't know. I'm just asking. Nobody? Okay. So I guess those factors, probably none of those have changed, have they? Whatever they are, if it's liability or wildlife, whatever, it's probably still the same reasons. I'm against it. I live at Rockefeller. I don't want it in my backyard. I've had dogs all my life. It's not the issue. I don't want to see it in my backyard. We've got just as many sea turtles there as we do up north. Come look, turtle nesting season. We've got 4 or 5 nests in front of the house all the time. So it's not less turtles down there. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura McGinnis.
Hi, bear with me. I'm nervous. I've never done this before, but I feel very strongly about it. I've been a resident of Volusia County in Ormond Beach for over 30 years. I live beachside. I have watched over those years hundreds of people sneak onto the beach with their dogs. Never, not one single time have I ever seen one person pick up after their dog, pick up after their waist, ever, not one time. So I know you want to talk about people that are responsible dog owners. And we all want to think that they would be as great as the Lomans or some of the other people that love dogs that are here. But they're not. And they're not on leashes. They don't come out on leashes, they don't stay on leashes, and they run. In those 30 years, I have witnessed, personally witnessed, them take after cars, take after kids, take after people, take after birds. That's what dogs do. They chase things. They go and have fun. There are plenty of other available places for these dogs to go that don't have to involve those beaches. I live in that area that isn't being defended right now, which is that area across from Rockefeller. I don't want that behind my home. I pay a lot of money in taxes. I've been taking care of we've been devastated by the last hurricanes. We were at the hurricane meeting last night trying to do replenishment for the beach. We don't need this added to our agenda too. We need help. We need you guys to support us out there as council members. One thing I didn't do or didn't tell you in an email I sent each of you this morning is that I, as a child, was attacked by a dog and had my face ripped open. So I know what it's like when you're chased by a dog. And I had to have surgery to repair it. That does happen. Now think about the liability to you as a council group right now proving something like that in today's world. There's one thing that happened in the 50s where you excused it in a neighbor's dog. It doesn't happen now. So I just ask you, please, don't consider any of those areas for dogs. I know there are some very nice people that put in a lot of money and a lot of effort into getting it approved. There are plenty of places that are already approved that they can use. Please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of the public participation. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Council, thank you for allowing us to have this healthy discussion. To me, this is the best type of partnership, a public-private partnership. We have a partner with Daytona Dog Beach Incorporated. The Lohman family has stepped up. Ormond Beach has sent a letter with their support. And we can get this going off the ground and running with basically zero tax dollars spent on this very worthwhile project. Flagler County, St. Johns County, and Nassau County all allow dogs on their beaches, and they are wildly successful. I've heard from hundreds of people with emails who want this in Volusia County. The new location, a drivable beach, we heard from our attorney say that it would just be a minor amendment. This area will account for approximately 1% of the beach in Volusia County, which will leave 99% dog-free. This is a test run. We can see how it goes and come back and make adjustments for future locations. Or scrap the whole idea. It's a test. I believe that we owe it to our residents to give this a try. We're not inventing something new here. Many beaches in Florida allow dogs on them, and this is the list I found last night. Madeira Beach, Miramar Beach, St. Petersburg, American Beach, Panacea, Port St. Joe, Fort Lauderdale, St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra Beach, Fernandina Beach, Sanibel, Marathon, Miami Beach, Key West, Sarasota, Cedar Key, Neptune Beach, Naples, Apollo Beach, Carabel, Palm Coast, Flagler Beach, Atlantic Beach, Boca Raton, Bradenton, Key Largo, Jacksonville Beach, St. Pete Beach, Isla Mirada, Indy Atlantic, St. George Island, Pensacola, Hollywood, Tampa, Panama City, Tierra Verde, Riviera Beach, Stewart, Fort Myers, Jensen Beach, Dania Beach, Cocoa Beach, Venice, Dunedin, Cape San Blas, Sanibel, Jupiter, and Clearwater, Florida. I'm ready to add Volusia County, and at this time, Ormond Beach. This can happen and be wildly successful if we give it a try and let common sense prevail. Now, fearmongers will have you believe that if you value beach driving, then you should not allow dogs on the beach. Well, I just simply ask, how does St. Johns County, St. Augustine get away with this? How does Nassau County, Fernandina Beach get away with this? Yes, that is comparing apples to apples because they too have take permits and they too have beach driving and they allow dogs on their beach. I just ask, don't let fear-mongering control your life, for goodness gracious. Nassau County, Amelia Island allows dogs on their entire 13-mile beach, and only in the city limits of Fernandina Beach do dogs have to be leashed. That's right. They can have their dogs off a leash in Nassau County with the exception of Fernandina Beach. It makes what we're asking here in Volusia one heck of a bargain. A lot of the concerns I heard, you know, it sounds like people just think that dogs are going to run wild and just take over and, you know, run in wild packs. Your dog must be leashed. I look forward to having that healthy conversation with this council about what kind of parameters and rules we are going to set up and what kind of fines, because I am for implementing the highest fine possible if you're not following our rules. I end with this. I recently read this. I can't take my dog to the beach for a walk because it bothers you on your vacation. Many cannot rent a house because one has a dog. However, dogs will find people under rubble after an earthquake, under snow after an avalanche, or you or an elderly loved one lost in the woods. It is, after all, just a dog, but he will or she will find you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for your comments, Councilmember Troy. I think you could win me over if you could name all the dog beaches in Georgia. I'm joking.
Find one right now. Who's got Google?
Yeah, with the humor aside, you know, for my fellow council members, I just, you know, we're all kind of new here together, but kind of want to share a little bit of the journey I go through whenever a colleague of mine throws an idea out there, you know, that, you know, they were voted, all of us were, right? So I give any idea that comes from a council member a lot of respect and a lot of consideration. So I start from the perspective for any of you is, how do I help my colleague get to where they want to get to? And this journey, this particular topic has taken me as a roller coaster ride. And I'll tell you, I've come to the conclusion that with the right parameters, there's enough public interest in this that I'd be willing to give it a try. And, you know, it comes up every few years, some have said, and it's been shot down, but maybe it keeps coming up because there's still enough public interest. And I'm all for trying something within the right parameters. And, you know, I think we've settled the issue of Bicentennial Park, because that to me is a no, because I don't want to risk any other potential liabilities that we And I don't want to send our council into fighting the feds in court or exposing our take permit. So I'm willing to give it a try. I'm going to share some of my parameters that I think this council hopefully maybe can, agree to or edit in any way with dialogue. As Councilmember Troy said, there needs to be a user fee because there were some conversations about the cost, right? We're getting ready to definitely enter into some very difficult budget discussions in the next couple of months with the fiscal situation. So a user fee needs to be in place. And that user fee, I think the staff presentation said possibly not start taking the user fee in year one or whatever it might be in the beginning. I disagree with that position because the user fee and how many people are willing to pay for it is part of the study period for me in the pilot, because that'll give us a better indication as to how many people are really going to sign up for this. So from day one, whatever user fee we're going to do, if we're going to do one, needs to start from the beginning. That gives us that data at the end. I'm in favor of something similar to an 18-month pilot project. The reason for 18 months is as part of the data for me is to see how many people will renew that permit. So we'll start seeing some renewal data to see, to fairly assess whether the people want it. They may only pay for 1 year and say, this ain't worth it. I'm not coming back. The rules are too tight. They govern me too much. I'm just making stuff up, right? Some people may say that, and I'm not going to sustain a user fee when my renewal time comes. So I'd like to see that. And I think 18 months is a good time period. The fines. I think we discussed this in our last meeting. We need to up the fine, and we need to support our beach patrol and our law enforcement, that they know that if they issue a fine in violation, not only in this park, but in anywhere of our beaches, because we've heard today and other times that people are violating this rule right now and just completely ignoring it. I think they said the fine was $50, I believe. I believe that minimum should be at least $250 for maybe first offense and $500 the second time you get caught doing it. So we need to hit them in the pocket and have an active engagement period for it to let people send a clear message that we take that serious. I'm also in favor, if we can legally, these fines, because I'm certain that we'll collect fines, right? If we're active with it, take the monies for these fines, if we can legally do it, and direct it to the dog park, right? Because we talk about it being self-sufficient. We don't want to go into our general revenue fund. That fine revenues can help support that particular park and make it self-sufficient if the pilot supports it. I don't like the larger section. Me personally, I prefer like a quarter of a mile. I think there was a section. Can we pull up the map? My first time I'm going to use this little toy here. Let's see this annotate. Is this working? Yeah.
Finger.
Hey, it works. Let's go with yellow. No, that's going to be like P, right? We'll go blue. Yeah.
Dog poop.
Yeah, we don't want to. I'm thinking, as I look at the Google Maps and what is the least impact, right? But I think this area would be probably a little bit over a quarter mile, right? Because I think we have a ramp here. I'm not too familiar with your area here, Troy, but I use Google Maps, both places, and I think there's parking there. I also try to take in consideration, what is on the beachfront, right? I know we have some hotels in there, and I do not support writing letters and telling people to approve this or not. The beach belongs to the people, everyone. All right, so that's how I operate. So we make those decisions as the governing body, and we take the pluses and the minuses that come with that. So I particularly like that area. I'm open to other, but I like that area. Not going all the way from here to there. I think that's way too big, and the enforcement side of it would be way too much to probably govern successfully. And I'm almost done, members, sorry. I agree with the sunrise to sunset. Signage, if we do this, needs to be very, very clear and, lack of a better term, intense, so that people know very clearly that you're entering the dog beach, right? And your dogs must be leashed. I'd be willing to make it clear all there violations of any of these rules. is a minimum $250 fine or whatever the council agrees to as the fine. Make it very clear as you're walking and turning off that beach ramp. If my dog's off the leash, it's this fee. If your dog poops and you don't pick it up, this is your fine also. So whatever the rules that we decide in the fines. And you know, we have some offers of contributions, and thank you to help kickstart that. And I'll take up the Dog Beach, the Dog Beach organization to help offset the hardware. I think you all did some fundraisers to offset the hardwares for the initial start of this. So I'll take those funds too. That's kind of where I'm at, members. It was an interesting ride, but I won't use it. I don't have any dogs, but I know there's enough people out there that warrants us to give it a shot. Let's give it the right shot. Let's be very forceful in enforcing our rules, and enough time period that we can make a good decision. I think 18 months gives us the entire data. But if we do also support it, I want to make it automatically sunset. Right? So I don't want to that we would at the end say, this is good. It needs to have an automatic sunset, and we need to renew it at that point. That makes it cleaner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, are we able to get Google Earth up there for a second? Is that okay, to maybe the north of Ormond? And if I could ask Suzanne to come up, thank you so much. Suzanne, I know Congressman, listen, I'm getting ahead of myself 5 years from now, but Councilman Kent mentioned that there's some wonderful dog beaches up in Palm Coast and Flagler Beach. I noticed on Google Earth there's a Gamble Beach. Gamble Rogers. Okay, again, I'm not a beach goer, so how far is Gamble Rogers from the northern section of Volusia?
Well, Gamble Rogers is a state park, and just for clarity, dogs are not permitted on the beach in front of state parks. So it just so happens that Gamble Rogers State Park disallows beaches. I don't have the mileage off the top of my head, but it's probably only 2 miles, less than 2 miles from the Volusia County border would be my best guess.
Do you have any idea why, at least on the internet, it says it is dog friendly?
I don't, because I've been to that beach many times, and I can tell you that it's absolutely not permissive. But there are areas of the beach in Flagler County, both to the north and the south of Gamble Rogers State Park, that are dog friendly. The only areas of Flagler County I'm aware of, other than the state park, that disallows dogs are the roughly 20 blocks north, 10 blocks north and 10 blocks south of the Flagler Pier. To the heart of Flagler Beach is where they disallow it. Yes, someone else.
So I guess my question is then, somebody in Ormond who really wants to go and walk their dog on the beach, how far would they have to travel north into Flagler County before they'd have the ability to walk their dogs on the beach in Flagler?
It would wholly depend where they live in Ormond Beach, whether they live beachside or not beachside. If they happen to live
the northern side of the county. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Yeah, Ormond by the sea. If they lived in the north near Bicentennial Park, I would say the drive to the Flagler Beach area is as little as 10 minutes by car. But if you lived near Rockefeller or somewhere closer to Harvard, that drive is going to be substantially longer, probably closer to 25 minutes, I would guess, depending on traffic.
So we're talking about, well, it's all the same for the West Sider.
Yeah.
But so you're saying if you're on the northern tip of Volusia, it would be about a 10-minute drive to get to a place where you could walk your dog on the beach?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay. And have we looked at that area as far as just a comparison? Is it loaded down with dogs every weekend or not? And what's the parking situation up there? I mean, have we looked at that as a sampling of what we might be getting ourselves into?
In Flagler County, I'm quite familiar with that area, so I can speak from personal knowledge that in Flagler Beach, they have on-street parking on all of the perpendicular numbered roadways, starting at, roughly high tides at Snack Jack, which is on this screen here. you can park on one of those perpendicular roads, and they have a series of public walkovers. That area of the beach north, closest to Ormond by the Sea, on either side of Gamble Rogers State Park, pretty low density in terms of people. It is a little bit different than some other areas down in the core of, say, Volusia County. And dog owners, do walk their dogs along those areas frequently. But I think because of all of the distance between people, I haven't observed any issues in that area.
Okay. And do they charge a fee to walk your dog on the beach in Flagler?
No.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thanks. Is Mr. Etheridge here by any chance?
Yes.
He is. Thank you. Thanks. I saw him earlier. I'm glad you stuck around. Thank you. Just for everybody's sake, could you identify your occupation with the county?
Yes, Chief Etheridge, Volusia County Beach Safety.
Okay. And Chief, last time you were here, you gave us some statistics on the number of complaints for dogs at large on Volusia County beaches. And that was about how many?
Well, we've updated our statistics, but at the time, I believe it was about, what data were you looking for?
Well, I think you were saying that we had, how many complaints were there for people letting their dogs run off leash or being on the beach in general?
Well, yeah, the complaints for dogs don't discriminate against whether they're on leash or off leash because they're not supposed to be there at all. So we have between 4,200 and 4,800 any given year.
And how many citations were written to those 4,200 to 4,800 people?
Well, we wrote 167 citations at the previous data point, but 100% of those calls are handled. They all have a disposition, meaning they're either given a verbal warning, a written warning, a citation, or the dog was identified as a service animal, or the owner was asked to exit the beach.
Okay. So basically, we've had up to 4,800 dog owners in the last year who do not follow the law and do what they want and take their dog on the beach regardless of the law.
Correct, and that's pretty, consistent with any law.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we got law enforcement and not just signs everywhere that says don't steal, don't do drugs, and don't go over 55 on this road.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So much.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So I had a couple of things that are concerning me. And I don't come into these with the mindset that I've made up my mind beforehand. I really don't. I want to listen to all the data, and I think we pointed that out. But there are some things I've been sitting back listening, and there are a lot of pros and there are a lot of cons to both sides, or there's a lot of pros and cons to this issue. So I guess the comment that really stood out to me with regards to the incidental take permit, wherever it's at, that they're not going to guarantee anything. I think those words were said. That concerns me. There is never a guarantee. And I think one of the things that's been said in the past is that if you put the beach driving in jeopardy, which brings a lot of money into our area, brings a lot of visitors into our area, that's concerning. Even being a test area could jeopardize the take permit. That's what I gathered from it. The list of beaches that were given, I was impressed. I was impressed that you knew that or found that. I don't know how many of those have beach driving or take part in the take permit. I'm going to point out the obvious now. Our legal team may stop me, but I'm not selling anything that's not out there. There is something that's coming up in our state legislature with regards to the possibility of the sheriff's office taking over the beach. It's starting at 2 Senate bills from my understanding, and it does have mirroring House bills. So has the sheriff's office, who vitally or at some point may be taken over the beach, which I don't hope for, how was he asked, how will that impact that? We are talking about the burden of what it will be to our beach protection officers, but the sheriff's department. And then the other thing that was, I'd like to hear, the cost afterwards, you know, the startup money is important. The cost afterwards, we have to take that into consideration. But also the area that we're talking about, there was a couple people, I think, that were here from that area. Thank you for showing up. But, you know, a lot of people came in here with the mindset that it was going to be Bicentennial Park. And those other, I believe in everybody having a voice. And we gave them a lot of time to think about it, talk about it. I've gotten over 400 emails at the last count. I think I brought that up, whether it be for or against. But nothing mentioned, most of which was to the Bicentennial Park area. We haven't given the opportunity to those individuals that live in that other area to speak up. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Chair.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. A few things. At least once a meeting, I talk about you want to screw something up, give it to the government. And here I sit, part of that government. I have a problem approving anything that's going to cost money, regardless of whose it is. I really do. And so I want to go over some common sense things that I've heard today. I've heard a lot of people talk about the impact to the beach, the impact to the birds, the impact to the turtles. But do we not have people on the beach that are impacting the environment? Do we not have cars on the beach that are impacting the environment? Do those cars, we just had spring break, and people leave trash that impacts the government or impacts the beach. Somebody sent me a picture of a dirty diaper that impacts the beach. How many people have come up and talked about the waterborne diseases that somebody talked about, somebody being blinded? That's happened on a Florida beach before from being in the water. Why do we go in the water if there's a possibility of a shark bite? What am I going to do? My kid's in knee-deep water. He got bit by a shark. We can't have kids in the water. So I go through all those risks we take, not even before we get in cars or walk across the street. And I wonder how much more risk dogs on the beach are going to add to that. We have a dog parade in DeLand. Very tight quarters. Dogs touching dogs. Dogs touching me. Dogs touching other people. Dogs touching drunk people. Yet it seems to go off without a hitch. And they all know to go in front of Don's place to go to the bathroom. So it's all in one location. We have dogs in restaurants. Maybe we don't go to restaurants because there's dogs in the restaurant, but I still go to Hooligans in one of its 80 locations in Volusia County, and they allow dogs. There's dogs in airports. I don't not fly anymore. Hell, there's dogs in airplanes. I still fly. Why not dogs on the beach? We take risks driving. We take risks walking. We take risks hiking. We take risks swimming. Why not a little more risk and allow dogs on the beach? So here are a few things I would like to see moving forward. I concur with staff's November 1st start date. I just don't want to get ahead of the game. I like requiring the rabies tag. I think that's important. I am supporting the new location away from Bicentennial and down in the area, even the area that Mr. Santiago pointed out. When it comes to this, I'm going to support a Memorial Day to Labor Day before 10 a.m. and after 6 p.m. than Labor Day to Memorial Day all day long. That'll help mitigate some of the issues that people have been talking about. And I like the heavy fines that Mr. Santiago brought up. Add to that if you have a dog on a leash on the beach, you better have a bag in your hand. It better be empty or it better be full. And there should be a fine if you fail to have a bag, because we're going to provide bags, so there's no reason you shouldn't. And I support the huge fines for those failures. And I concur with Mr. Reinhardt that if we do decide to move forward and go to these newer areas, that we table a vote on that area until those people can come in here and respond to us, because they're sitting at home, some of them unaware right now, eating macaroni and cheese, not knowing what's happening. And I don't think that's right for people to be, to vote on something and people not be aware. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Danny Robbins?
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go over a couple things, and all these are good for discussion. But it's being said that we owe it to our residents to try. With that being said, that also doesn't paint an accurate picture of what we do in Volusia County, and that this is not new. We do try. We have tons of parks in our cities, in our counties, that allow dogs in the recreational areas. We also have areas that do have dog beach access. I think we owe it to our residents that we respect them, especially the ones that live there that we heard from today. You can't get a better eyewitness in a lot of cases than what's in my backyard. Now compound that at every location. You know, I've been here for a little over 3 years, not a long time, but this has come up before. And none of these concerns have changed. But it's being said that this is fear-mongering. But my response to that is, since when are the facts and other people's points of view fear-mongering? We have to take all of them into consideration. It appears that the residents in the immediate area in Ormond by the Sea and Ormond do not support it as well. I call that looking at all sides of the issue. It's also called looking at the big picture. What's good for all, not what's best for one person or what they've said to people. In my 3 years, I'll go on record saying I can count on one hand, virtually, how many calls or emails or concerns that I've received requesting this. Maybe because we provide a lot of this already. The beaches continually are being compared, or our beach in Volusia County, to other beaches. Long laundry list. But the kicker here is they do not, and I don't know of one beach that has the vehicular traffic and the impacts that Daytona Beach in Volusia County in our coastline has. That is the difference. It's not going to change as long as we're a tourist area. That is a fact. We are the same in some areas, but the major issue is the vehicular traffic and impacts. In this instance, me personally, I'm looking for a balance. I write down pros and cons with just about everything I do. We provide dog parks. We provide dog beach areas. What we have already in place protects the residents. What we have in place already protects the visitors that we depend on, that thousands of businesses and thousands of residents depend on for putting food on the table in our community. What we have already protects the environment and balances it with something that is dear to me and dear to a lot of people in this chamber and on this dais, which is beach driving. This protects our permits by not hitting that hornet's nest. And I'll stress enough, it protects our beach driving. I can't stress enough. My motto is, if it's not broken, don't fix it. It's simple. If it's not broken, don't fix it. We can go through and look at how we're going to police this thing. And it's very important because we do have to protect the integrity of that beach. We have to protect the integrity of the homeowners that don't want the carpet pulled out from underneath them, that when they bought in an area, that this was not permissible. What about them? We've heard this on that same quote on other issues. We do not want to pull the carpet out from underneath people or change zonings or change rules for when they bought there. That is what can happen or is going to happen along that whole 47 miles of coastline. By adding requirements, by adding this, it's not because I don't like it. We're looking at the whole picture. There's requirements, location, tags, officers, pickup, trash, this, that, cost of prosecution, cost of officers going out there and writing a ticket. Some want cameras, some want doo-doo bags. All this costs money. Somebody has to pay for it. This is an ongoing expense. And when I look at this and I look at Jake, what time do I have? Because I'm getting going. All right, 5 more minutes. I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I'm looking for balance. I think we do have balance, and we're playing it safe, but we do have to look at the big picture here and look what's going on right now around us, what's happened in the fall with the hurricanes, and compound all this stuff. And somehow, and I think somebody had said it, what has happened before? This is not new. Those same concerns are still going to be there. So I urge my colleagues to take that into consideration. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think good comments on all sides of this so far. I just wanted to, now that I've kind of stated my position based on what I've heard, I feel compelled to kind of share, I think, points that may help others make their decision. I think, as I shared, Matt, I think I shared the same concern regarding the take permit, right? That's why I initially came out the door with the, if Bicentennial puts us at risk, I'm out. I think I've made that very clear. But Mr. Chair, I got a question for Susan, if I may. I understand the Bicentennial situation, but and then there was this other potential, which is in the area, has been most recently discussed. What was there? Can you restate their position towards another area that is not, I deemed a natural area?
I think what Mr. Soria shared with you from the phone conversation with the staff person with this service is that they would anticipate we would present to them the change in the beach operation, in this case, the program for dogs on the beach in whichever area, if Ormond Council asks us to submit to them, and they would work with us as to whether they would require any substantive evaluation of it. It is our hope and understanding from that conversation that should not trigger a major amendment to the Habitat Conservation Plan. However, until we submit the request to them, I think it'd be premature to say with certainty what the outcome would be.
Okay, and I think the way it was described earlier was that we've done similar requests in the past that have been what they call minor modifications. And so there is precedent for asking them. Correct. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Could, no, I want to say members. So could something like this, if the council agrees, as an idea, guys, is it could be contingent upon the response from the feds, right? So if it's a minor request and it's some basic information, hopefully that they'll request, and we have a good application put forward from them, could it be contingent? Because if the feds, what happens if the fed says no on the minor?
I would expect that we would come back to council and advise you on what they said to get your direction on how you wish to proceed.
Mr. Chair, I can't, if it's okay.
Please. Yeah.
So Under your habitat conservation plan, it states that any proposed changes in your code or policy affecting the Halifax, habitat conservation plan must be submitted to the service. So if you give us direction on what you want, we will have to submit that proposal to them, and of course we would return to you with that information.
Thank you. That certainly helps, and maybe within that time period, I think some of my colleagues also have said about the notice of the potential new area that we're identifying, gives those people the time to come out and speak for or against it. But it seems like we got to go through this process anyway, with the federal side, right? So I think we can go there. I think somebody talked about the costs, and I think costs were a big deal, right? I think we have seed money, and that's why I made the comment that if we go down this path, that we should start if we're going to do a user fee, start collecting it day one, because if it's a pilot, we'll know how many people are willing to pay it. If we only get, I don't know, I'll make up a number, 50 people that sign up to utilize this, and then we get to the end of our pilot, we say this is not sustainable. We're just going to let it sunset at that point if we decide that. So the user fees, I think, will certainly tell us whether or not we're going to be upside down on this potential project, or it's going to be self-sufficient. And the seed money certainly will help offset that from very minimal exposure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So, a couple of things. So, yeah, I'm excited to hear from the people that live in that area, but I think Mr. Santiago brought it up. The beach is for everybody. So, are we going to decide that the people that have a residence on the beach, that they get the final say-so in that area? I had a couple of emails, not many, but just a couple, where people talked about, they didn't realize we were talking about North Ormond. They lived in New Smyrna. And it was the comment of, I don't want this behind my house. That's my backyard. Would you like it in your backyard? And I thought, wow, there's people out there that really believe that they own that beach behind their house and it's private property. And it helped open my eyes. We heard a comment about, can't pull the carpet. I've never said that. I said, don't pull the rug. Okay. Just want to be accurate here. You're going to quote me. Let's quote me. So, to that comment, people that live on the beach, I don't think they have the right to think that behind them is a private beach and no one can be there and you can't walk a dog there. In fact, I've had about a half a dozen emails with people that live on the beach, and they've sent me pictures of dogs already on the beach. So they're already there, apparently, because they've sent me the pictures. And one individual sent like 12 pictures of all of the people walking with their dogs. So it was said that we already provide dog beach. I don't know of one on the beach. I know New Smyrna and Ponce Inlet, they have very small areas there, but there's none on the beach, so I want to make sure that's cleared up. I'm glad, Mr. Santiago, that you brought up the incidental take permit, because I was going to ask the same thing, and I'm glad that staff chimed in, because I heard Paulo say it's just a minor amendment, and it doesn't necessarily re-trigger losing beach driving. I might say it, but that could be that fear-mongering again, but we'll see. It sounded like we could hear from staff after they present this, and we would hear from the feds on what they thought about the small area. Mr. Dempsey, Gamble Rogers is some great questions you had there. It's my favorite campground in America. I recommend you look into Gamble Rogers, an amazing guy, and terrible demise to his life. But that area, when you're driving up, just to answer your question, and I think Suzanne did a pretty good job talking about from the north end of Ormond, about 10 minutes, but anywhere else in Ormond, it's a hike. It's way more of a hike for someone like you that lives in DeLand that wants to bring their dog to the beach. But just south of that, they have a dog-friendly area. And you asked about the parking. It's a very small area right on the beach. And Flagler might have been hammered harder than Volusia with the past storms, with what they lost as far as like A1A and stuff like that, and some of their parking up there. But I just wanted to make sure I touched on that. To Mr. Santiago, the 18-month pilot, yes. The increasing the fines, yes. Rockefeller to Cardinal, I think that's a great idea. Sunrise to sunset, I like that. Making sure that the signage is clear with expectations. An automatic sunset so that it comes back before us, so we actually talk about it and don't just say this is what it's going to be from now on. Let's have that healthy discussion again. I think that's extremely appropriate. And yeah, that's where I am, Chair.
Thank you. It's a great debate. We're going to end up handing county staff a giant package of things that we want to consider. So it's not going to be, we're not going to finish this tonight. We're going to give them these parameters. Mr. Johansson has had some. Santiago has had some. I'm not opposed to any of them because I want a pilot program, and I'll tell you why before I just touch on a couple things. I'm working under the basic thought process that our chief responsibility, our highest job, is to protect the rights of the people that we represent. Liberty and freedom is important. Now, does that mean that everybody has the liberty to take a dog on the beach? No, but what it means is that we're a republic and not a democracy. And in a republic, we protect the rights of the minority. Now, if you look at the emails we're getting in, you'd be hard-pressed to figure out who the minority is. Is it the people that don't want dogs on the beach or the people that do want dogs on the beach? So what should happen is that we give consideration to everybody that lives here. We have 47 miles of beach. Mr. Kent's right. We don't even have 1 mile of a dog beach. And in fact, if you don't consider the inlet part of the beach, we don't have a dog beach at all. We have dog areas on both sides of the inlet. So where it's a consideration for our neighbors that do have dogs that want to take their pets to the beach, I just think it's a basic precept that we have to do that in government. We can do it with 47 miles of beach. We're talking about 0.6 miles. Mr. Santiago has said let's make it shorter. I'm not going to oppose that if that's what it takes. I actually think a little bit longer from the park to Rockefeller. I think having a little bit more space makes it safer. You don't crowd so many dogs in one area. However, Jake is right. On the dog parade, they're back to back, butt to butt, and I've not seen a problem. So in my opinion, it is broken right now because we have at least 50% of the population that doesn't have a voice, that doesn't have the ability to use any of our public area on the beach for this. And the truth is, somebody asked, when did it change? We used to have dogs on the beach. We used to be able to build a bonfire on the beach. We used to be able to roast pigs on the beach. We used to be able to have keg parties on the beach. All the good old days. And we keep stripping away the things that made wide open fun possible on the beach. I want to restore just a little bit of, and I think this is a safe way to do that. Now, Andy said we had 4,800 dogs on the beach and less than 200 citations written. What we have to remember is that most of the people that come here, they're tourists. They don't have any idea. And we want them to come back. We want them to spend money so you don't, the first time you see them with a dog on the beach or a beer in their hand, you don't put them in jail or give them a $500 fine. You explain what the law is. I was riding with Beach Patrol down the beach, and somebody was walking along, husband and wife, with a drink in their hand. And instead of going up and arresting them, they went up and said, this is illegal. We watched them come down from a pool deck. You can't have that on the beach. Would you just mind going back up to the pool deck to drink your alcohol? They were happy with it. They didn't know the law. If we had just arrested them or given them a fine, it makes Volusia look really bad. I want us to be welcoming, and I want us to have a balance of both sides, to be able to have participate in our public areas. Now, the other thing that struck me when Andy said we've had 4,800 complaints about dogs on the beach. I've been getting pictures the last few days of dogs on the beach this week, and yet I don't know of a single turtle nest that's been dug up. I don't know of a single bite that's happened with all those dogs that are already on the beach. Now, I'm not making an argument that it's okay to break the law. I think most of those people don't know. And we have never, well, we have. I think we should stop punishing the majority of the people that do obey the law, because there's a minority that won't. We're always going to have that minority. And we've got to stop punishing everybody else because somebody might break the law. That's out of balance, and that's not fair to anybody. Now, I'll finish with this. Again, Jake and Santiago, if you want to include these things, I won't balk about it. Let's include the start dates. I'm really not happy about a November 1st start date. I want to get it started because this isn't a turtle area. There's not a bunch of nests in the area that we're talking about now. Different dates. I just think government can make everything more complicated than it has to be. User fees. So let me finish by just talking about costs, because Jake, Danny, I think David, you brought it up, and it's one of the most important things. You know, how much does this cost the taxpayers, especially those that don't want dogs on the beach? And I'm going to tell you, because I've been looking at this for a while. The truth is this is not a question of how much it will cost. It's a question of how much money are we losing right now because we don't market and advertise to people that have animals. I live in a rural area where people have horses. They spend a lot of doggone money on horses going to different events. People do the same thing with dogs. There's the American Kennel Association holds conferences and competitions all over the United States. Never here, never in Volusia County. We're missing that. They would like to have a beachside, I would like to see them hold an event at the Ocean Center. We need to fill that place up, but we're not marketing to those people. So let's look at the facts of cost. First, the first year doesn't cost us anything because the Lomans have already paid for the first year. They've given us $100,000. I hope we don't need that for a full-time animal control person. I don't think we need it, but let's see. Let's do the test. We have the money there. Second, some of the things so that'll pay for a full-time person there to make sure dogs are on leashes and not hurting anybody. Second, the Daytona Dog Beach has already said that we will buy bags, we'll staff them, they'll work with they'll keep the stations full. They've also said we will go out and get sponsorships from whoever. Did you know? I just learned this. The Mars Candy Company is investing money in Volusia County. They're trying to help us become the first dog-friendly airport in Florida. And so we have a beautiful airport. And so the Mars, and thanks to Daytona Dog Beach, are talking to them about that. So And here's the reason why. We're missing millions of dollars in tourism dollars by ignoring this important segment of the traveling public. The Mars Company wouldn't be investing money in this for good public relations if they didn't know that there's a segment out there that wants this. Now, I'm not suggesting we just do it based on money, but I'm a fiscal conservative. There's 7 of us up here that want to conserve your tax money. And if there's a way to bring more tax money into Volusia County instead of extracting it from you for the joy of living in your home, I think we need to do that. They also, the Daytona Dog Beach, Mars Company, they also offer supplies and advertising. The signs that you saw, we could get a vet, a pet shop, or whatever to put their logo on that. They will gladly pay for it. It won't be tacky, but it helps to pay. It generates income so that this does pay for itself. Lastly, I want to mention that just what we missed out on in Volusia County. Visit Florida is Florida's official tourism and marketing corporation. In 2015, Visit Florida promoted a statewide campaign to showcase Florida as a dog-friendly destination. We didn't participate. However, most of Florida did. And that year, we had a record of 105 million visitors that came to Volusia County because it was pet-friendly and dog-friendly. Probably other reasons, too. Now, all of those people didn't come here and bring their own cigarettes and beer. They spent money here. They went to our restaurants. They stayed in our motels. Part of our objective here was, with the Ocean Center, is to fill motel rooms. Let's help them fill motel rooms by having a tiny little section, less than 1% of our beach, to be open to it. We have 60% of America's hotels and motels, according to the American Hotel and Lodging Association, are pet friendly. They want pets. It's a good market. It brings people here. We have major hotels here on our beach that are pet friendly. The Hard Rock, Hilton, Hyatt, Streamline, the Shores Hotel and Spa, La Quinta Inns and Suites, Best Westerns, just to name a few. They do that because it's good marketing and it brings people here, yet people come with their pets to the motels. They can't go out on the beach with their dog. So that's part of the people that Andy's having to deal with. They think it's safe at the motel, it's legal, I can take my dog down to the beach. We need to make it easier for people to spend their money here. So the AKA conducts dog competitions that brings in, this is their figures, brings in millions of dollars for each event. We don't participate in that. I'm suggesting that we work together with the HAAA board, with our advertising boards, with the Ocean Center, with the hotels and motels, and reach out to these people in a safe way to bring an increased number of tourists to our beach. It can pay for itself and more than that. Part of the way that we get money to run government is through sales taxes. The more people we get in, the more money we spend, the more sales tax that it comes. Now, I've got other figures I'm going to skip because some of these council people have already mentioned that we're not the only beach doing this. Palm Beach, Jupiter Beach, there's lots of beaches that have pets and have just as many turtles as we do, and they're not losing turtles and they're not losing birds. So dogs on a leash, yes, we have to enforce it. I agree, increase the penalties. In fact, I would take it a step further, and I was going to say $500 if you want to. I think we have to start with a warning for our tourists to let them know it's the law, and if they're arrogant about it, fine them. If they do it again, fine them. If the dog's not on a leash, or if they don't pick up after the dog. But I would like to extend that to just littering in general. It's a huge problem in our beach, and it's not just people with dogs. If you go down to the core areas around the boardwalk,
Mr. Chairman?
there is, yes, sir.
How are we
Pardon me?
doing on time? I believe your 10 minutes is up.
Okay, my last sentence. I would like to see those fines increased to $500. Let's find people that are throwing their litter on the beach. I bet we'll find out that it's not the dogs as much as it is the people. Don Dempsey.
You ready, Jake? And begin.
If we were good stewards of our own time, I wouldn't have to be who I am, but I will not stop being who I am.
I appreciate you.
On your mark, get set, go.
Okay. I guess my question is, why are we going through all this? If we're saying for convenience sake, I don't buy that. I mean, we've got just to our immediate north, we have dog beaches. We have apparently miles and miles and miles of dog beaches in Flagler County. So why are we going through all this song and dance to create something here when we've already got it to our immediate north? If the people in Ormond can't get in their car and drive 10 minutes to go to a dog beach, to have all this wonderful time with their dogs on the beach, I don't feel bad for them. I mean, get in your car and drive 10 minutes. The Landites, we got to drive 40 minutes to get anywhere in this county. Everything's on the east side, everything. So we got to travel. But I don't understand why there's such a concern. It's 47 miles of beach. So what about the people in Edgewater? I mean, what about them? I mean, you're putting something up in Ormond. They're going to have to drive, 30 minutes? Whatever it is to get. I mean, the point is, if it's worthwhile, I don't think people would mind driving an extra, 10 minutes or so just to get to where they want to be. I know Mr. Robbins said about balance. I mean, people in Flagler, if they want to drive on the beach, they come to Daytona. So why can't people in Daytona who want to have their dog on the beach drive to Flagler? I mean, that's balance. And I know we've gone from whether it's a minor risk or a major risk about driving on, losing our ability to drive on the beach. But my concern is even a minor risk is too much, because I would think driving on the beach is what puts Daytona on the map. I mean, the Speedway came from driving on the beach. That's been our call to fame. That's what put Daytona on the map. It's not it's parks or it's trails or anything like it's driving on the beach. It's brought MTV down here. It's brought all these other big events. It brings the Jeep people here. So there's a lot of benefits to driving on the beach. And I don't think even taking a minor chance of losing that is worth it. I mean, we all know what Russian roulette is, and not one of us here would play it, even though we know the chances of losing at Russian roulette is very minor. But I would think that even though there's a minor chance, if we lost driving on the beach because of this, that's huge. That would kill Daytona. And I think it's too much of a risk to take when we got driving 10 minutes to the north. I mean, we got dog beaches 10 minutes to the north. It's too much of a risk, even if it's a minor risk. And that's really all I got to say. I understand and I'm compassionate with these people who don't want this in their backyard. That's a bona fide reason to not have it in their backyard. We've got, as far as who showed up today, I took count, and it's 81% against and only 19% in favor of this. So the ones who showed up today, I think, are overwhelmingly against this because they've got a stake in this. They don't want it in their backyard, and I'm sympathetic to that. So I hate to say this, but I'm going to vote no on this. It's been raised up the flagpole a few times, and it's already been tried. The same arguments, what's changed, as the one gentleman said, I would submit nothing's changed. And if, we're not Volusia versus Flagler versus, we're all members of the state of Florida. We all live in Florida. So what's wrong with driving 10, 15 minutes to go to a dog beach that's already there? I could see if there were no dog beaches anywhere on the East Coast, then maybe we need to pioneer that. But it's right up the street. I mean, why would we risk beach driving over that? And thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And Don, I think you're spot on. It's like buying a car just to get the cup holders, just to say, yep, we did it. But what we also have to take in consideration is this budget and where this money is going to be coming from after this seed money in the grand scheme of things, is burnt up, is highly subsidized from the general fund. We cannot, and I'm going to ask this question, how can we all sit here and call ourselves fiscal conservatives and be willing to put more on the backs of the taxpayers because it's all already highly subsidized and we have no way to pay for it? There's been no recommendation in terms of how we make up this subsidy gap that the general fund provides for many areas, one in which we're going to get into later. I'm just so excited to talk about here within the hour. But if dogs already are there on the beach, and we all know they were, but there's not going to be a public official that'll say this, they're there and we can't enforce it. They're there and we cannot enforce it. It's happening. Just like short-term rentals, it's happening. We cannot enforce it. Now let's just advertise this to the whole world. We talk about quality of life every day. It's a famous political punchline, especially during campaign season. What will this do and these issues do to our quality of life and the citizens, the 564,000 citizens of Volusia County that keep this machine going? Add all these layers. We say we want to have a smaller government. We say we want less bureaucracy. All these are great tickle words, folks. Great tickle words in the political field. Where's the accountability? Where is it? I'm holding us on this line of accountability in that these words that we say up here mean something. We can't say one thing in one part of the sentence or 1 week and say at the end of the sentence something else. That is not sending a good message to our constituency, our volunteers, our donors. These will create additional expenditures whether we like it or not. That is a fact. This will create additional bureaucracy whether we want it or not. That is a fact. What else is a fact is that we're not in 1970. We're not in 1980. We're not in 1990. I was born in 1985, for those of you. I didn't get to experience the beach in the 80s. It sounds like hella fun. It really does. And I wish I was here. We had a quarter of the people, the quarter of the visitors, the quarter of the residents, a quarter of the costs probably to operate. We have to get and compare apples to apples and swallow some. It's hard. It is. And I get it and I understand it. I was a cop for 10 years in Daytona Beach. We can have all the laws and all the fines in the world. We can't jack up fines. Imagine if they cut your hand off for stealing a loaf of bread. They have to be proportionate to the crime. You're lucky if you get a $500, and this is a misdemeanor, by the way. Now we have to prosecute it. All this is coming out of y'all's wallets. It's coming out of my wallet. We're not exempt from being taxpayers. I want to see the actual fiscal conservatives in us. It applies to everybody. It's good for everybody, especially with what we're going through. But if we don't enforce these laws, if we give people breaks, what does that do to our quality of life? What message does that send to our tourism that we depend on when it's dirty? We can't give breaks for littering if we see it most of the time, unless it's, 80, 90-year-old like Jake. But what good is it? It's not worth the paper it's written on if we don't enforce it. How do we hold people accountable just like you guys hold us accountable? The reason we're not seeing any turtles on the beach now that there's dogs, it's simple. It's not turtle season. The other reason why we're not seeing a whole lot of turtles, and we're not going to see them for a very long time most likely, we don't have a beach. It's the truth. We don't have a beach. Over 6 foot of sand got removed from our beach. Jake, how am I doing on time? I don't want to get scalded. Our tourism numbers, and granted this is good, it's a good idea, but our tourist numbers and our bed taxes are some of the best that we've ever seen. Chair, you had said on Fox 35 that we have lines out of our toll booths on the beach that appear to be unsafe. I agree with you. But that they're saying our numbers are good. So good that they're backing up in our roadways. we need to be smart about this. There's a lot more to it than just the emotional side. I'm going to be called a lot of things, I'm sure, on social media tomorrow. But we do have to look out not just for the people that have sent in 200 emails, not for the 81% of the people that didn't approve it, and there's many more, and actually thousands more that do want this. We're not in a bedroom community. We're not in Kansas anymore. We have 564,000 people we are responsible for. Let's be smart about this. If it isn't broken, don't fix it. I have nothing further.
Jake Johansson.
I have a quick question for Suzanne or anybody, but Suzanne, you're right there. I heard somebody say earlier, and I need clarification on this, that in Ponce Inlet and New Smyrna, those dogs still can't get on the beach. Is that correct?
I think it's a matter of nuance on how you define the beach. The area where dogs are permitted in both of the inlet parks have a sandy surface that many people would describe as a beach, but they are on the frontage of the inlet, or in the case of Smyrna Dunes Park, part of it is almost on the intercoastal side and wraps around to the jetty on the beach side, and it's
But
actually quite a large area.
sand that disappears in the water.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
But it's not Atlantic Ocean frontage.
I got that. So the people in Edgewater do have a place to go to let their dogs on the white stuff and dip their nose in some type of brackish or salt water, yes?
At Smyrna Dunes Park, yes, sir.
That's what I thought. All right, I'm just checking. We can go on forever. Do we need to make a motion to do something other than talk
Yes.
all night? Should we table it until FWC gets back to us with how minor is, or what the definition of is? I need to know where to go here.
We have one more council member, David Santiago.
I think everybody's had 2 bites at the apple.
Would like to speak, and we're not going to get an answer from them until we give them something to look at. Michael Dyer, you want to correct me?
I'd love to make a motion if I can figure out how to make one.
What we'd be seeking is a motion on proposed action that would give us direction on what to look at, put together, consult with the service. Some of the changes may result in a proposed ordinance. I think that motion would be appropriate.
Well, we've
It would
been
not
all
be
over the
final
place.
action tonight, but it would be giving us direction.
Right. So David Santiago, I think, has a motion for us.
Please, Mr. Santiago.
That's where I was going, Nick, because I know you're watching. I already took 2 bites. I know you're watching. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members, I make a motion to direct staff to reach it back out to the feds and explain the parameters that were discussed here that we're considering with the new location area of the non-natural beach area, is what they said, and to get an official response from them and how that affects one way or another the take permit. Does that make sense?
I'll wait for a second and then I'll ask.
Is there a second?
I can't make a second, so.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Santiago with a second by Jake Johansson was that we direct staff to, I don't know if you can do this, to reach out to the feds with the new parameters, the new location. You want?
I want an official response because if I may, Mr. Chair, it feels like that there's a few members that are really hung up on the jeopardy of the driving on the beach. That would certainly guide this council, I believe, one way or another. And I think we need to have a official response on that.
What do you need besides location? Do you need times of the year, times of the day?
I think we may need all of those things with respect to the changes to the beach code. I think for the service, hearing at least consensus said daylight hours and not evening hours, so I think that would be enough. I am curious if the council has a preference for us to seek Cardinal to Rockefeller or Millsap to Rockefeller, the longer reach. Perhaps we could approach them on the longer reach, and council has the, answer on the HCP process, and you could make an operational decision on what portion of that area.
Mr. Chair, if I could bring clarity to that?
Yes.
I think there was no objection when I first presented the concept of Cardinal to Rockefeller as the considered area. And that way that would help the feds narrowly define what specific area we're looking at. Consider.
I objected, but it's not a deal breaker. I think what the deputy county manager has offered is, gives us a little bit more safety, but if you want to make it from Cardinal to Rockefeller, I'm good with that.
Might we be able to do both?
That's what she
Do,
suggested.
do the big one, and if they go, ooh, no, just go, how about this little one then?
Yeah. I think that was the
I'm
point.
okay with that.
Okay. Daylight hours, that location, and anything else?
The leash requirement?
Yes,
Right.
absolutely, a leash requirement.
I think I
Pick
had
up.
some notes on operational questions, but I don't know that it would affect our ask to the service, to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but I'll just note them since I'm here, and you can decide whether you want to talk more about them tonight and give direction or at a subsequent date. You've asked us to explore increases in fines. There was a suggestion of requiring a rabies tag. There was a suggestion of a requirement to carry a waste bag at all times on you. An 18-month pilot with a sunset. There's a question about whether the majority of you want to add an enforcement staff member to the pilot program or not, and then whether we institute a permit fee during the pilot period. Could be that we could work on all of those issues for you and come back with recommendations when we have some clarity with the service, or if you'd like to take any or all of those off the table, that's fine as
Mr. Chair,
well.
with that direction of the motion, I think good guidance would also be, if this council agrees, is because there are other dog beaches on the beach, I would leverage them and saying, what are the best practices that you are, meaning the feds, calling for when you approve these other beaches that have been permitted? So that might be the easiest route, right? Put the onus back on them too. Make sense? It's all about taking ownership.
Can this
right?
come back this year? We're piling a lot of stuff on you.
Yeah, well, I think our first step is with the service, and we can proceed with that as quickly as we can, and then we'll work on these other items to bring you back suggestions. We'll also seek best management practices from the service, and we'll come back to you as quickly as we can. We do have amendments to the beach code, as noted on the slide, that ultimately would need to have a formal action from county council, but I presume that will be at least 2 meetings from now. We'll come back at an interim step with clarity on these points.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor that you will bring back more information on this area with all the requirements that you just mentioned. Danny Robbins.
Sorry. Even though we haven't figured out yet how to pay for it or how to enforce it, is there any way to add to this requirement for those considering trying this, what we do at the other ones to track the users? I mean, we're going to need somebody to, like a kiosk or somebody there to sell the passes or track the people coming in and out to get an accurate study number. Is that something that is even being considered? Because it sounds to me like this is a free-for-all. I'm just trying to figure this out.
Speaking off the cuff, I think if we did institute a permit fee for canines to use this area, that we would develop a program on how residents and visitors could seek that permit and present that to you as part of our next package. And I'm wholly confident we can come up with a program to do that.
Yeah, I'm sure we can. Don, you want to expand it?
Why not? I'll just get us past the midnight hour here. Is it possible then that we can also look into comparing this proposed site with the other sites in Flagler to the north so that we can see what we're actually offering that's going to be different from what's already there to the north as far as parking and the amount of area they have and stuff like that, so we don't even have to maybe even do any of this if Flagler already offers more than enough area and parking for dogs on the beach up there. Is that something we can do? Yeah.
Absolutely. Bring back information on what's available in Flagler County, more specifics on distance and
Parking
and parking.
Their regulations up there. Okay.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly, Suzanne. You said 2 meetings.
Well, one meeting to come back with direction from the service and clarity on these points and proposals for them. And then I'm anticipating then if we move forward, it would be the hearing to amend the beach code.
Right. Absolutely. Do you have a timeline of when you're going to come back with the request that has been the motion made here? I mean, do we have any idea how long it will take? I mean, someone from the county reached out to the feds, and it looked like, from what I saw, like February 1st, and then they didn't get back to them until just the other day when we got the 11th hour notice. So what I'm wondering is, I'm hopeful that this would happen rather expeditiously.
And I can't speak for how quickly the service will respond. That's a very good point, and we will, their reaction time, I can just commit that we'll work as quickly as we can on behalf of your staff to get that in front of them and to complete the other tasks. And I'll let you all know how that's progressing as soon as we have updates.
Danny Robbins.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just when this does come back, I'd like to make the motion to have this at a daytime meeting, please. If there's a second.
Yeah. Let's get this one out of the way first, and then you can make another motion. So the motion is to hand this to staff to come back with information on location, time, all the growing list, and we'll know what the federal response is. Correct? You got it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions. All in favor of that motion for more information, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, by like sign.
No.
I think if I heard correctly, I couldn't hear this end, I think it was 5-2. Were you for it or against it?
Yeah, all we're talking about is bringing it back for more discussion
Yes.
after we have information from the feds, because again, I'm
Yes.
scared of losing our driving.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm a yes.
Okay. So the motion carries 5-2 with Danny Robbins and Matt Reinhardt against. Got it? Was that correct? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make another motion. I'll piggyback on that. As Councilmember Robbins, I'm okay with giving now people in the daytime a meeting to have an opportunity to share in the dialogue for this topic.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Santiago, second by, was it Danny? Second by Danny Robbins, that whatever the follow-up meeting is, it'd be a daytime meeting. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that motion carries 7-0. Yes, we do. Okay, and I know that a lot of you are here for beach tolls and other things. We need to take a break. It's 7:51, so we'll take a break until it's 8:30 or shorter. 8:20, 8:30? 8:30? Here. Okay. We'll be back at 8:30. Thank you for coming. Please come back for the midnight edition.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Who are we missing? There he is. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think everybody's here, and Ben Bartlett is ready to go, so we will start with item number 4, discussion on the cost schedule for beach access tolls and parking in county-owned beachfront parks and off-beach parking areas. Ben?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, council members. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. Got to give Jenna 1 second. She's pulling up the presentation. Okay, so this is working or not? Okay. That's not it. That's not it. Item 4. Should have it. Pull, it's on the agenda item. It's in the agenda.
Yeah. We'll just jump to council member questions.
I can make a motion.
Yes, you can. All right.
Huh? I'm ready.
All right,
I read the staff report.
I apologize. All right, there we go. All right, you can go ahead and go to the next slide, please. So we're going to start off and we're going to show, there we go. We're going to show the revenue and the expenditures that we have in our adopted FY 22-23 budget for the beach. This combines all those costs associated with running the beach, beach safety, coastal, and the sea turtle folks in our environmental department. So as you can see, you know, kind of touching on what our internal auditor spoke to last meeting about the fees, part of what he recommended was that when council looks at these fees, they take into account, you know, policy-wise, do they want user fees accounting for paying for the cost of that particular service, in this case running the beach, or do they want general fund to cover those costs, i.e. property taxes? So starting off here, you're looking at, and in terms of total cost of that $24 million of beach costs, 34.5% are is funded by the beach tolls, and 59% is funded by the general fund subsidy. Next slide. So what are we going to talk about in this presentation? We're going to talk about, Pal is going to go over the laws that impact beach tolls and how we take them. We're also going to talk about that financial information, the revenues, the costs, and the subsidies from the general fund. And we're going to give an overview of what the toll prices are today. And then we're also going to discuss our toll contract, which is up for actually it expires at the end of September of this year, and talk about some of the details associated with that. So I'm going to turn it over to Paolo, and he's going to talk about the legal side of the tolls.
Thank you. Good evening, County Council. Paulo Soria, Senior Assistant County Attorney. I guess we'd have to scroll down. Can you scroll down to the next? So we're going to discuss the essentially three different aspects that kind of authorize and restrict the imposition and collection of beach tolls. So we've got first the county charter, the state law, and then the federal law. So we'll scroll down once more. So this is kind of the most important provision. This is our charter. So 205.3, can you go back? Wait, that looks like a PowerPoint. Yes. Okay, all right. So this is the most important provision that we're going to focus on. This is our charter, 205.3, vehicular access fees. It does reflect the state statute that allows the council to the exclusive power to impose a vehicular beach access fee. We highlighted the section that is important. Our charter requires a uniform, reasonable beach access fee, and uniform is, you know, each kind of category needs to be paying the same. And that's, you know, and for reasonable, that's usually dictated in this particular instance by kind of case law. It's, you know, what would a reasonable person consider to be a reasonable fee? And there's some guidance. 1932, this is beach access fees. So primarily it's a legislative function. So you set the policy, you dictate the fee. There's some constraints, you know, the fee should not exceed the value of the privilege, as in it shouldn't exceed the services demanded for the beach access. The toll, you know, it should be based on factual evidence and factual determinations. It, you know, should not be arbitrary. You shouldn't just pick one out. You know, look at how much you're actually charging versus collecting versus the services provided. You can generate a surplus, that's not prohibited, but if you start generating an excessive surplus, the courts are going to look at you and say, is this really a reasonable fee? Not really, because the amount of surplus that you're actually generating is, you know, actually evidence that it exceeds the cost of what you're, of the services. The state law is the primary source of authorization of our beach access. So that's Florida Statute 16158 subsection 3. It does say that your beach access fee must be reasonable. Essentially, it should not exceed the fair share of the services consumed by the user. Important to this, while you are not required to have a beach access fee, if you impose it, if you change it, if you amend it, if you get rid of it after you've established it, it needs to be done by a 3/5 majority vote. That's 5 out of 7 of you. So any ordinance, if we get that direction to amend the beach access fee, we need 5 votes. The revenues are restricted by statute to beach maintenance, traffic management, parking, law enforcement and liability insurance, sanitation, lifeguard, and others, and staff purposes. We use all of those to operate and manage the beach. Going on with the state law, this applies to sales tax. We do not collect sales tax on the tolls that we impose because we're actually also operating under the toll statute, under the Florida statute. So that is very specific. It's essentially if you are imposing a toll to get on a traffic facility, you do not have to remit sales tax if you fall under the statutory protection. The statute does have categories where you are not allowed to charge persons, disabled persons with a valid license plate, disabled veterans, official government vehicles operating under the duty. What's specific is it does not include a residential exemption. So if you drop it down to zero, if you kind of create an exemption, our kind of opinion is you fall out of that toll protection, you start having to remit sales tax. So that's just kind of a consideration. It's not prohibited. You can collect sales tax and remit it, but that's what happens if you create a new exception that's not allowed by statute. The federal law, there's really we have to be concerned about the equal protection and privileges and immunities clauses of the U.S. and Florida constitutions. And that's kind of the distinction between residents and non-residents, which is a thorny subject on some areas. Here, however, we do have at least one case that addressed, a kind of non-residential surcharge. And in that situation, because the services that were provided vastly exceeded, or the cost of the services vastly exceeded the user fees, it was mainly borne by the general fund and the sales tax. At least this City of Miami case basically said, no, there isn't a equal protection issue, and the surcharge is constitutional because, in fact, the majority of the system, this was like an EMS service, was borne by the taxpayers, and the non-residents, when they had to use the system, you are legally allowed to charge them essentially what was a $100 surcharge. So in our view, our toll facilities would fall into that because the operation of the beach, is majority subsidized by the general fund. So about that uniformity provision. So what that in effect does is, because we're required to have the same fee on our annual passes, you'll notice that we charge $25 for residents or property owners or certain college students living in certain dorms, and $100 to non-residents. We are in effect buying down $75 for every single residential pass, and that meets our uniformity provision in the charter. So currently the general fund, subsidizes to that extent because we're required to have a uniform fee. Increasing the difference poses concerns on meeting purpose and intent of the charter uniformity requirement. So if you drop it down to zero, you're essentially subsidizing the entire residential amount. There's a risk that you're not really having a uniform charge. But, that's it all bears out in the general fund because the majority of the beach is subsidized by the general fund anyway. We don't think that's too much of an issue. And once again, the state law requires the beach toll fee to be reasonable. So those are kind of your constraints. I'll sum it up, 3/5 vote. Beach fee must be reasonable, and you need to meet the uniformity. So whatever you're setting the resident amount, you're essentially buying down that difference.
All right, so we're back to that slide where we started with, which is the pie charts showing the revenues and the expenditures. Like I mentioned before, the 96% of the revenue that funds the beach expenditures comes from beach tolls and the general fund. We do get some money from our master concessionaire. We have some other minor beach revenues that comes from the junior lifeguard program, pavilion rentals at the parks, and then we also included the Marine Science Center. One reason the Marine Science Center is included on the revenue side and the expenditure side is because the Marine Science Center is part of our habitat conservation plan. In order to be in compliance with our incidental take permit, we have to provide mitigation with that facility, as well as rehabilitation of the species. On the expenditure side, the large percentage of the costs are with personnel from beach safety, our coastal division, and our sea turtle folks in environmental. I will like to point out the beach capital fund. This is what pays for a lot of our capital improvement projects along the beach. This is funded through $4 from every pass sold. So day passes and annual passes, $4 from each one of those goes into this fund, and it is used to construct off-beach parking or reconstruct walkovers and beach ramps. I will note that a large portion of our FEMA match, or maybe all of our FEMA match for the reconstruction from the hurricanes, will come from this fund. We also have the costs of maintaining our upland parks. I mentioned the Marine Science Center. We have some capital equipment costs. I did pull out two of the larger operational contracts. We have our contract for ramp grading and trash removal. It's the same company. And then we have our beach toll collection contract. So if you look at our gross revenue of $8.4 million and you subtract what it costs to collect that revenue under the toll contract, you're looking at a difference of just over $6 million. What I will say is these contracts associated with the ramp grading, the trash removal, and the toll collection, those are dependent on how many people that visit the beach. Obviously, we attempt to budget and estimate what those costs are going to be, but the more ramps we open, the more sunny days we have, you're going to get more costs on the toll collection. Same with the more people that visit the beach, you're going to have higher costs with trash collection and ramp grading. Next slide is basically the same thing, showing revenues and expenditures. However, it shows a history from 2017, fiscal year 17-18 to the present, to the adopted budget. A couple things I want to point out. Fiscal year 17-18 was the last time the tolls were adjusted. There was an increase in the daily pass from $10 to $20. Also, I'd like to point out the rows in red. The first row is that buy down that Paolo mentioned. So essentially, $75 of every annual pass that a resident buys. This is the cost to buy those passes down from $100 to $25. And then we also, obviously, your costs exceed the revenue from the beach tolls. So that second red line is the general fund subsidy in addition to the buy down. And then at the bottom is your total general fund subsidy with those numbers added together. Now this is revenue history over that same time period, broken down by the types of passes. What I would note is the daily pass represents the large portion of that revenue. The annual resident and yearly pass and the visitor's pass actually are very similar in terms of revenue, but with the buy down, you're looking at 4 times as many resident passes sold versus non-resident. We do get a little bit of revenue. Our concessionaires, sub-concessionaires are required to buy beach passes. And again, we show the buy down number and then the total subsidy at the bottom. So talk a little bit about where we're at with our current toll schedule. Obviously, we mentioned the daily beach pass. So that was last adjusted in 2017 from 10 to 20. It's the same costs for residents and visitors. Part of this is an operational concern. You know, it's tough to make that determination of who's a valid resident while you're waiting in line to pay the toll. Also, there's a difficulty from an auditing standpoint if the toll taker is the person that's making that determination. The day pass does include 1 complimentary same-day reentry. We do offer free access or complimentary access, as Paolo mentioned, for folks with disabled license plates or blue parking placards, and also a disabled veteran's license plate. Getting into the annual passes, $25 for the residents. It was last adjusted in 2015. It was revised in 2017 to include the local college students. Property owners or verified permanent residents of Volusia County are eligible, as well as the college students, and $75 general fund buy down. The $100 annual visitor pass is for non-residents. It was last adjusted in 2015 from, I believe, $40 to $100, and it was looked at in 2017 but was not changed. We do offer what we call combo passes, which is basically the cost of an annual pass, whether you're resident or non-resident. Add $20 to it, and it gets you into the 2 inlet parks for the year. And then this shows you, over that same time period, the beach sales of the passes by type, the number. You can see the difference between the resident and the visitor. To get the total resident pass sold, you basically need to add the annual resident in the combo. As you can see, the daily passes are the overwhelming majority of those sold. And so what I would like to point out, obviously fiscal year 1920 was the COVID year, so we had a significant amount of less people visiting the beach. But if you look at fiscal year 17-18, compare it to what we sold last year, you're looking about a 19% increase in the total number of passes over that time period. So lastly, getting into our beach toll solicitation. As I mentioned before, the current contract expires at the end of September. We would be ready pending council direction after this meeting to start the solicitation, and with a timeline of getting a contractor on board by that October 1st date. What we're looking at, and this is some of the things we'll be looking at for direction from the council, is right now we have a human being toll taker at every open ramp. We would, based on direction from council, look to add an automation component to that toll system, whereas we have quite a few ramps that are low volume ramps that would be ideal for something like that. That would allow us to open all the ramps in a system like that. We would still have human toll takers at some of our high volume ramps, ISB, Dunlawton, places like that. We also set up pop-up tents for folks who want to buy an annual pass. You know, we kind of gave a pretty conservative implementation timeline for automation. We'd love to have somebody come in and say they could do it quicker. And then the other thing we could incorporate into a system like this is, if the council were to direct, would be off-beach parking kiosks at our parking facilities up and down the beach. One thing I want to go back to the resident annual pass real quick. If a resident comes in and buys a $20 day pass, and they find out that they're eligible for the resident annual pass, if they keep that receipt and come back, they can pay the extra $5 and convert that into an annual pass. So we do that already. And our toll takers are pretty good at upselling folks who are residents if we have those pop-up venues where they can purchase those passes as well. So what are we looking for as far as direction goes? Obviously the funding policy. What's council's direction on user fees versus general fund paying for the beach operations? Went through the toll pricing schedule. Council have any direction regarding changing any of those rates? And then obviously the toll solicitation, is council good with adding an automation component, and are they interested in adding an off-beach park component? So I'll be happy to answer any questions you all might have.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I want to make a motion that the council take no action as it pertains to the user fees and the amounts.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to take no action from David Santiago.
Second.
Second by Danny Robbins. I'll open it up for discussion. Troy Kent. You would time yourself.
Fellow council members, thank you for allowing me to bring this idea up and discussing it with you this evening. I know some, if not most of you, are skeptical of the idea of allowing Volusia County residents the ability to drive on their beach for free. And I believe for most of us, including myself, it comes down to the lost revenue. Well, what if I presented a solution today that not only made up for any money we lost, but went above and beyond what we're currently making with the tolls? I believe I have a solution that to me is not only palatable, I believe it is appropriate, and it draws a line in the sand that says, Volusia County residents, we, your elected representatives, put you first. We, the residents, taxpayers of Volusia County, already pay for the beach services in our property taxes. New Smyrna Beach has set the example of what can happen when you don't give your valuable stuff, parking spots, away. to your visitors for free. I don't know if I've ever been to Orlando and not paid for parking. New Smyrna Beach allows all Volusia residents to park at any of their 5 parking lots with a total of 452 parking spaces for free. Everyone else, aka non-Volusia residents, will need to shell out $20 a day, or non-Volusia residents can pay $100 for an annual parking pass. How much money has New Smyrna Beach made yearly from this brilliant idea that allows Volusia County residents the opportunity to find parking before it's all gobbled up by the out-of-towners? Well, in the year 2021, they made $1.4 million. 21-22, they made close to $1.3 million. $1,284,656 to be exact. All of this from a kiosk-style pay structure. $1,284,656 divided by 452 parking spaces equals $2,842 that was generated by each parking space. Now, we all know there's 365 days in the year, of course, with the exception of leap year. But if anyone else is out there doing the simple math with me, this means that New Smyrna Beach, in each parking space, was filled approximately 142 days out of the year to make this kind of return. Less than half of the year, each parking space was filled. Close to 39%, 38.9 to be exact. And to me, that blows me away. That is what New Smyrna Beach on average generates each year from each parking space. Volusia County, it's time we quit giving everyone from out of town a free lunch and start taking care of our neighbors, residents, constituents, and taxpayers. Volusia County has 2,264 parking spaces that are complimentary to the public. This needs to change. If we follow the lead of the very smart New Smyrna Beach, who like to take care of their residents and all Volusia residents, if we use the same math, we could go from making $0 on these 2,264 parking spaces to making $6,434,288. Yes, $2,842 per parking spot times 2,264 parking spots will make the county residents of Volusia almost $6.5 million annually. Again, that's only filling those spots 39% of the time. Well, I think I just solved the problem of not making locals pay to drive on their beach, but council, I have more. Our beach has hemorrhaged our county tax dollars long enough. I am all for good bargains, but we are practically giving away beach driving to our visitors at a ridiculously low cost. It is time to make some meaningful changes that still give our visitors an incredible bargain. The cost to park in a concrete jungle at Disney World is $25. But if you want preferred parking, it's $40 or $50. We charge a day pass to drive on our beach, $20 a day, and we charge our visitors $100 for an annual pass. So if you're going to be visiting Volusia beaches longer than 5 days, it's better to buy the non-resident annual pass. What is more preferred parking than parking on the world's most famous beach? If Disney can get between $40 and $50 for preferred parking in the middle of a concrete jungle, then we at Volusia County should be able to get $30 a day and $150 for non-residential annual pass. What is more preferred parking than stepping out of your vehicle and in just a few short steps walking into the cool, beautiful Atlantic Ocean? Yes, I am proposing raising the daily cost of a beach pass by $10, from $20 to $30, and raising the for non-residents, and raising the non-resident annual driving pass from $100 to $150. Again, if you're going to visit our beach with your vehicle longer than 5 days, it's a good idea to get that non-resident annual pass. The data from the county said that last year we sold 56,000 annual beach passes to residents, and the amount of money the county received from residents for a yearly pass was $1.4 million. That was my goal, council. Find $1.4 million. There could be an argument that there were Volusia residents that paid $20 for a day pass, and to that I say maybe a few. But who would pay $20 a day when you can pay $5 more and get an annual pass? Back to that $1.4 million I needed to find to make this work. My math says that there were 280,000 day passes sold last year. If we raise the cost to $30 per day pass, then we will see an increase of $2,799,264. My math also says that last year we sold 14,425 non-resident annual passes, And if we raise the cost to $150 per non-resident pass, we will see an increase of $721,750. Okay. Back to that $1.4 million I needed to find to make beach driving on the beach for Volusia County residents viable. Let's add up what we have. Off-beach parking, free to Volusia residents. All others will pay exactly what they pay in New Smyrna Beach, $20 a day, can bring in, only being filled 39% of the time, $6,434,288. Add $10 to the day pass, $2,799,264. Add $50 to the non-resident annual pass, $721,750. The total, gentlemen, $9,955,302 new dollars. Our residents get free access to drive on the beach and to park on our off-beach parking. If visitors that come to us think that $30 is too much to park on the beach, well, that's fine. They're welcome to park in our off-beach parking and pay $20 for the day. I had a conversation with Mr. Dyer, just so you all are aware, and Mr. Dyer, correct me if I'm wrong, but you and I talked, and I believe you said it was appropriate to offset the rate costs because our taxpayers do indeed fund the beach. This change would equal that we now collect sales tax. Well, the state would love that. Nassau County, Amelia Island allow locals to drive on the beach, get ready, for free. All others, visitors must pay to receive a permit to drive on the beach. Not to beat a dead horse, but they also allow dogs on their beach, just saying. Jacksonville Beach allows residents to park in off-beach parking spots for free, and all others must pay. The general fund is already paying for our beach, and that is taxpayer money. So charging Volusia residents to drive on their beach is making them pay twice. By the way, Volusia residents, you get a free library card. If you're a non-Volusia resident, it's going to cost you $30 for 6 months and $50 for a year. I'm curious as to what state statute some members talk about when they say we cannot jack up visitor pricing. I want to know, because we should tell our friends, the Nassau County Commissioners, that they are doing it wrong, because you guessed it, Nassau County residents, like I said, get to drive on the beach for free and all visitors must pay. Last but not least, if we do nothing, which I hope we do something, but if we do nothing, last but not least, if we want to be consistent with federal and state parks, they allow free lifetime military entrance passes for veterans, not just disabled, but for all veterans, for surviving spouses, and for parents of deceased family members of the United States Armed Forces. Council, I'll leave it there. Maybe the maker of the motion will withdraw their motion after they've heard some of that data. Thank you.
Okay, next is Matt. Are you going to speak to the motion
No.
to do nothing?
No, not yet. I just had a quick question,
Okay.
actually, for Ben. The automatic, and I'm sure others will have other comments, but the kiosks that you're referring to, do they supply literature with regards to the environment, sea turtles, which is what our current ones that have a pulse do?
Correct. That would require us looking at changing that to allow some sort of digital dissemination of that same information.
With our toll takers giving that or supplying that information, was that part of the mitigation with regards to the take permit?
Requirement of the Habitat Conservation Plan.
So it was a requirement, so we're going to have to find another way to meet that requirement if the kiosk doesn't provide that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then, thank you. That's all I have for you. And Councilman Kent, thank you for the information. I appreciate that. And they do, New Smyrna Beach does, they do have the kiosk, if we're talking about kiosks. I will tell you that they also have parking enforcement, which they, that would put another burden on our law enforcement if we do. I'm just saying, they call them parking ambassadors. That was, I love that name.
Yeah, it said if you don't pay the $20 and the fine is $35, what I read.
Okay,
So
but they do have an enforcement issue, which is something we'd have to discuss with beach protection.
Correct, and those numbers that Mr. Kent were gross, that's the total revenue that they.
Gotcha. Yeah, and the point I was trying to make is that if we go this route, we do have to find a way of enforcing it.
Absolutely.
Which means either added onto beach protection, or whoever takes over the beach would have that added responsibility.
New Smyrna has, I believe, 5 lots, and it also includes 3 boat ramps, and I believe they have 6.5 full-time equivalent positions.
Okay, and with those staff that do the regulation of those parking lots and enforce that, they also have to maintain the kiosks. And I will tell you from experience watching it, because I did New Smyrna Beach code enforcement, it's nonstop. The kiosks break all the time.
There are other options for parking that don't actually include kiosks.
Okay.
Where you basically have a sign and it's a downloadable app. I've seen those.
Which is good. I like that better. I do like the non-machinery part.
The direction from council would be to go in that direction, that we would be looking at all different types of technology.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you. That's all.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Ben. Sit down for a second. I'll get you in a minute. For Councilman Kent, the non-resident yearly.
Yes.
What was the cost? Would you want to raise that to?
So right now it's 100, and
Right.
and now they pay $20 a day. So 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. I want to raise it to 30, 60, 90, 120, 150. It stays on the same schedule. 150.
Got it. 150. So I was thinking about it. Is there merit to just get rid of the visitor annual? But now we're probably sticking it to the tourists a little bit too hard. Got it. So, Ben or Apollo, can we, is there any innovative way to call a beach parking spot on the beach a parking spot?
If you want to pay sales tax, if you want to remit sales tax.
The state would love that.
So right now it's a toll because
Right.
it's driving.
Yep.
You pay to access the beach, to drive on the beach when part of, I think the part of vehicular movement is the ability to park on a street. If you're just there to park and you sell a beach parking on the beach, you can, you just have to remit sales tax. 'Cause it's
Got
no
it.
longer a toll.
So my follow-on question to that, which I believe I know, but I want to ask, is if we charge for that parking spot and charge taxes, do we have to pay does it still have to be uniform and equitable, and does this county have to pay it down?
Yes, the only way to get on the beach is to follow the statute 16158, which is
Got
a
it.
beach access fee. It's not a toll, it's
Not a
just
toll.
a straight
Got
up
it.
fee. So
Okay.
whatever, the getting onto the beach can either be to get on the beach to park or to get on the beach to drive.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
Got it.
So our charter is the one that says it needs to be uniform. So you need a charter amendment, and then it doesn't have to be uniform. You can charge like a non-residential surcharge or something.
So right now, you're kind of delineating whether you park or drive. I don't want somebody to say, but what if I don't want to park? Because right now, if the beach is full and I go up to the gate and go, oh, but I'm not parking, I'm just going to drive, they still don't let you on.
They won't let you on if the beach is full.
But if I'm not going to park, I'm just going to drive. You see what I'm saying? Is somebody will come up and go, oh, I'm not going to park. You're there to get a spot, whether you use it or not. So, all right, I think you've answered all my initial questions. Thanks.
Denny Robbins.
Troy, you ready? Brace yourself. I'm going to support a motion, or I'll make the motion to go ahead with parking fees. If you want me to make a motion now, or I can wait till after. I get it. Right. So I get it, Troy. But what we have to understand here too is, after it's all said and done, after those fees, what is the difference between our, Ben, borrow you for just a second, what's the difference between our beach operation budget and the general fund subsidy, or is, in terms of what will we have to make up from the general fund? 14 million?
to get it to be completely paid for by user fees?
Yeah, cost neutral. We need to get to zero before, in my opinion, start adding these other things. Fees are great, and I'm all for it when it comes to the parking, but it doesn't excuse us that this general fund is paid through our taxes, and we still have to pay attention to that because it's what this is all about.
The total subsidy is at the bottom of the page for the years shown. So the 22-23 adopted budget shows a general fund subsidy of about 14.5.
I think we're heading in the right direction by calculating if we can get the net and the gross of some of the parking and try that to maybe calculate and look at this in the future. But we still have to, like I said before, we mentioned the word free because it's not. We're paying for it. We're just going to be paying a larger subsidy. See where we're at with that parking. This is a very modest price. Once again, I don't get hardly any complaints about it. My concern is if we go ahead and we put this or make these free, if we put these remaining costs on the backs of the taxpayers and people that don't use the beach right now, if you use it in terms of driving, you pay the user fee. Mm-hmm. If you don't, you don't. The other option, no matter which direction we go with this, is it goes on the taxpayer. And then shortly here during budget talks, we're all going to wonder how we're going to get why are taxes high? This is it. So I think that's very important. I support Mr. Kent in getting this chipped away so we can get at more of a neutral ground. But the cost, there's still a big gap there before we just start compounding this. That's it for now. Thanks.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Councilmember Kent, I liked some of your ideas when it came to the the section on the off-site parking, right? How do we help eliminate some of our costs there and offsetting it to visitor parking and utilizing those funds to help eliminate the amount of that we have to subsidize it. So I like that idea. If that's where you were going, Danny, we can make a motion afterwards, but I think as far as the motion that I proposed, it's basically to leave the status quo on the fee structure.
And you want to keep it? You don't want to withdraw it?
I want to keep it.
Okay. All right. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So just two pieces. What I have proposed is almost $10 million new money. Now, that's before we've paid anybody to drive around and charge people for what they're doing. It's before we've increased what the toll takers receive, what their company receives. So just for easy purposes, I guess I'll say maybe I've come up with an idea that will bring $5 million. Maybe not if you don't agree with the rates, but $5 million. And to me, that is above and beyond what I was, in my mind, tasked to do to get our residents on the beach at no charge. And I've heard the argument, $25 isn't a lot of money. I've had residents write me and say, I don't mind paying the money. It's not a big deal. And with that argument, if it's not a lot of money, it's not a big deal, then not a lot of money, it's not a big deal. Let's not charge you to get on the beach. But Mr. Dyer, I have a question for you. Because if we go to absolute, this year, from last year, 11,466,500. This year, 14,495,000. Trust me, council, I had a question about that. I was asking staff how that happened. But if we go to zero, meaning, we change our rates and we come up with $14.5 million, then we can't let our residents get on the beach at no charge because that's not offsetting an appropriate rate. But can you answer for me, Mr. Dyer? Because we had this conversation. If we went to zero for our residents, because there is an amount already paid by the general fund to make sure that the beach is whole. that amount is $14.5 million. Does that offset the rate?
If, Paul, you can get up and jump in after I give an answer. So if you decrease the resident rate, because theoretically right now you're charging $100 to both residents, non-residents on annual passes. Prior council years ago reduced that to 25, and essentially you have bought that down through your general fund subsidy to offer it to residents. So you're just paying it in a different way rather than coming from the annual fund, annual pass charge. It's coming from the general fund. So if you were to reduce that further, you would to meet the uniformity requirement in the charter, you just would be increasing the subsidy from your general fund.
Right, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
This is over the phone. You and I had a conversation about it. I wrote it down. Per Dyer, is appropriate to offset the rate cost because our taxpayers do indeed fund the beach. So our taxpayers do indeed fund the beach,
right.
And I'm just wondering, is it still appropriate to offset that cost? Because my question to you was, Mike, can we make it to zero, or am I going to get hammered with, no, you can't do that? And I said, because we're already funding the beach, and I thought the response was, we can do that because...
Got two issues we talked about. Because we're unique in that we have that charter requirement for uniformity. So you definitely can reduce the resident rate even further, but you will be increasing your general fund subsidy. There's an equal protection argument that some governments have been hit with in lawsuits. I don't see an issue there because your taxpayers are already in the ambulance example Paulo gave in the Miami-Dade litigation. They're already subsidizing this system.
Right.
So the wrinkle we have is that uniformity requirement, and that's how we ended up with going down to $25.
I only have one hiccup with what you just said, and that is, you said if we decrease the rate for the residents, then we're going to have to increase the subsidy. But not with my plan, we won't. With my plan that I just laid out here to this council, I'm giving them 10 million reasons to do this. And part of it is parking off-site parking, off-beach parking, but part of it's not.
So decrease, if you go down the residents to zero, you are increasing what we're calling the buy down. So there's a difference between the buy down and the overall subsidy.
I agree with that, but I don't agree with we're having to fund more money for it, not with my plan.
So essentially what you're saying is there's additional revenue that is not accounted for in this chart. You're creating additional revenue for parking, which is...
And access on the beach.
So raising the rates. Okay. Yes. If you raise the rates on the non-residential side, because our charter requires a uniform fee, it essentially says if you decrease or eliminate the resident altogether, you are in fact buying down that same amount to meet that uniform provision. So there's always some buy down if you have a different rate between residents and non-residents. So, if you have a zero charge to residents or you make it free, you're buying down that entire amount. So there's always some subsidy from the general fund that can be further offset by any additional revenues generated by parking or any or how the fees are structured.
And I heard the word semantics, and I agree. It certainly could be semantics, and we can call it whatever we want as far as the off-beach parking. But that's exactly what it is. It's off-beach parking that people want to access the beach. That's why when I sent the request with all the questions on it, I didn't say, how many parking spaces do we have countywide? I didn't count the ones here, didn't count the ones over in DeLand, Edgewater, place like that. I only wanted beach parking, off-beach parking spots. So, that money would go in the general fund. Correct?
Yes. It's a separate system, and it's not subject to the restriction on the revenues that we generate from the tolls, because those are restricted by statute.
Gentlemen, I hope I gave you some food for thought. Something we can try to try to wrangle this beast in a little bit, because it's from what I'm looking at these numbers, that red number is going in the wrong direction, and I'm trying to fix it. Trying to fix it, and at the same time, offer something for our residents. A piece I didn't talk about, but I'll just say very briefly is, there's a positive thing whenever people come to a park. The beach is the biggest park we have, but when you get people in our community to go to the beach and spend money on the beach and spend money at the restaurants, and if they're from DeLand, say, this is a great day, we're going to do it next weekend and we're going to stay at a hotel. I mean, that's a synergy that's just extremely positive and good for our residents. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Paulo, I was wondering, if we raised the daily pass to everybody to $30 a day, could we still offer the annual resident pass at, let's say, $35 and make the non-resident pass $150?
That's yes, you can. That is a completely legislative decision. You have no issue with the daily pass. Your daily pass is uniform between residents and non-residents. I think I heard you correctly.
Yes.
And then what you're doing for your annual passes is you're essentially setting a regular annual pass of $150, and you're buying down, what's the amount? What, 150 minus, yeah. You're buying down that amount to get to 35. So there's a $115 buy down that you are essentially contributing to meet that uniformity provision. You just have to work the math out to see if that outcome is additional revenues and reduces the overall subsidy of the general fund.
Okay, so Carissa, can we go to slide 16?
Right. So it's legal. I'm just not a numbers person. That's what Ryan is here for.
So looking at slide 16, which is the beach pass sales by type.
Click page 18.
There you go. Okay, so we've got here for the most recent stat, we have 269,000 daily passes, but only 32,000, oh, lost it again. 32,000 annual resident passes. So I think
It's actually closer to about 50,000 resident, because you got to add the combo. Those are the combo.
Oh, you're right. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so 50,000. So basically, I mean, and I think one of y'all said that our poll takers do a really good job of upselling. It's $20 for a pass or $25 for the year pass. I mean, it's like the old joke, the guy who comes out of the 7-Eleven with a 55-gallon drum of soda saying it was only 10 cents more. I mean, you gotta, everybody who's a resident is not going to pay $20 for a pass. They're going to pay the $25 for the yearly pass if you're a resident.
And if they do happen to pay the day pass, they can come back and bring their receipt.
Exactly. So we've got basically 220,000 people who are just tourists, and they're funding the majority of the beach in what we're collecting in tolls. So why don't we make it $30 and then let the annual residents do $35 and do the, like Troy was proposing, the $150 for non-resident passes. Would that pass muster with our obligation?
Yes, that's so long as it's recognized that the general fund is buying down the difference between the $35 annual pass and $150 annual pass for non-residents. Otherwise, it's essentially what you're doing now. You're just inflating the costs on all fee types.
So the residents who really want to enjoy the beach once a week, well, we're charging them basically what, $1, not even $1 a week. If it's $35 for a year, we're charging them 70 cents a week to drive on the beach. I mean, come on. I mean, there's no free lunch. If anybody should bear the cost of this, it should be the people using this. There's so many taxpayers who don't use the beach, but yet they're paying taxes, and we're coming up on the budget. And I'm more concerned about not having to raise taxes and even lowering taxes than I am worrying about people driving on the beach for free when the people who don't even use the beach are not going to get the benefit of the tax deduction. I'd rather see everybody get a tax break as opposed to the 50,000 seasonal or regular users be able to drive for free. It's just, it doesn't make sense. So I'm in favor of those increases.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I mentioned it before, Paulo, and I got to ask again. Regardless of the resident annual, can we do away with non-resident annual and not have a uniformity clause?
The non-resident annual.
We charge non-residents $35 a day. We charge residents $25 a day. We have an annual pass. They don't. No option.
I think you may still run into the uniformity provision, except in reverse. You're still going to, the general fund will still kind of, yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I think you run into a uniformity
I'm glad you're
issue.
not sure.
For clarification, you're saying non-residents would pay the daily rate. There would be no.
We both have daily rates.
So you would have a separate.
Residents
daily, a
have
separate
yearly
daily rate,
passes. I'm sorry, non-residents, we don't have a yearly pass for you.
but you would have a separate daily rate for residents.
Yes.
Okay.
A daily rate for residents, a daily rate for non-residents, and an annual pass for residents. No option to save money as a non-resident. If you're here for a week, you're paying for 7 days. Or not going to the beach, or not parking on the beach.
I just would recommend from an operational standpoint, I'm sure we could figure out a way to make that happen, but we've always avoided kind of the difference in the resident, non-resident daily rate, just for the operational of getting folks on the beach.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Make it the same. But because you make it $30 for him, $30 for me, I'm going to buy the annual pass and be done with it anyhow.
We have avoided, by having the same passes available to residents and non-residents, even though we've subsidized from the general fund to discount the resident rate. I think we'd run into a uniformity problem if we offered an annual pass to only the residents and not the non-residents.
Well, they're non-resident. They don't live here annually.
Yeah, but your charter, unlike what any other jurisdiction has to deal with, your charter specifically requires a uniform rate and does not distinguish between residency status.
But we can change that.
Yes.
If you did it in a charter amendment.
Yeah, got it. All right. So there's a motion, there's a second, so I'm going to have some comments here. I heard a comment about Disney. They have the Rockstar parking, right, which is more. And then they have the regular out in the back 40 parking. Our beach, as far as I know, is free. We can all go there for free, resident or non-resident. Anybody can go. Parking on the beach, in my perspective right now, is a privilege, just like Rockstar parking at Disney. So I'm pretty comfortable with paying a price for that privilege. You know, we go to the parks here in the county for free, but if you want to rent a pavilion, it costs you a little bit of money, doesn't it? Anything above and beyond the basic service is I call them ANDAs, cost this and a little more. So I'm not for making it free. However, I am very excited about lowering that $14 million red number as best we can by leveraging the off-beach parking to the best we can. I don't want to lower to the point of subsidizing the budget with the general fund. I want to lessen the impact on the general fund. So that's my intent on whatever we do tonight.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's consensus to, based on people have commented, to look at the off-site parking. And I think as we approach the budget year, that's certainly going to be something that'll be appealing to most of us. I would hope all of us. With that said, Mr. Chair, I think we've beat this horse. I call the question.
Okay, we have members of the public that want to speak before I Also the
Mr. Chair, the only reason I did that is because I noticed that this is not under the public hearings designation, but that's why I called the question. As it's laid out in the agenda, it says it's only for a council discussion. So it's not technically a public hearing.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Well, because you have a motion on the floor, you're going to take action. You're required by state law to give public input.
And we've had.
If it were just purely a discussion, you would not have to, but you're taking action tonight.
Very good. I just wanted to wait. That's why I made the motion,
Okay.
just so you know, because I looked at the way the agenda was laid out, and I took it for what it said. It says not public hearing. But I'm okay with that. You only got 3
Yeah.
things, so I'm okay with that.
And I think at least one of them has already left, but other two have been sitting here for hours. Becky Rinchenberg. Becky here? And then John Nicholson. Mike Dennis here? I don't think he's here anymore. Okay, I'll get rid of that one. Becky.
Thank you. Thank you for staying so late. My name is Becky Reichenberg, as he said, and I'm from New Smyrna Beach. And yes, I'm very proud of New Smyrna Beach. They've done a good job. Being born and raised here, as Mr. Brower said, you know, the beach was different. It was open 24/7, 365, and didn't charge a dime. As a kid, if you'd have charged my family, we'd have not been able to go. As a teenager, if you'd have charged a fee, I would not have been able to go. As a young mom, Navy wife coming home on leave and stuff with our little boys, we wouldn't have been able to afford to go. As a grandmother with young children, wouldn't have been able to afford to go. Can I afford to go now? Yes, I can pay that annual pass. It's not difficult now. We want young families here. We want to encourage them, and at this point in time, we are looking at an economy where a young mom goes to the store and eggs are 5-something a dozen. That's when you start looking at things as, what don't I have to do? And one of those things are things like recreation, where our beach, which our taxes, which have also skyrocketed lately, we're paying a premium to live here. And we own that beach. It's our beach. And then to charge us to go to something that we pay for on a daily basis and say, well, it's not too much to ask. It's not too much to ask. Well, when does it become too much to ask? Now, you've got a beach and an area where those that can't afford to go to Disney can go from the great-grandmother down to the baby, and they can spend the day, and they can take their picnic lunch, and they can go there and enjoy the day with their family. Where else can you do that? And now some of you are talking about raising the rates. I think, Mr. Kent, wow, I sat there going, the numbers, it adds up. You are not only, you're increasing the revenue by doing what New Smyrna does every day. I realize I'm about out of time, but when New Smyrna did that with charging those to park, we couldn't get into restaurants and they were losing business. Now, we live 2.5 blocks from Flagler and 3 blocks from the beach. We can park there all we want. It's been wonderful. So I ask you to please consider letting us residents have it not for free, without charge. Thank you.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Beachside. I'm a resident. I walk to the beach. But I ask you, a penny a day is not that expensive to drive on the beach. That's the cost to a resident, is 1 penny a day. If they buy one pass for $20, it's $5 for 364 days. It's a penny. Those pennies add up. So I'm asking you, don't sit there and say, give it away free, because as she said, now she parks for free and takes up a spot of a paying customer. When you give us the right to park on the beach, every one of us who wouldn't have gone every single day will go every single day. All those high school kids will go every single day, and you will lose all of that revenue that you need to maintain the beach. Because actually, that's why the cost was put there to start with. The maintenance of the beach was getting more and more expensive. The cost for the police was getting more and more expensive. All of these things kept going up, so what you want to do is, rather than giving it away, find other sources of revenue, which is exactly what you're doing if you did off-beach parking, which should have been done 20 years ago. Because all it is maybe 5 feet difference from when you park at Sunsplash Park and you have to walk to the beach. It's not that far. And if you can save yourself $30 or $35 or whatever it is, the tourists park there as well for free. And we lose all that revenue. The numbers are astronomical. I'm not asking you to give away the beach for free. It's a user fee. And if I'm going to use the beach, I should pay for its maintenance. If I go to the Peabody, I expect to pay to see the shows. My taxes maintain the Peabody. Why are you charging me to see a show? Why are you charging me to use the Ocean Center? If you're using something like a gazebo, you pay for it. Don't give away the house for free. Add to it. What are we doing with the naming rights? That's been out there for a while. What are we doing about for activities on the beach that we can charge? There are events that we could put on the beach. You know, what do they call it? Postman Run? Barefoot Mailman. That event would raise what? $500,000? When you add funds, it's better than taking away funds. So I'm asking you to look at this carefully. A penny a day is not expensive to drive on the beach. Thank you.
Okay, Danny and Jake, the question has been called. Your name was already up here to speak. If you want to speak, I need a motion to end debate, and you got to hope that fails, unless you're done.
Solved it.
There you go. So let's vote on the motion on the floor, which is to do nothing, to take no action. And
let me clarify to make sure, to take no action on the toll fees and stuff like that. There are other things in there I think that staff has heard that they can run with to bring back to us, maybe.
I think we need a second motion for that,
Okay,
so that they
we can
know
do
what
that.
they're doing.
So,
but-
the motion is to take no action on the fees at this time.
Okay.
And that was seconded.
Yes.
That was seconded. Any other discussion on that? All in favor of stopping here, doing nothing so far, say aye.
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 Carissa, would you call the roll?
You understand the question?
Yeah.
Okay.
The motion is to not take any action on
The tolls.
On the tolls, the tolls.
And if I want to talk about raising the tolls,
So that's,
okay.
then we can make another motion.
Okay, so I vote.
well, she's gonna
Carissa,
call it.
why don't you call the roll? Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Okay.
No.
No.
Now it's as clear as mud to me now.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I knew.
I did too.
But
Mr.
now-
Santiago's motion, at first he said, was to do nothing on the cost schedule for beach access tolls, correct?
Correct. So in essence, to leave the fees currently as they are.
Right, and I think I'm against that. I think we
Okay.
should be talking about raising.
Then you should vote no when we come to the vote.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No. But the yeses have it, and so we do nothing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to make another motion to direct staff to start to prepare a report to us on options to raise or create an off-site beach parking fee structure.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I want to edit that because I know it may be written wrong. For non-residents.
Santiago makes a motion for staff to come back with a recommendation to raise off-beach parking for non-residents.
To create one, because we don't have one right now. For non-residents.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Johansson, second.
Jake makes a second, and discussion, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I'd like to explore both residents and non-residents, because my goal here is to make this thing self-sufficient. As much as I like the idea of not having to raise tolls for anybody, I want, like I said before, I want to lower taxes. So whatever it takes, again, $25 for a year, what's that, a penny a day? I mean, come on, it could come up. I mean, residents could suck it up and pay 2 cents a day on average instead of 1 cent a day. I mean, it's not asking a lot. So to sit here and say, I want to explore both charging residents and non-residents for off-beach parking, I don't think it's insulting when you're talking about trying to double or triple, even if, God forbid, we go up to a nickel a day for, you know, a pass. I mean, come on. I'm more concerned about people having to pay taxes for something they never use, which apparently, looking at the stats, only 50,000 people have bought the resident passes. So that means there's probably about 500,000 people in this county who aren't even using the beach on a regular basis. I'm more concerned about those 500,000 people and lowering their taxes than cutting a break for the 50,000 people who are regularly using our beach. So I think they could handle a hit up to a nickel a day. So I'd like to look into resident and non-residents in off-beach parking. Sure. Okay. I'll be quiet.
Okay. Are you proposing that are you amending the motion to include that?
Are you looking at me?
No, I'm looking at Don Dempsey.
Can I amend his motion?
Can amend his motion.
You can amend his motion. We haven't voted on it.
Well, I would have to accept the amendment.
I think you could make Mr. Santiago's motion was seconded.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
Mr. Dempsey, you can make a motion to amend to add residents to the consideration direction of staff to return. If your motion to amend passes, then you return to Mr. Santiago's motion as amended.
Yes.
So your amendment needs a second, and then we have to vote on it. You haven't got a
Yes.
second yet.
Figured.
Is there a
Story
second?
of my life. Yeah.
Is there a second to Don Dempsey's motion to include residents? Going once. No second? Sorry. Okay. Now we'll continue discussion with the main motion from Mr. Santiago to raise off-beach parking for non-resident.
It's actually to create one, because I don't think we have one at all.
Okay.
Yeah, can I speak to that just for a second?
Can I stop you?
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
No, please, go ahead.
So we're looking at a couple things. So obviously we can bring back information on different costs and those kinds of things. But when it comes to the structure of how this works, I mentioned there's different technologies, there's kiosks, there's apps.
Right.
So what we're thinking is we would include that as part of the solicitation that we go out when we go out for the toll contract, and there would be different options. And then we can bring those back to council when a toll solicitation or a toll contractor is selected, and we can bring that back to the council to see what that would look like. Mr. Kent mentioned there was about 2,200 and change parking spaces along the beach that currently aren't charged, that the county maintains. One of the questions we would talk about is some of those locations are large parking lots or parks. Some of those locations are 5 or 6 lots along a beach ramp. So some of those issues would have to get worked out. Obviously, are you putting kiosks at all those locations, or so we would come back with recommendations or options for those kinds of things as well. And then obviously it would be council's discretion either to move forward with that or to determine what the fee associated with those parking would be, if that's acceptable.
Okay. Any questions on that? Danny, you have a question for him right now? No?
Well, I'll wait.
Okay. Troy?
Thank you, Chairman. So, Councilman Santiago, I'm absolutely going to support this. I mean, I brought this up, and I get it. I guess, not to beat a dead horse, the only piece I don't get is I get how, and Don, I'm a big fan, but I couldn't go with that. I just couldn't. I just wanted to tell you, but Mr. Santiago, I guess the piece I'm trying to wrap my head around is, so for this, we're okay with residents not paying. In my plan, we had to make up $1.4 million, and adding $10 to the pass for the beach brought in almost $3 million, and adding $50 to the annual pass brought in $721,000. It brought in more money than what we needed to make up, but there's a difference in that. Not that you even have to answer it. I guess I'm just thinking out loud, scratching my head because I don't understand it, and that's okay. And that's okay. But I am gonna support this because it's the right thing to do, I believe.
Okay. I was prepared to support you in your first proposal, and I whispered over here that we're talking semantics when you brought a plan that increases a lot of money, and it offset the money, but it's being talked about is, well, then the subsidies are going to go up, and it's semantics. It may be double talk because we're not offsetting. You're bringing in more money to the general fund that would offset that, and we'd be further ahead. I think it was a good plan, and I was willing to support it. I hope it comes back at some point. I was gonna, and I can tell from the conversation, I've been quiet, just listening. I could tell from the conversation that my suggestion wasn't going to fly, which I would like to see the toll booths go away and not charge out-of-towners, in-towners, anybody to go to the beach. We pay for the beach, the locals, in their property taxes. And Danya, it's $20 a year is not a lot of money, but one of the reasons there's only 25, one of the reasons there's only so few people going, and we can choose to believe this or not, but I'm told regularly that I am not going to the beach when I got to pay twice. And they don't go.
Point of order.
They found
Respectfully, Chair, this isn't germane to the motion on the floor for parking. Discussing parking passes, we're transitioning back into beach tolls or whatever we voted on. If we can respectfully just stay on subject. Thank you.
Okay, your point is not well taken. I'm dealing with the subject at hand.
We're dealing with a separate subject, Chair, respectfully. And I'd like to challenge your determination on the validity of what you said, but that is not on subject. And if I have to put it in a motion to proceed, I will. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, put it in a motion and we'll have to vote on it.
I'd like to make a motion to stay on subject and talk about the motion and topic on the floor. Thank you.
To shut the chair up.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to second that motion mainly because I'm a process and order person from a technical perspective, and it's not disrespect to you, Mr. Chair. The point is specific to where we're at, and I think as we progress as a council, we should get procedurally more technical so that it runs more efficient. So that's the only reason I second it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any other discussion on that motion? Then, Krista, would you call the?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Just briefly, you said any
we
more
got 5 names up here.
You said any. I know. I didn't even put my name up because you just said any more discussion on that motion, and I get it. I'm a little more lenient on it. And I'm going to tell you why. You didn't say anything at the last one. The question was called, and the chair didn't get a chance to talk about it at all. So that's the only reason I'm a little different on it. But I get what you're saying.
Okay, Chris, I'm going to call the roll. And is this a 3/5 required vote?
Legal?
Lawyers?
Lawyers?
One of the lawyers.
Any lawyer?
I think it's a,
Simple majority?
it's in essence a motion to limit debate, and I believe it's a 2/3 vote.
Okay. All right, Chris, call the roll, please.
Mr. Santiago? Yes. Mr. Dempsey?
No.
No.
No, I'd like to let Jeff keep talking.
Mr. Johansson?
Yes.
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
No. So it doesn't pass by, pardon? And we have 4 yeses and 3 noes. So I'm gonna end real quick. I wanted to say that my goal is to grow Volusia County, and I think if we have wide open, we get more sales tax. There's plenty of ways, as has just been demonstrated, that we could pay for the beach. So I'm going to end with that on this, and we will go back to Mr. Santiago's motion to create off parking for new residents and non-residents. Jake Johansson, I think you were up for this?
Yes, sir, and I'm on task here. So I do have a quick question for staff. We talked earlier about, number one, I think the beach, the Peabody, the Ocean Center, I think they're all a public good, and that some form of our subsidizing of it is important to this county. So I would love to get revenue neutral or expenditure neutral, but it may be something that's a little hard to catch. But when we go to the Peabody, do we pay to park? And if we pay to park, does that parking pay for that specific thing, or is it general revenue, or do we not charge for parking?
No, we charge. The Peabody, of course, is a city facility, but we have the lot next door.
We have the lot.
And yes, we do charge.
And does any of that money go back to the Peabody?
In that case, it does not.
Okay.
Because we maintain the lot and we control, the lot.
And there's no obligation with the Ocean Center either? The payment for the parking garage is just general revenue?
Well, everything that goes to the, right now, anything that goes to the garage pays for the garage, and the garage maintenance, and the garage debt.
All right, because we're trying to do the nexus between the off-beach parking, helping to pay for the beach, or buy down the buy down, if you will.
Sorry, those are 2 separate systems, so you don't have to tie them together.
Okay.
The beach, off-beach parking can go into the general fund. That's up to your decision to use what you want.
Got it. It's general revenue at that point. Like I said, it could buy down the buy down. And okay, got it. Separate thing. Throughout the nation where I've been in my previous job there, we started using apps, and I know Mr. Reinhardt brought up that we'd have to have that information that we hand out. That's easily done on these apps. I think it's a little easier than a kiosk. It's not mechanical. Takes about 60 seconds to download the app. It's a pain in the neck associating your Visa card to it, but after that, it's almost free till you pay your Visa bill. So I support that option when it comes to it. Thanks.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Ben, don't walk away. Sorry. All right. One is more of a technical question. The time of day for the parking. In other words, the kiosk or whatever you do, are we talking about time specific during daytime hours? Are we talking about charging for parking, whichever route we go, the entire day? Again, goes back to monitoring. You know, already I just said in the last time that we have to find a source in order to enforce it. Are you going to have to enforce it 24/7, 365? Are you only doing it during daytime hours? You know, not on holidays? Are we going to come up with a fee schedule? You know.
Currently, we have a parking ordinance that only allows parking.
Thank you for
last year we amended the coastal parks ordinance. Basically, the default time is 11 p.m. and then was it 6 or 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. Unless a sign that's well posted says a different time.
Right.
So 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
So
basically.
we would
so
have to amend
that would be the time frame you'd have to enforce it.
Well, let me jump in. That is when you can use the lot. Again, that would be something that we would bring back. You may choose to only charge till 5 or 6 o'clock. Well, you know, that would be.
I believe New Smyrna has designated hours that are less than that.
Okay. And I know the amount was talked about, how much we would charge, correct? Did we say, how much was that? 20? How much is the Ocean Center parking garage?
It varies. You have an hourly rate during normal times, then they have, I think, a $10 event rate. So if you go for an event, it's $10. That's actually something we'll be bringing back to you.
I was going to say, because if you leave it cheaper, guess where they're going to park? And in an event, then people won't have the parking for the event.
Well, no,
I'm
that's
just saying,
correct,
if
but
it
I
is
will
cheaper.
say the original intent with the garage, though, was also for beach parking as well, because it was partly.
So that garage would be included.
Because remember, you can't park down on the beach in front of that area, so the garage was intended to be part of the solution for people who wanted to go to the beach in the boardwalk area.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I love the app idea, by the way, Mr. Johansson. So I'm just trying to figure out if we get everybody to learn how to do it. But excellent idea. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Don Dempsey. Could you stay up here real quick? Just a quick question. I know you said earlier the reason why we don't like to have a different toll for daily rates at the beaches is because it's going to take a long time to differentiate who's a resident and who's a non-resident, and that might cause stacking.
Correct.
At the A1A.
We're super sensitive to trying to avoid stacking out. That's why when we anticipate high volume at some of these ramps, we send out multiple toll takers.
So what's gonna be the difference when we have free parking for residents, but toll parking for non-residents at the off-beach parking? Are we gonna have that same stacking issue because we're giving free parking to locals and?
No, so the way, well, and real quick, to go back to your first point, one of the other reasons why is from an auditing standpoint, if you have a toll taker making the determination as to whether someone's a resident, it's difficult to track and audit that. I would think we would do something similar, and obviously we would bring this back for consideration, but New Smyrna, basically folks would register, they register as residents and they're issued a pass that allows them to park in the parking lot as a resident. So they have to register and get that, you know, it's kind of like they register to get that the resident parking pass, and then they're able to park for free.
Okay, so a resident who doesn't have this pass still couldn't access it?
Correct.
Is what you're saying? Okay, all right, thanks.
Okay, I don't see anybody else that wants to speak on this, so I want to make sure that I speak on it real quick. David, I agree with where you're going. I think Mr. Kent went there. I'm not going to support it, and only for one reason. I can't separate the two things. I can't sit here and tell our own residents that we're going to ignore you, we're not going to do anything for you, we're going to double tax you, you're going to pay for the beach and your property taxes, and then we're going to charge you again when you come there. I just think it's so glaringly wrong that I'm not going to support anything else until we take care of our own constituents first. So, sure.
I feel compelled to respond to that because by opposite of that, it says that I'm ignoring my residents, right? And so I appreciate your opinion. I want you to know that. I always will. But I think it's the context of how it was placed. And it's like putting me as like, I'm not doing my job. So I wanted to voice that. I had residents reach out to me also and said they're okay with the fee. So I don't believe in that premise. I just want to, because the way your comments were phrased, it made me want to respond. So.
Okay. All right. Krista, would you call the roll again? I don't think there's a need to call the roll. The motion on the floor that we're voting on is to create off parking charges for non-residents. Motion by Santiago, second by Jake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Aye. And the motion carries 7-1 or 6-1. Okay, 10 o'clock and we're already on item 5.
Well, real quick, before we move on, I just want to, there was one other piece of that direction was the full solicitation contract, including automation. Obviously, we talked about the parking, but I think everyone has kind of indicated they're okay with the solicitation, including some form of automation for the beach toll collection. Do I need a motion for that, or?
I think we can come back with the option. I don't necessarily, unless someone had a strong opposition that we had to have toll takers, I think the message has been we're searching for efficiency and higher service. So if everyone's okay with that, we will put that out on the solicitation and see what private industry can do, because I think that they are more innovative and see what they can come back with.
Okay. Danny Robbins.
Chair, thank you. Do we want to open this up to like Votran parking lots or not Votran parking lots, Sunrail parking lots or any of these other things? I mean, if we're on a roll of trying to make some money and charging out of towners, now's maybe a good time to lump this in, or you guys can take care of some of this. Is that, or are we not there yet for Sunrail?
I think we need to come back at you a little bit with Sunrail. There's some, we have to study the agreement. I believe there are provisions for us. There's naming rights. There's other things we can do.
Any of our parks or anything else that we can throw onto this?
Well, again, I think what we talked about from the audit was that we would come back to you with fees in general during the budget. So we'll try to hit several of these items at that time.
Thank you.
I would add on, at least under the current agreements with Sunrail, under our station agreement with DeBerry, it provides parking's free of charge.
Yeah. Okay, that brings us to item 5, Ordinance 2023-18, amending requirements and standards for the Contractor Licensing Construction Appeal Board to ensure consistency with state laws.
Good evening, Clay Urban, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Our legal staff found that there were changes to how we need to make up our Contractor Licensing Construction Appeal Board. We currently have a set number of consumer representatives, which are people who are not otherwise regulated by this board and are consumers of construction services. We now have to have 3 members of the board being from that group. So what we are planning on doing is adding the requirement for having those 3 and deleting the requirement for a professional engineer so that way we are consistent with Florida statutes. This will, again, ensure consistency with some recent changes that occurred back in 2021 as part of a change that also included the other part of this ordinance. Previously, local governments, specifically counties, could license specialty contractors. And so there were some changes at the state level that said these local contractors don't need to go through this local aspect, and they can default to some of either the state or they're just not needed to have these contractors. So we've put in place the changes that they had. When this initially hit, many folks were kind of caught off guard who had these specialty contractors licenses. So they extended it out till 2024 to make sure that they had time to be able to get whatever necessary state licenses they may need or otherwise be able to continue on with their business. So basically, this is a long way to describing how we are making our ordinance to be consistent with Florida statutes.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move to approve ordinance number 2023-18.
David Santiago makes a motion to approve the ordinance. Is there a second? Second. Second by Robbins. Any questions for Clay? Danny Robbins. No questions? Any discussion? All in favor say aye of approving ordinance 2023-18.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0 with one person out of the room. Item 6, grant agreement with the State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection for $37,689,745 for the feasibility study, design, and permitting and construction of the Volusia County 2022 Hurricane Ian and Nicole Recovery Project.
Good afternoon, Jessica Fentress, Volusia County's Coastal Division. I am happy to bring you a grant agreement with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for $37.6 million. This is in addition to the $5 million that we awarded previously this year. The scope of the agreement is based off of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's Hurricane Ian and Nicole Recovery Plan, which is posted on their website. Short term, this funding can be used for offloading and placement of the approximately 700,000 cubic yards of Army Corps dredge material that we're looking for, as well as the two agreements, the one that was approved earlier this afternoon with the Florida Inland Navigation District. This can be used for the design, the construction, the offloading, and the placement of that material. It can also be used for the placement of additional sand sources as they may be identified. The grant does require a feasibility study, and this feasibility study is separate from creating construction documents for the offloading of the material with the Corps and find. This is your 50-year beach plan. This is where we're going to have a lot of public input. You guys will get to see what specifically will work for Ponce Inlet, what specifically will work for Ormond by the Sea, and then New Smyrna, the entire coastline. There will be a lot of public outreach. We are negotiating that contract right now. And we'll bring it back to you probably in about a month because we have to get DEP approval before bringing it to you. The remaining funding that's left over from the $42 million that you've received in cumulative will go towards the implementation of the feasibility study. Once we figure out what the projects are, then it'll be a policy decision on if we want to design multiple simultaneously or if we want to design one and use funding to go towards construction. We are still talking with the DEP and our state representatives to try and get the remainder of the DEP's hurricane recovery plan funded. In total, it will be 77 for Volusia plus the additional 5 at 82 million. There will be, we'll get some more information on that as the House and the Senate kind of weed down. I guess that's the end of my presentation. I'm open for questions, sir.
Questions from council? Danny Robbins.
Just going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have
Second.
a motion to approve by Robbins and a second by, was it
Me. I'm
Reinhardt?
sorry.
Or
My voice is
Jake?
going. Yes, second.
Second by Reinhardt, motion by Robbins. Any other questions, discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0 with one out of the room. Item 7, business services budget and service level presentation.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
you had public participation for item 6.
I'm sorry. Can y'all take a break? I should have called these before we voted, but on the last item for the receiving the grant, Melissa Lammers. And then Steve Wonderly.
Thank you. Good evening. Belated congratulations to all of you on your election. My name is Melissa Lammers. I live in Ormond by the Sea and have off and on since 1965. I'm not going to talk about dogs on the beach. I'm going to talk about whether or not we're going to have a beach going forward, especially on the North Peninsula in Ormond by the Sea. I walk that beach almost every day. The erosion after 2016's Hurricane Matthew made that impossible even at low tide. So I started researching erosion, talking to coastal engineers, talking to a heroic Jessica Fentress, and trying to learn about that. It seemed at that time that the county was relying on FDOT to protect the beach, not just A1A, the scenic byway part of the loop. Recently, I've learned that the county had to rely on FDOT because we didn't qualify for emergency beach restoration funding through FEMA because we lacked and apparently still lack a comprehensive beach management program. We couldn't rely on the Army Corps of Engineers either because we don't participate in a management program with them. All my life, I have heard about how our beach is the lifeblood of our economy, and we've just devoted hours to it. So this was shocking. I don't understand how over the years we didn't make arrangements like almost every other one of Florida's 35 coastal counties to preserve our beach by participating in programs for which we're eligible. But now it's up to you to save the beach, and it sounds like we're on a good path, perhaps. Some of FDOT's work after Hurricane Matthew helped the North Peninsula beach begin to heal naturally until Hurricane Nicole plus king tides plus full moon. But FDOT will not protect A1A, and I have to emphasize that because some people are tragically mistaken that FDOT's sole interest is to protect the road, not the beach. And to do that, FDOT seems to be leaning toward installing secant walls on the North Peninsula. It's not a beach preservation method. It's an old earthworks method used to build overpasses and roads. Armoring the coast with solid vertical structures leads to erosion. Wave energy slams against that hard surface and has to go somewhere. And what it does is carve out under the wall and laterally. So any unarmored dunes on either side of that wall are going to erode at an accelerated pace. And that's what we're looking at in Ormond by the Sea. Volusia County has gotten, as Ms. Fentress just said, approximately $42 million from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Some of that, according to the document I read, is to immediately renourish the most eroded beaches and to fund a study that will lead to a comprehensive beach management program for Volusia County. Eroded North Peninsula Beach must be a priority for renourishment. It's relatively unspoiled. There are no tall buildings casting shade on the beach in the afternoons. It's all public. There's nothing built on the beach. And as you've heard, it's an important natural habitat. So in addition to making the beach a priority, it's our chance to draft a great plan. Thank you, and save the beach.
Thank you. Steve Wonderly.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members, and staff. I will be very brief. Given the apparent likelihood of the construction of seawalls in Ormond by the Sea, it is urgent that Volusia County prioritize the renourishment of the beaches that will be affected. The FDOT construction program does threaten beaches in Ormond by the Sea. Secant walls may protect A1A and protect houses for a while, but the walls will be harmful for the beach. Water that hits the walls has to go somewhere. And when it goes, the sand goes with it. As it was put in an issue of Scientific American, bulkheads and seawalls may accelerate beach erosion by reflecting wave energy off the facing wall. You already know very well that beaches in Ormond by the Sea are special for many reasons, including their beauty, their value to sea turtles, and migrating shorebirds. So again, I urge you to protect those beaches that will be impacted by these seawalls by prioritizing their renourishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I know it was a unanimous vote, but it would be appropriate to redo the vote after the public input.
Okay.
Yeah, I know you had a motion and a second already.
All right. For item 5, all in favor of ordinance 2023-
This is item 6, Chair.
Item 6. Grant agreement with the state of Florida to receive $37,689,745. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? And this time it passes 7-0. Melissa and Steve, I know you sat here all night. I apologize that I overlooked you for your input. Now we come to item 7, the business services budget and service level presentation. And you're still smiling.
Good evening, and we're real excited to present to you our budget and service initiatives for business services. And I'm Janine Jennings, Director of Business Services. Business services is comprised of facilities, fleet, purchasing and contract, and now added transit services. This is an overview of the budget for the administration part of it. Majority of it is personnel services. And on top of the 4 divisions, we also handle within business services admin, broadband infrastructure, sponsorship and naming rights, and film permitting. And just briefly, since it's been brought up today about where are we with sponsorship and naming rights, want to let everybody know that Superlative has been in town for the last 2 weeks. Per their contract, they have 12 months to get through the sales period. They're not even probably 6 months into it, and they have some great prospects. We're at a point now that the people they are talking to are asking for some specific information in order to submit proposals. And as of last Friday, we have pouring rates that has been submitted, and it'll be coming to you shortly for approval. And I'm going to turn it over to Jim for facility management.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, council members, and staff. Jim Corbett, Facility Management Director. Oops, there. Here's our organization chart for facility management. Since we have broken off from central services, we've evolved into basically 3 main business lines. We have our administration, projects, and services, as well as the operations and maintenance. We have also provide operational support to library services, correction maintenance. Majority of our staff is mostly skilled trades workers. We have approximately 23 of those. And then our other main business line, the projects and services, makes up an activity project coordinator with 4 special projects coordinators in which they manage our capital project. This is our county facilities and security budget for 2022 and 23. Our major expense is capital improvements, followed by operating and personnel. 40 full-time funded equivalent folks, and then again, 1 special projects coordinator is funded by the Ocean Center. For our operating expenses, our top expenses are contracted services. These are our routine scheduled certifications and testing services that we need for all our over 200 facilities. Followed by utilities. Our materials for maintenance, that is planned maintenance and in-house projects that our in-house labor staff has to purchase in order to complete. Followed by maintenance of building grounds. This object code is typically projects that my in-house staff cannot support, so we utilize vendors to accomplish that work. Followed by janitorial services. Remaining budget spread off across 33 object codes. For court facilities and security, the budget is very similar. Capital improvements make up the majority of these expenses, followed by operating and then personnel. We have 4 funded full-time equivalent senior trades workers. For operating expenses, we've switched a little bit. Our main is expenses, maintenance of building and grounds, followed by utilities and janitorial services. We do have a few building rentals for our state attorneys. As well as $333,000 for contracted services. Professional services, the majority of the bulk of this is for our court complex master plan, and then the remaining is spread off 16 object codes. We do get 87.5% of our court fees reimbursed due to traffic tickets back into the general fund, estimated $1 million this year. And that's just a summary of our operations. So capital projects, few examples here. Recently completed the VSO Family Resource Center, big success, quick project, got that off the ground very quickly. Ocean Center parking, 6th level. There's some major structural repairs required there. And then there's various chiller replacements across the county. That's an ongoing thing. We'll typically have 2 to 3 of those annually. HVAC plan maintenance, building support, fire alarm panel installations. Again, these are just examples of the work we do day in and day out. Following is a screenshot of our Lucity work order management system. Approximately 13,500 work orders processed annually through this. Anybody can enter these. These are available to the public. And our major contracted services, AJI covers approximately 4.6 million square feet weekly. Smartwatch and Guard One are two major security firms contracted. And followed by Mail Courier and Seminole Office Solutions, the multifunctions device contract. That's all your printing and scanning services. And it's just a list of ongoing capital improvements and various stages of design, construction, procurement. And future challenges. So we're currently nearing the final stage of investment grade audit. We have a draft report from Siemens. So we've got a bunch of energy conservation measures we'll be coming to discuss here in the next coming months. Doing more with less, it's always a difficult thing to do with 23 workers with over 200 buildings, 2.1 million square feet. So we're relying on technology more and more. Inflation remains high. We constantly find it hard to estimate our daily work environment as well as the projects we need to accomplish. And then county wages and recruitment, I operate at about a 10% vacancy rate annually. We're working on getting those wages better, and as well as our apprenticeship program where we're hiring 2 trades ones, get them 24 months, get them certified and up to a senior trade worker as our older workers retire. And that concludes. Is there any questions? Thank you very much. I will turn it over to Fleet Management, Robert Gilmore.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Jake Johansson had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
3. Are we at all, and this might be a bigger question, but are we at all maximizing our use of janitorial services come to mind, but any service where we can use special needs folks as part of our workforce?
And I'll have to get back with you on that and make sure. The mail room, possibly. I'm not sure if our mail room has any sort of accommodated employees, but let me research that and I'll get back to you on that because I don't. I'm leaning towards no, we do not. But let me get an answer for you on that.
Got it.
Sorry, just want to add. Both of those contracts are also in the middle of writing up new scope, and as a directive that we have taken from here, it would be something would be included in our scope going out.
Great. So my next question is, do you internally have any veterans hiring program?
So every job we post comes with veterans preference. So and typically a lot of the jobs I post go full and open competition. So
got it. And third, Lucity is an extremely powerful program. I couldn't grasp it before I left the city. Do you feel you're maximizing what it can do for you, or are you just scratching the surface right now?
We are delving down into it. We've got a list of we recently completed an efficiency study with LA Consulting last year. We're working to implement those recommendations as we speak. So there's also the asset manager position that's still empty right now. We're working to get somebody on board that can implement all those recommendations for us. So, but yes, absolutely, we're working to maximize the potential of that system.
Got it. I have one by the way. I like if your Siemens contract is anything like what I think it is, I like that program. I think it's a good program, but just walking around this building and the few buildings I've been in, there is so much room in this county in our buildings and probably what we do to save electricity. Or is that always top on y'all's mind in facilities? And we can't pay for everything that you want?
Absolutely. So we're constantly looking for ways when we have to go in and upgrade for innovative technologies, efficient technologies. Low-hanging fruit, as I say, is what we always try to identify first, where we can get the best return on our investment for new infrastructure.
Got it. Through the county manager, I guarantee you I am going to be a thorn in everybody's side, but we have to lead here, and you're the closest belly button or chest to push. But I think our county, our citizens, and our staff, and us, I think we have a very important obligation to manage our environmental resources, right? Our power, our pollution, everything. So I want to be part of that solution. So when I look at the citizens and say, you got to be part of the solution too, they can't say, well, hell, you got every light on in the joint. What are you telling? So do your best, and I'll be turning lights off every room I leave. So do what you can.
And we have, I got to say, we've come a long way.
Good.
And Jim has led a charge. So many things are automated, computerized. If you're here on the weekend, you'll notice the difference. Things, air conditioning, all that type of stuff is brought down to a minimum, or you know, they know kind of the formula of how to bring it up, bring it down. In fact, Jim's controlling the air conditioning right now as we speak, probably on his laptop.
With his app?
He controls all of that through technology. So
good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for all your work.
Have one quick question.
Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Just one quick question, I'm sorry. And this is going to kind of piggyback off our Councilman Johansson's comment about the handicapped. I know that at one time at the jail, we had 2 individuals that were legally blind, and that we provided equipment for them to be able to work in our booking office. Clerical, it was more clerical. So I don't know if that's something also when you do that look into that dive deeper into that, to something to consider, because I know I chair that TPO for the disadvantaged, and that was a question that a couple of them actually brought up. Is 2 of them, the individuals actually worked for the county at one time, and they don't now. So just food for thought.
Yeah, and it's also a larger HR question, and I, we work with HR and we'll continue. We have through the years had many positions like that, so we could check where we're at status wise, and certainly they're a valuable resource, and we know how hard it is to get employees, and so we're looking at every kind of program that we can. So appreciate the support.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Chair, staff. Robert Gilmore, Director of Fleet Management. I'm going to quickly go over our fleet management service level and budget. You've got my packet, so I'm going to kind of skim it pretty quick and then give you an opportunity for me to answer any questions or expand on anything you'd like me to talk about. So this is our org chart, pretty basic org chart: fleet manager, fleet director, operations manager, and management staff, supervisor staff. But most of our staff is technical fleet master mechanics. So we have 32 of those, and we're fully staffed. We do have 2 current vacancies. This slide here, important to note on this one is we are an internal service fund. So we generate revenue through the fees we charge, and those fees cover the operation, the expense of our operation. So we are an internal service fund. One thing of note here, I'll point out, there's quite a reserve balance there. That is made up, majority of that money is future replacement funds for vehicles. So we have a vehicle replacement fund, and those monies has been set aside by the divisions. We hold for them for the future replacement of vehicles. Here's our operating expenses. Majority of fleet operating expenses include purchasing fuel, parts, and some sublet charges, administrative charges, and then the remaining budget across 36 object codes for $641,000. Fleet capital outlay, the majority of our expenses here, you'll see the $7.2 million. That's purchase of vehicles in a fleet replacement program. Purchase approximately 100 vehicles this year for about $7.2 million. We do have a replacement fuel truck that's for fleet use to fuel vehicles out in the field, a service truck, and then some shop equipment. Capital improvement, we just have a few maintenance projects for fleet, replacing some bay doors, painting the facility, and then a little improvement to our after-hour cage operation. Fleet revenue, several revenue sources, vehicle replacement fund, repair parts and sublet fuel, and other miscellaneous revenue. So as we sell parts, fuel, and labor, that's our revenue sources. So really just kind of a brief summary of what we do. I feel we're a full service, centralized, one-stop management of the fleet management, county fleet. So we just take care of everything, cradle to grave, one-stop shop. A few statistics, 2,609 vehicles and equipment, 739 of them in the fleet replacement program. We distribute about 1.8 million gallons of fuel annually. On this competitive pricing, we provide good value of service for the service we provide, far less than what you would pay to have that same service done on the outside. Some fleet customer focused initiatives. We're customer focused. We provide customers with convenient services to reduce the impact of their operations. So that's really our goal, is try to be seamless for them. Some of the unique things that we do that are a little out of the box is we are an in-house CDL training and testing provider. So we provide training and testing for CDL. We also perform Ford and GM warranty in-house. So we charge Ford and GM to perform warranty on their vehicles, or the vehicles that are under warranty. We also maintain all of the building generators for the county. Future challenges, fuel price volatility is a huge issue, especially the last few years. Heavy truck and equipment prices are straining budgets. Fuel supply chain issues and stuff such as that are delaying getting new vehicles, so that's a challenge. And then some electrical infrastructure type challenges that we believe will be coming sometime in the future. And with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of like our DOT stuff, you said that we do that stuff in-house, the training. Who do we contract to do our medicals? And is that somebody that local here, or?
I don't. The HR handles the medical stuff. That's not done through fleet. We do the training of what they call entry-level driver training, and then the testing of the actual skills testing to obtain your CDL license. We don't have anything to do with the medical part of it.
And
it's done. We have a in-house nurse that's qualified to do it. And if there's stuff that goes out, we usually have a contract with somebody, a doctor.
Okay. I don't remember if I brought it up several years ago, but is there a way we can look at opening that up? If we do have somebody in-house, I get charged for mine 55, 75, and literally I'm in and out in 15 minutes. I don't know if this is something we can maybe think about.
You mean as a revenue source to others, or are you saying?
Yeah, in-house. I mean, if we're already doing it in-house, but just thinking.
Well, we also remember have physicals for a lot of other positions, okay. Safety positions that require it, and then of course
like the med card stuff.
Well, and initial employees in certain positions, not all of them, because some it's not required, but others where it's a physical nature, we want to make sure that they're healthy when they get here.
Sure. I'm just saying that because every time I go, there's a line out where you have to make an appointment. No matter the day, it may be something, make a couple bucks.
This whole CDL thing, actually, the law changed and required a lot more classroom work, and they, Robert and his team, jumped to it, and realizing that we had always done the testing, the field testing, but they put together a whole program to try and meet our needs. And it's actually a recruiting tool for us, because you can come here and get your CDL. Some people, of course, are here for a while and leave, but they still have a CDL when they leave, so they can make money in other areas. But it's allowed us, because some positions, a CDL was required, and we couldn't find anybody. So again, like we've had to do in some other areas, we can bring people in and basically grow our own equipment operators and truck drivers.
And to add to that, as far as revenue goes for the CDL training, we have offered that to other government agencies, and actually we're training as many of those as we are our own folks. So I think we're, like City of DeLand has 5 in the queue right now coming to training with us, and we just spent 5 Department of Forestry folks.
Troy Kent.
Just a direction for me, Mr. Rectenwald. I sent you an email asking about
the electric
electric vehicles, and I just wanted to say from the District 4 representative, I'm not a fan. They are inefficient. The cost is outrageous. There's problems with the charging, and until they can get the batteries to stop burning longer than 3 days when they catch on fire, I'm never gonna go for them ever. So I just wanted you to hear that direction.
It's music to Robert's ears. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no electric vehicles.
I'll let everybody else see if they wanted to talk about it, but I'm okay if we don't purchase any electric cars.
Works for me.
And please don't tell me
Second.
you wanna start putting out charging stations for everybody. Thanks.
No, there was an advertisement for a grant opportunity for charging station, but they're public facing, so I don't know if we want to get involved in that or not.
Is that it? Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Kent. I always bring everything back to corrections, and I can just see now an FSP run going up to Butler, and oops, we ran out. Try to find a charging station out there. Good luck. Just one, and I'm probably getting way down in the weeds on this one, so I apologize, but I saw on the slide the $19 million of revenue that we set aside. Those other agencies put that money in there for the purpose of their purchase of their vehicle. Obviously, we track how much they put in. This is what you get. Just a quick question. When those vehicles are up and we send them to auction, that money from the auction, does it go back to the agency because they originally purchased the vehicle, or does it go into the general fund?
It goes back into the replacement fund.
And into the replacement fund for that agency?
For that agency.
Okay,
correct.
I'm good with that. And then on the CDL thing, you may have already answered this. When we train these individuals and certify them with their CDL, is there any requirement that they have to, like, in other words, when we send staff out to train or get certified in law enforcement or whatever, they sign an agreement that they have to stay with us for however long?
Yes.
So do we do the same with that?
Yes, we have a year requirement. It's a tuition assistance program. Basically, the county covers the cost of the training. If they leave,
I'm so happy to hear that.
Leave before 12 months, they owe the county that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we handle the fleet for the constitutional officers. Do you advise, do they ask what kind of cars? I saw you were Ford and GM qualified, or do they go out and buy whatever they want?
They are actually in the replacement program, so we help them, guide them on that. They're constitutional, so they can, probably dictate a little bit more than
Right.
as far as what they need.
You don't find yourself working on vehicles that you really don't want to work on, though, right?
No, they're Ford, GM
Got it.
Vehicles, pretty standard.
All right.
Yeah, we don't have anything exotic.
Yeah, right. Thanks.
I think that's all the questions. Thank you. Good job. Next.
One more after me. Good evening, council members. Pam Wilski, Director of Purchasing and Contracts. I'm just going to do a very high-level overview of what you've already received from me regarding Purchasing and Contracts Division. Purchasing Contracts has 15 full-time staff members. We operate in a team environment. We have 3 teams with an activity project manager leading one, and she also acts as the assistant director, 2 managers acting as team leaders, and then 9 analysts split between them, as well as 2 support staff. Because we are support services, the bulk of our budget comes directly from personnel services. We have no capital improvement this year and don't project any for the 23-24 season. You brought up briefly talking about the auction, so briefly I will just talk about the revenue that comes from the auction program. The revenue does go directly back to the departments that the assets belong to. Back in, for FY22, we brought in over $1.6 million that come back, and then all the expenses from the auction are also covered by that. Another source of revenue, which is a small one, but it helps every bit of the way, and it also improves efficiency, is through our purchasing card program. Our rebate in 2022 came back at $33,000, and we anticipate that that will increase over the next few years with our new agreement, because our expenditures, if they remain above $2 million, our rebate is actually going to increase slightly. Just a quick summary of our operations. We support all the county departments and division, as well as 3 of the constitutional officers. Couple slides show you that. And then how we do this is through basically how we meet the needs of all of them, either our internal customers and also our external customers, being our vendors and our contractors that we work with. We strive to provide great customer service, and we use technology to our advantage to be as efficient and as effective as possible. Our operating expenses, as you can see, $325,000 of that $376,000 is actually the auction services, which is covered by the auction sales. The remaining in the contracted services is 99% of that is for our e-procurement software and services, and another 1% for some minor things that we have to do as far as record storage and disbursement. Always just like to brag on my team. I'm always so very proud to always be able to bring forward to you all, and hope to again in 2023. But we were the Achievement of Excellence Award was given to us again from the National Procurement Institute. Our division has won this award 15 different times, and this is the 9th consecutive year. And last year we were only one of 36 counties to achieve this award. Just a few future challenges or opportunities. We want to continue to expand our use of technology, especially in training and vendor outreach for all of our customers. We also continue to work diligently to attract qualified contractors and vendors in the current marketplace, and continue to work with each of our divisions and departments with supply chain issues and increase in costs. One of the things we look forward to moving forward with our new e-procurement platform is the contract management software piece of it, and we look forward to in the future hopefully integrating that with our financial system. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council? I have one. I noticed on the previous slide on page 4, you don't have to go there, but it says you're working with Volusia County Supervisor of Elections, Larry Bartlett, Bill Roberts. Is the school board cooperating at all? Are you doing any joint purchasing with them?
Primarily, no, we do not, but we're always open to that. The biggest one that we do with them is for our fuel co-op, and they are part of that.
Okay. I'm just curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bobby King for Transit Services. That's a new organization that we've just recently had the pleasure of starting up. So I'm going to go through that real quick. We have so we have a small team of 7 employees. We actually have 2 vacancies right now, and that's on the finance and grants side of the house. And the other side of the house is made up of our planning area. So the current budget does not reflect the Transit Services division that you've just recently created. So right now, the personnel services for the county is part of my salary. The rest of the personnel services are the VOTRAN employees, and that is really a contracted amount. It's not a county personnel. And then, so that makes up the majority of our budget, of course, is personnel services. When we do create our budget for this next year, you'll see a difference. Next year in the personnel services, you'll see an increase in the county side and a decrease on the VOTRAN side for something that's actually even a greater decrease than what we currently have in the VOTRAN budget. So you'll see that difference in the next year's budget. Our operating expenses are around $9.5 million. In next year's budget, we will be making some service changes. We are introducing microtransit, and that is a rideshare program on the west side of the county. We may actually be able to introduce it on some of the east side as well, but at least for this next budget year, we expect to be introducing it on the west side. So there'll be some changes in the services that we provide. And then there's, we expect additional increases in operating expenses related to personnel services, of course. We do have a new union contract, and so we know what those expenses will look like. That's actually going to help us continue to bring in more employees, and we need that desperately. So our funding sources are pretty simple. A lot of FTA grants, which are federal grants, our FDOT grants, which are our state grants, and then of course the general fund. So our subsidy this current budget year is $7.5 million. We are, trying to leverage all of our grant funds to reduce that general fund subsidy every year. And we do have quite a few on the horizon, grants on the horizon that we think will help us continue to try to reduce that. But we are, as we're spending down our COVID relief money, we are creeping back into the general fund dollars. So our revenues come from fares mostly, and some advertising, of course. But we actually budgeted for $2.1 million in fares. And we're actually seeing a bigger number right now. So I think at the end of the year, we're going to actually see higher revenues than originally expected. And the interesting part about that is we did a lot of service cuts last year, some efficiencies, so to speak, and we didn't really see a lot of ridership loss, and which is great, but we did see some reductions in the expenses. So our operating expenses, our biggest operating expenses south at $18 million, followed by fuel, as you can imagine. And then after that, we have contract services, which are mostly our paratransit contract providers. So we provide paratransit service at VOTRAN level, but we can't handle all of it, so we contract with other service agencies, and they help us provide that service. So that's a pretty big number. It's a lot. We also have janitorial included in there. And we also have a van pool service that provides a service to groups that like to ride together, which is efficient, but they mostly go out of Volusia County. So every year we have quite a few capital needs. A lot of those are ADA enhancements to our bus stops, our facilities, and things like that. We also are actually trying to move toward alternative fuel vehicles, and we've had a lot of success with propane. We are looking at electric vehicles. That is an FTA guideline that they're pushing on the transit agencies. There's a lot of funding available for it, and we'd like to take advantage of some sort of alternative fuel vehicles, especially with the funding being available to us. And that may mean some infrastructure changes and things like that. So we may have quite a few capital project items that will come to you in the next year to 2 years as we develop that program.
But
And then
that program, just to say, that's not county, what she's talking about though would be if it's FDA federal funded. So we'll be looking at that and, you know, what makes the most financial sense. So if the money's available and it makes sense, as like we were talking about in the other fleet, just to buy a electric truck is so much more. But in the bus world, most of the big heavy equipment gets bought by the federal government for us. So that's a little bit different dynamic there. If they're investing in the products and then we're just having to run them, but we'll have to do that analysis.
We're a long way from that, but we're working towards some sort of change. We also have lots of technology upgrades. We need to do mobile payments. We need to be able to allow our customers to do reservations online, things like that. So real quick, fixed route services, about $16 million a year. We did have about $1 million reduction in that this year because of the service changes that we made in 2022. A gold service is about $7.8 million a year, and that's our ADA and transit disadvantaged riders. Those are the ones that can't use our normal fixed route service. And that's primarily serviced by the 16-passenger ADA accessible van that picks you up at your door. We also have a flex service in the New Smyrna area. We had fixed route there up until last year, but we had low ridership, so we determined that it was probably best if we tried to figure out another way to service that area. And so now our riders can call ahead and schedule a trip, but we don't run fixed route traditionally the way we do everywhere else in that area. It saves us a little bit of money. And I already talked about the van pool service. We have about 19,000 a year people using the van service, and it's subsidized by grant funds. Okay, we're at future challenges. Like everyone else, we're having trouble with fuel costs. The labor market, of course, is strained for us. Although our new union contract, I say ours, it's actually the Votran's union contract, has helped, and we've seen some improvements with some recent hires, and so we're happy about that. So we may be on the other side of that. We'll see. We also have aging network and ITS components that we need to manage in the near future. And then we have the CARES or COVID relief money is kind of coming to an end as we continue to get closer and closer to back to full general fund subsidy. But we do have lots of grant funds that we intend to leverage. They're available through the infrastructure funding from the federal government, and so our intentions are to take advantage of that as much as possible. Any questions?
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Bobby, you probably already hit on this, but I just went up to Tallahassee last week, and one of the days was for the TPO Disadvantage Day. And one thing I kept hearing, vouchers, vouchers, vouchers. I guess what they're looking at, and this is only from a few folks, so this is not the general, but there was a few folks that said that they can rely on Uber. Calling an Uber can get them to their appointment quicker. But then you mentioned something about reservations online, so maybe that's something they need to think about, because that would still apply to the transportation provided for disadvantage, correct?
So I know what the TDLCB group has been talking to us a lot about, trying to use an Uber or Lyft type of service. And so what we're rapidly moving toward is a microtransit service. And what is that? That's it's a ride share service in our case. It's more efficient for us to use a 16 to 18 passenger van
okay.
that is in a small area, such as the West Volusia County area is what we're looking at first.
Okay.
We're removing fixed route in most of these areas and then incorporating this. It's a lot like our flex service. So you can schedule it just like you do Uber or Lyft, you know, right there in the palm of your hand, and have the service pick you up in 30 minutes and take you to your destination. It's meant to be a smaller area, so if you're looking to take a long ride, we really would encourage you to take that to fixed route line and go the rest of the way. If it's an ADA passenger that needs help from their door to the van, we are going to continue to provide that service.
Okay, and that could be, is it these are generally people on the east side that I was talking to, and they're talking about appointments.
So,
because if they had a scheduled appointment at such and such time, they were finding themselves late.
Right. We are having trouble maintaining our level of standard, which is 80% or better for on-time performance. And that's because of staffing. It really is.
Yeah,
so
drivers, yeah, that's for sure.
It's another reason why we're trying to incorporate microtransit on the west side. It'll free up the drivers that were doing fixed route and put them back on the east side to do a better service for the east side. It's kind of a domino effect. We have to kind of get it in place in order to see the real result from it. But we're also doing better with paratransit in the last few months. We really have seen a major improvement there. So.
See, they're done. Westside gets everything first. Just kidding. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
No question, just some direction to Mr. Rechtenwald. I heard about, you know, the grant for the electric bus. Unless it can be presented to me in a way that financially it's going to make sense, because I was hearing about, you know, some hardware we've got to purchase and get in there. And unless that's all grant funded and there's going to be some grant money to help when everything breaks down and has to buy new batteries, we're already subsidizing this department tune of $7+ million. I just wanted you to know.
No, I appreciate
For District
that.
4, again, I'm a hard no on that.
And we haven't we haven't had a chance. We will be talking more about, but they've done a great job.
I'm not saying they haven't. I'm just saying on
making
that
other
issue only.
efficiencies, and we'll take a look at where that goes. And as far as the analysis, like we also mentioned, we have some experience through our trash hauler with compressed natural gas, other type of fuels. So we're not new to the alternative fuel game, and of course we're pretty experienced at buying bulk fuel and things as well. So we'll take a look at what the analysis shows.
I want to make sure you're picking up what I'm laying down.
Yeah, I'm with it. So.
Oh boy. Danny Robbins.
I could not agree more. You know, once we get this stuff, we own it. People give it to us. This is free from the federal government. The maintenance kills us. Kills us. If it was me, I'd go back to carburetors. You can't beat petroleum. That's how I feel. Can we use any of the natural gas we produce out at the landfill for any of our equipment?
There's a cleaning process, but I will say we have a contract with a company right now that takes the gas, and we're working on the project where there happens to be a large gas transmission line through our property. So I think the idea is looking at scrubbing that gas. It needs cleaning as it comes out of the landfill, and injecting it into that natural gas line for money. But in theory, and we have looked at that before, there are ways that we can mine that gas and continue to, and we used to, just in the electrical game, we used to take that gas directly to generators, and we actually generated enough electricity to run 4,000 homes out there. But what happened is that the power companies, they like to be the people doing power. So by law, they only had to give that operator, I think, 4 cents a kilowatt, and he could not he cannot make it at that. They need to be about twice that to do that. But great point, and we'll continue to look at ways. But we definitely want to make sure that that gas makes us some money.
Has any of the legislations, Mike, changed on these electric vehicles, and are we allowed to charge, like permit, this is a little bit off, but for these charging stations that people put in their homes, has anything changed on that, or are still hands are tied, or what?
No, the legislature hasn't opened that as a permitted tax or fee.
Right.
Jake Johansson.
Thanks for your brief. I got a few questions. Are the Votran drivers union employees or contracted?
Right.
Got it. Do you have access to your contract? Okay. How many bus stops do we have in the county, and you can get back to me on this, but how many bus stops do we have in the county that are not ADA compliant right now?
Well, I can tell you that if they're county maintained or operated or that we put in, they're all ADA.
Yeah, I'm talking about a citizen trying to get on a bus. Don't care who pays for it.
So I do want to
do
tell
we
you
know?
this, that in some cases, even if we wanted to make them ADA compliant, we may not necessarily be able to make them fully ADA compliant. In some cases, there's only so much right-of-way or so much space that's available for stop. And so if we were to put our traditional pad that's ADA compliant, we wouldn't be able to put it in there. So there are some that we could not do even if we wanted to.
But it's still advantageous to hold that as a bus stop just because it's in a great place, but we just can't get there?
Yes.
Got it. And you talked about the 15 or 12 passenger bus to do this micro, and Councilman Reinhardt talked about vouchers. Cost-wise, it just seems like it would be cheaper to give them a voucher for Uber than to have a 12-passenger van running people around.
Well, and I can get you more information on this, but we do receive grant funds, and so we have to comply with those regulations with regards to those funds. And so the operations that we provide are grant funded. So that's not necessarily something I'm familiar with being acceptable, but I can certainly check it out.
Yeah, I'm just...
And we're also, because we have grant funds, required to do procurement, in a specific way. Similar.
So, for instance, it could be an Uber-like company that gets our program.
Right.
I think one of the issues, and I don't know if it was a result of after COVID or what have you, but the amount of Uber drivers and Lyft drivers in certain areas dropped significantly. So part of we have to weigh is being able to be consistently available. So it will probably be a private provider that does some of this by bid. So it could be very, we would like to use the private industry, but they have to staff to the level that they can provide the service when we call.
I think you might find that when there's government dollars floating out of the sky, those people tend to show up.
Well, that's why we're going out for the procurement. We feel they will, but then we get to, at that point, at least structure a contract that holds them to being there versus a voucher that could leave people stranded or in that kind of system. And then you get into some insurance requirements and other things too.
So the most effective and efficient mass transit I've ever seen is the slug line in Washington, D.C. And if you don't know what it is, Google it on your way home. It is, and not government, not sanctioned, not just a bunch of crowdsourcing people getting from point A to point B, C, D, and E. So keep the government out of it if you can there, County Manager. Thanks.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm just, consistent with what Jake said. I know I talked to you last week, Bobby, but I just want to make sure that before this micro transit project goes into place, is this going to be brought before council for a vote?
Yes.
Okay, because my concern is, what I don't want to see happen is the government go into competition with private industry. I mean, we've got cab drivers who are going to be affected by this. We've got Uber and Lyft drivers going to be affected. So I don't know if it's proper for the government to be in competition with private industry. I think it's always better to leave everything to the private sector than the government come in and take over. And it sounds great in theory, but my biggest concern is all we're doing is running another Uber service, and it's going to be government funded Uber as opposed to private industry, capitalism doing its thing, and supply and demand, and those forces kicking in and controlling the market price, as opposed to the government having to subsidize this. And, you know, it's like UPS, FedEx, and then the Postal Service. The private industry probably does that much better than the U.S. Postal Service, and I would think this might be another example of that. I'd rather look at the private sector than just running a government-funded Uber, so to speak. So I just wanted to make sure it was coming back up for a vote. And if we could look into that, I know we talked about it. That's my concern. I mean, if we can reach an area that Uber, Lyft, and taxis cannot, then I'd like to explore that.
I think the price point, though, is important. See, that's I agree with you, and that's why we're looking at, again, using a private provider and a competitive bid, but hoping that their efficiency and volume, they can keep a good low price versus taking, you know, a normal Uber, which is often just you, right, or you or your family or your person, a single person, and then that ride is much more expensive. And again, we're in the business of trying to provide transit for people who can't normally do it on their own. So the idea being, you know, for efficiency, you might be sharing that ride with several people. So it's not like you were to call today. Matter of fact, we get done here, we call one to go home. You know, you're going right to your house versus what we'll be talking about. You might have 3 stops along the way because you're sharing it with other people. But again, provided hopefully by a private provider contracting with us.
Right, it is, I just want to say real quick, our method is considered a ride share. It's a ride share that is most efficient when there is a full bus, a full van of 12 to 15, 16 passengers. And so you are going to wait as those passengers are dropped off or picked up. My research has said that Uber is more for the person that really just wants to get there fast, and they will see a delay if they take a ride share. In our case, the ride share. It's going to be less expensive, but it's a choice. It's the choice of the rider, and so they would have a choice to go with us for a less expensive cost.
So in George's hypothetical, though, where we get out of here at midnight and you call this Votran microtransit, are you saying that George would have to sit around here and wait until another person called up and says, I'm just down the street from the county building and I need a ride too, and I'm going to share it with George?
No, I want to clarify that it's only operating during our traditional operating hours. If it's after midnight or, you know, on a day that we don't normally run service on, you know, you would have to call an Uber.
Yeah, not the council hours. You guys run a whole different nighttime thing now.
Well, I'm talking, okay, let's just say it's noontime. Are you saying that George would have to sit tight until another person called? Maybe a half hour to an hour?
No, it's like an algorithm scenario where if you are just the only person that chosen a ride in that area at that time, you're going to get a quick ride. If there's 4 or 5 in the area,
we're going to your house first.
The most efficient route possible. But it is traditionally a lot faster than a fixed route bus, which is what we're trying to eliminate in some areas because it's more cost effective to have this in place.
All right. So you're saying that no matter what this proposal is, it's going to come back before us for discussion and vote? All right, I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
Kind of on the same line, van pool. Did you say there was 18,000?
19,000.
19 a year, and it's groups. So a group calls up and reserves a van.
Here's how the van pool works. They usually approach us, and then we put them in touch with our enterprise agency that runs this operation, and they work out all the details with enterprise. They'll rent a van, and there's a certain number of drivers that are authorized to drive the van, and they use that as long as they work with enterprise, and we just subsidize it with grant funds. So it provides a service to people that don't have a vehicle or something that needs to go outside of Volusia County traditionally.
How does that work with Sunrail? Will it work with Sunrail? How do we work with Sunrail? What's your plan? You're going to send a bus out to DeLand? I mean, we could be sending buses now to DeBerry and forget the north train.
We do buses to, obviously, to DeBerry now, but our plan for DeLand is microtransit.
So Chairman, in DC, you can van pool. I lived about 35 minutes from the metro station. You can van pool from your city or your neighborhood to the metro station. And that van in DC or in Maryland was solely, the grant money paid for the whole stinking thing. You just had to get in it, get to the metro station, then you got vouchers to Metro Inn. So our van pool ride was basically free and to work.
In this case, the users do pay a portion of it.
Yeah, a portion.
Okay. Well, in the last year since you've been here, transportation, Votran has changed. And it's become more efficient. You've seen some decreases in cost. And I keep watching to make sure to see if there's any indication of unhappy riders, of a decrease in service. I'm not seeing it yet.
We're really not either. And it was minimal considering the kinds of changes that we made last year. We were very shocked, and we are seeing ridership getting back to close to pre-pandemic numbers.
Okay.
So.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move to accept the business services budget and service level presentation.
Second the motion.
I have a motion to accept by Santiago, and the second, I think, was from Troy Camp?
It was.
Okay. David, did you have a? No? Okay. All in favor? Thank you for a good report late at night. All in favor of accepting the report, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you're accepted 7-0.
It's 6-0. Mr. Dempsey's out of the room.
He can hear us though, so.
True.
Okay, 6-0. Motion by Santiago, second by Kent. That brings us to item 8, a request of waiver for conflict of interest from a member of the ENRAC committee, Clay.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Taylor Momberg is here. He is a member of ENRAC, but he is also a principal over at Newkirk Engineering. Newkirk Engineering is one of those firms that were successfully picked and awarded a contract tonight with agenda item number N of the consent agenda. So there is a requirement in Florida Statute 112. Basically, someone under contract to the county cannot serve on a board such as ENRAC unless the county council finds that there's not a conflict of interest and approves by 2/3 vote, in other words, 5 of the 7, that it's appropriate for him to continue on serving on the ENRAC committee. Taylor is here to identify any kind of questions y'all may have. I'll be glad to answer that you may have for me.
You do. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I move to approve the waiver of the conflict of interest.
Second the motion.
David Santiago moves to approve the waiver, second by Troy Kent. Jake Johansson.
Yes, this would be for Clay. Clay, quickly, if there is a conflict, and he doesn't so recuse himself, it will be pretty obvious to staff and the rest of the people in the ENRAC.
Definitely.
So we have some oversight, correct?
Sure.
That's all I have, thanks.
And I'll just, not for you. I think the reason we have these rules is to prevent the appearance of a conflict. But I'm going to tell you, I have gone to ENRAC meetings and I've watched. I don't know Mr. Momberg well. We're not friends. I don't know him well. He is a very active and maybe one of the best prepared persons on that committee. Asks good questions. It's painfully slow. I hate that part. You're still working on the tree ordinance after I don't know how many meetings. But that's not your fault. And I also went to the LID conference that we put on with surrounding counties. I think he might have been the one of 2 ENRAC members there. So I appreciate the effort that I wasn't sure which, I wanted to hear how this would affect the future. We may have to do these one at a time if it comes up again, but I think I'm comfortable with it because of the way that you're approaching a volunteer position and the time and effort you're putting into it. So if no other questions, all in favor of waiving the conflict of interest, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries. Is there 7 of us now? You waited all night for that. All right. Item 9, appointments of the ECHO Advisory Board.
You have appointments to the ECHO Advisory Board. These appointments must be within your district. The chair and the at-large member shall appoint 2 members, one from the west side and one from the east side of the county.
Okay, and there's no, let's see, we're in ECHO, no particular order, so I'm going to go right down the list as it is on the page here. If everybody's prepared, let me ask you first, Mr. Santiago, because you would be first.
For ECHO, I reappoint Pat Northey.
The nomination is Pat Northey and Don Dempsey.
Pat Patterson.
Don Dempsey does Pat Patterson. And Jake Johansson.
East Side, John Macaluso.
And Troy Kent.
Dwight Selby.
Dwight Selby and Matt Reinhardt.
East Side, Patricia Drago.
Patricia Drago.
Drago. Yes.
Eddie Robbins.
Gerard Pendergast. Sorry.
Pendergast. And
Mr.
Brower.
Mr. Kent, I don't show a Dwight Selby for District 4.
What do you mean you don't see a Dwight Selby? What does that mean?
For ECHO, he's not on the list.
Is he forever?
No, he's on the ECHO. He's going to serve as my ECHO appointment.
Okay.
Did I need to do something different that I didn't do?
Yeah, I didn't see. There were some names I didn't see either.
Believe so.
Because there was another one I didn't see that I thought was on there also.
Yeah. Dwight's a former commissioner in Ormond Beach. He's going to be my appointment for ECHO, everybody.
He's already on a different board, yeah? He applied for another one?
I show him as applying for Volusia Forever.
Volusia Forever.
And he was cleared, though. He passed the background check.
That's what I mean.
So he could really be appointed to any board.
Correct.
And I think he just was. You're
Whether he
sticking
likes
with
it or
aren't you?
not.
Pardon me?
Whether he likes it or not.
Yeah. And I will do Jeffrey Alt. And that, how many nominations? 9 members. Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll just ask a question. Carissa, so in the case of Mr. Selby, he did apply. You were able to do the clean hands check?
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Johansson and Mr. Brower, you would each have one more appointment. Mr. Johansson's for the west side and Mr. Brower's for the east side.
I have a question. I have a nominee who is in District 4, East Side, Keith Chester, but it says West Side.
Pursuant to the Mosquito Control District, if I'm speaking out of turn, please correct me, but pursuant to the Mosquito Control District, even though he does live in DeLand, he is on the east side.
Okay. Keith Chester.
So
He's west side.
he is west side, correct?
Per the, yes, we're using the mosquito control map to determine east side, west side, which is consistent with what we've done with other boards. So he is west side, Mr. Chester.
Okay, I thought you just said he was East Side. So District 4 is East Side.
No.
Okay. Jake, do you, while I look, do you have?
Yeah, I do have a west side guy. He's already been chosen. So I am gonna hold off until somebody else that has posted their name cleared, or otherwise I'll get that person moving forward and do it next time.
All right, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to hold my second nominee until the next meeting.
Okay.
For Echo.
And Mr. Chair, I know it's late and you're getting ready to go through the series of committees. I've seen council do it both ways. You have a series of nominations. You could vote on each nomination, or I've seen council vote as a slate.
Yeah, if there's no, nobody did the contrary, I'd say let's just vote them as a slate.
And
everybody should get their nominee.
Well, I think for consistency, my name's been up there. I'd like to make a motion, Chair, if you allow me to these appointments and all the appointments, I'd like to make a motion to vote individually. If there's a second.
I'll second that motion, provided we don't get stuck on each one talking for 45 minutes. A time limit, I guess.
Okay. Michael Dyer, your name's still up, or you just didn't take it off?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Mr. Santiago's nominee, Pat Northey. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Mr. Dempsey's nominee, Pat Patterson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sounded like 7-0. Jake Johansson, is it Mackey?
Macaluso, John Macaluso.
All in favor, say aye.
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 And for clarification, that would be for the east side.
That's correct.
East. 7-0. Dwight Selby from Troy, Kent, East Side. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Kent, I did want to clarify, I was able to pull up Mr. Selby's application, and he did only apply for Volusia Forever and affordable housing as his second choice.
Well, I had a conversation with him, and I went back and looked at that message, and I had written down Echo for him. We talked about that, so.
I apologize.
If there's a problem.
I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you doing that, and if there's a problem, then I'll come back to this elected body and say, hey, I want to make a change. Thanks.
Okay, Matt Reinhardt, Patricia
Drago.
Drago? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. Danny Robbins, Pendergraft.
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Brower, Jeffrey Alt, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that's it for Echo so far. Until the next meeting. That brings us to item 10, appointments to the Volusia Forever Advisory Board. 9 motions, 2 for at-large, 2 for chair. David Santiago.
Members, I want to leave mine blank. I want to solicit other opportunities. The reason for is that the individual that's listed in my district recently submitted his name to be a candidate for office, and I don't like appointing candidates for office for advisory boards.
Don Dempsey.
Steve Crump.
Jake Johansson.
Wanda Van Dam.
Troy Kent.
Suzanne Scheiber.
Matt Reinhardt.
Jessica Gow.
Danny Robbins.
John Gamble.
John Gamble. And from my east side, Derek LaMontagne. Are you ready for your second one, Jake, or I can go?
Yes, east side, John Macaluso.
Okay.
Not on the list, but I had a conversation with him and Carissa earlier.
Okay. All right, and for my west side, Keith Chester. Okay, we'll vote on each one. Mr. Santiago's holding until we recruit someone else. Don Dempsey for Steve Crump. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. Jake Johansson, Wanda Van Dam, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Troy Kent, Susan Scheiber, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Matt Reinhardt, Jessica Gow, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Danny Robbins, John Gamble, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Brower, Derek LaMontagne, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And 6-1. Keith Chester, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Okay. That brings us to item 11, appointments to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, PLDRC.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Did we do John Macaluso for, did I miss that? My east side guy, he's not on the list.
We did
but
not.
Yeah.
I didn't call his name. I wrote him on the other
That-
side.
exactly,
So
yep.
John Macaluso, Jake Johansson's nominee for
East side.
East side. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And that passes 7-0. Thank you, Jake. Okay, and we have, this is unusual, we have citizen requests to speak on the nomination of Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. Council, why don't we take those first? Okay, Ricky Schrader.
Morning, gentlemen. My name is Ricky Schrader. I live at 6381 Ingram Road. in New Smyrna Beach. I'm here representing my family, our family business, New Smyrna Beach Construction Company, and many of my neighbors in Bethune Beach. I am here to speak against Chairman Brower's nominee, Richard R. Fowler, being appointed to the Planning and Land Development Commission. I sent all of you an email, I hope you got it, with data. I'd like to go over that, just a little bit of that data. In there was a treatise, and in that treatise was there was from Richard Feller on social media, and I would like to read what was said. Bethune Beach residents are so excited that Deb Denny's and Ed Kelly are no longer part of the corruption that has plagued our area for too long. With our new elected officials, we hope to restore Volusia to its former glory, where builders like Ricky Schrader, myself of NSB Construction, 3 stars on house, because Mr. Feller went on there and said I built him a home, which I never did, and county paid consultants like Bill Redmond of Redmond Consulting Group has never consulted the county, and no longer buy their wishes from our government. We finally have a voice, and it will be heard. Thank you to everyone on this petition for voting to make Volusia a better place. This was said about the group that was here before you. Unacceptable. Okay? I'd like to just overview just a small little bit about what I had written you earlier. There's a treatise. Frankness, not flattery, a work of art. That's all you need to see to vet Mr. Feller. That's all you need to see, but there's more. Tax lien wasn't disclosed before. That's not even a big thing to me. Division of Corporations I sent you. Richard Feller is president of Vacation Rental Home Alliance of Volusia. I attached that so you could see it. Civil Court, Vacation Rental Home Alliance of Volusia versus Volusia County. 2 lawsuits against the county, okay? You'll see 2 names in there. One of those is Peter Vega. Right now he's been before Code Enforcement Board like 30-some times. He's been fined $15,000. He's vice president of this corporation that Mr. Feller is president of. And again, that's the Vacation Rental Home Alliance of Volusia. Stephen Murray, he's been fined $100 a day. He's up to like $55,000 for the short-term rental. This is all vacation. You have someone you want to nominate that's suing the county. They're suing the county.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. One last request. I ask that there be
Point of order.
a vote of confidence taken in the chair.
What's your point of order?
Rick, thank you, but, okay.
Pete Thompson.
Hello, my name is Pete Thompson. I'm an attorney. I live in Bethune Beach and on Ingram Road. Richard Feller was a neighbor of mine before he moved. Shortly after the board decided not to move forward with changes to the short-term rental ordinance in Volusia County, which was in the spring of 2021. Shortly after that, Mr. Feller is the president of the the Home Alliance, Volusia County, a Vacation Rental Home Alliance of Volusia Incorporated. It's clearly a conflict of interest for him to be appointed to this board, because that organization for which he's the president of has filed an action back in June of 2021 against the individual members, and originally against the individual members of the county council, but also against Volusia County, seeking a court order to invalidate the current ordinance with regard to short-term rentals, and to have a declaration that that ordinance is unenforceable. The court in the Volusia County Circuit Court very recently in December granted summary judgment on behalf of the county, which effectively ended that litigation. Then Mr. Feller's organization filed an appeal, so that case is continuing to go on. It's been going on for 2 years. An action by he's been on the PLDRC, and now for 2 years, the county has had to devote resources, time, its legal counsel to fight this. Now, that's a classic conflict of interest, if there ever is one. And another basis for an objection is that Mr. Feller is not a property owner in Volusia County. He's on a quasi-judicial board making decisions, dealing with variances and a number of different important matters that come up before the PLDRC, and he's not even a property owner. I mean, it's unheard of that a board member, a member of a committee like that, not even being a property owner in Volusia County. So clearly, his conflict of interest, and clearly the fact that he's not a property owner disqualifies him. And, finally, having known Mr. Feller in the neighborhood, he was bullying people, and Mr. Schrader submitted a treatise that Riley Allen had prepared, and in that there are clear examples of Mr. Feller bullying, 70-year-old women, just being a menace in the neighborhood. And as a result, we believe very strongly, and it's my opinion, that he is disqualified because of conflict of interest and he's not being a property owner in Volusia County. Thank you.
Riley Allen.
Good evening, Council Chairman, Council members, staff. I am Riley Allen. I'm the author of the treatise that Mr. Schrader referred to. It's about 80 pages. If you have had a chance to look at it, then you already know what it refers to, but if you have not, I'd suggest you might look at pages 33 to 50, because those are dedicated in great part to Mr. Feller. I'm going to read you something. People will provoke you until they bring out your ugly side, then play victim when you go there. If you're familiar with John Wick, the John Wick movie series, this is John Wick, what he says as he gets prepared to go out and kill 100 people. This was posted to Mary Lynn Gray, at the time a 73-year-old single widow, a 73-year-old widow. That was posted to send a message to Mary Lynn that you want to screw around with me, Mr. Feller, this is the consequence you potentially face. As a lawyer of 40 years, that puts you on notice of a real problem. That's a serious problem. That's not something to be taken lightly. I won't repeat what Mr. Thompson and Mr. Schrader talked about, but I'll tell you in my 40 years I've worked with the Florida Bar since inception. The Judicial Qualifications Commission, they're the commission that regulates the judges. We address many times issues of conflict of interest. It's basic. A judge cannot preside over a proceeding where, for example, you would be there, Mr. Dempsey, and you're best friends with the judge, and Mr. Robbins doesn't know the judge from Adams. So he can't preside over that proceeding because there's a conflict of interest. It's common sense. But how I look at this also is the example of if I were representing Mr. Johansson and Mr. Kent was on the other side of the case, and I'm prosecuting the case on behalf of Mr. Johansson, doing my best, well, then I decide I'm going to sue Mr. Johansson at the same time. You'd go, what in the hell what's that about? Well, that's what we're looking at here. You're putting someone in a situation where he's suing Volusia County. I was floored, to be honest, as a lawyer. I mean, I'm considered to have ethical expertise because I work with the Standing Committee on Professional Responsibility, with the grievance committees, with all the ethical committees, the special prosecutor for the Florida Bar. Lawyers know it's embedded in us in the first year of law school, conflict of interest and our ethical responsibilities. So I would never even dream of putting somebody on a board where he's making decisions that impact property owners here, taxpayers here, when he's not a taxpayer and he's not a property owner, that make these kinds of decisions that impact these people when he's suing Volusia County. And they're aggressive about it, very aggressive. So the county knows. I mean, I sat in Margaret Godfrey's deposition recently, just over a month ago. We call it Exhibit 5. Exhibit 5 is a email thread that's basically made up, making accusations against those that oppose Mr. Feller. So we had those on our side take a polygraph and then challenge the other side to do the same thing. So I think it's pretty clear what the decision would be, and I would just ask that you take a vote on it. Thank you very much.
Richard Feller.
Just to be clear, Richard Feller, District 3 resident. I'm a property owner. I do pay my taxes. The Margaret Godfrey deposition had nothing to do with the case that I'm involved in. I'd like to just ask a question of legal counsel, but I'll ask that in just a minute. I've served on the PLDRC for 2 years now. I've served with absolute honor. I've even voted yes in a case for Mr. Schrader without having to recuse myself on legal. The treaty that they speak about was a vile threat, full of slander, according to Mr. Riley, against me. These three men live within blocks of each other. I have no idea why they're doing this. Mr. Schrader's, Mr. Thompson tried to sue me, $80,000. That didn't work. It was a threat. It failed. So then Mr. Schrader took it to small claims court, the exact same thing, and this Volusia County court dismissed it with prejudice in my favor and did not accept a single word of what you put forward. Didn't accept a single word of it and dismissed that case with prejudice. Then he filed an ethics complaint. And as of March 15, 2023, based on the preliminary investigation of this complaint, it's the recommendation of the Commission of Advocate of Commission of Ethics that the Volusia County, that there is no probable cause to believe that the respondent and the Commissioner for Volusia County Planning and Land Development, Richard Feller, violated any statute, section 112, et cetera. According to this complaint has been dismissed, and this is public record. I don't know what they're trying to do. I know it's about short-term rentals. I have a grievance. I have gone legally to fight that grievance. I have a legal right as a citizen of Volusia County, as a citizen of the United States, to bring forward lawsuit. It has no conflict of interest. And I'd like to reserve my last minute to see if legal can come up and corroborate that there is no conflict of interest. I have no financial loss or gain in any of the cases that I've heard. And in cases where I thought there would be, I've contacted legal counsel and I've asked them if I've needed to recuse myself. So this is a personal vendetta with these three gentlemen. I don't care if they like short-term rentals or not. They ran me out of the neighborhood. They will not run me out of Volusia County. I still live in your district, and I still represent people who in your district have grievances. That's a whole different story. It has nothing to do with the variances, has nothing to do with anything else. I've served honorably. Chairman Brower's been there. You've watched these videos. It's egregious what these three men are doing, and I will stand up for my honor every time. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you.
Thank you. Mike Dyer, is there a conflict of interest, any reason that he should not, he hasn't been nominated yet. Is there any reason he should not be?
No, as a general standpoint, no, I don't see an impediment with him serving on the commission. And, the appointment of any of these members to your board is a discretionary decision of this council. So,
okay. I'm going to let you know, I nominated Richard Feller 2 years ago.
And I would just add, like many boards, there could be an issue that comes up. There may be a voting conflict that you may have to recuse yourself on a specific matter, but I don't see an impediment to just generally serving on the board.
Paulo sits on the PLDRC. Has there ever been a time where he's had to recuse himself?
The only recusals would be if there is what Mr. Dyes mentioned, a voting conflict. So anything related to short-term rentals, he would have to recuse himself because it would impact the special private gain or loss of him or the corporation he represents. So there is a voting conflict there. It is not a general, widespread, or reoccurring conflict that would disqualify appointment in general to the PLDRC. But once again, this is a policy decision.
Right.
By the board.
But my question was, has he ever had to recuse himself?
I don't recall. It's been 2 years, and there's been a lot of recusals. I don't believe so. Yes.
I go to the PLDRC meetings because they're, and it's the reason that I nominated Richard the first time, I knew that I've been to Bethune Beach. I think I've been to your home there, several other homes in the area. And it's interesting what I hear said here. I know that you're a property owner. Anybody that rents would be interested to hear that they don't pay taxes. They do. But when I was there visiting with my daughters and my sons, we experienced being bullied severely. My daughters are pretty strong, so they stood up to the bullying, and so we could talk about that. I'm not going to drag the council through it. Richard, I'm sorry that this is a vendetta, and the intention is to ruin your name. You've cleared a background check. I knew that before I nominated you. You were honest and open with me about your life. And the whole reason I nominated you is because I knew, because of the bullying that not only I have been subjected to, but you and friends of yours, that you would be more than fair on the PLDRC. And I go there and I watch and I listen to property owners have to beg to be able to they're scared to death to put a shed in their backyard, to do something. And the county goes through all the things that we're required to do. And you have been one of the most active, best equipped, and compassionate members of that board. And I would bet if they were here and I asked for a vote, how many see Richard Feller as a member of good standing, they would all be glad that you're on the board. So they really didn't know if I was going to nominate you or not. I assure you at this point, I'm going to nominate you, and we'll see what my colleagues do. This is wrong. Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to go on record with some other facts. Mr. Feller does not appear on the property appraiser's list as a property owner. Number two, unless he had it cleared up, there is a federal lien, a tax lien with Mr. Feller, which ultimately prohibits him from having things in his name. So that would understandably justify why we can't find any of it. But the list goes on. Ultimately, several years ago, I had brought up the image of Volusia County in clean hands and looking to have a better, more detailed clean hands policy. We shouldn't be looking to put asses in seats. There's been a lot of drama down in Bethune Beach on both sides of this spectrum, and I'm not going to go ahead and rehash it. Chair, control this, please. And what I'm saying, because as the representative, I have seen both sides of this, but there is some substantial facts to, do they represent the county well? And is some of the, can we live with some of this as you know, as a board? And is it acceptable? So, you know, I think we need to think about this. This gentleman is no angel, and I'm not saying that lightly. And I'm going on record with it. And we really need to be careful with this one. In my personal opinion, until some of these lawsuits are taken care of, it does cast a negative light on Volusia County and this board. That's just my 2 cents. And I'm not in support of nominating him with anything associated with Volusia County. That is all.
And that is your prerogative. To accuse me of just putting asses in seats is a pitiful explanation of what's going on. Don Dempsey.
I just had a question of Mr. Feller. I don't know if he could tell me, but, sir, who was the presiding judge on that county civil suit you had? Yes, sir.
Judge Dempsey?
Well, I guess my question is, yeah, that's, okay, that's what I was
Yeah,
afraid.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to bring it up, but yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Mike, the obvious question, being an attorney myself, worried about conflicts of interest and stuff, do I have a conflict and do I need to recuse myself from this proceeding?
No, I don't see that as a voting comment. First of all, the case is over, correct? It's not an open case, so that makes it even, I think, a simpler answer.
Okay, and just in full disclosure, I've never talked to my wife about this case in any way, so she's the judge he was talking about that ruled in that case, so I mean, I'll gladly step down from this, but I don't think I can. I think I have to stay on, and I think I have to make a decision, but I can tell both sides of this that I've never talked to my wife about this case. This is the first time I've heard about it, and I don't want anybody thinking that there's been any pillow talk about this case or anything like that, okay? So thank you, guys.
Can I respond? Do you have to be a property owner? I thought I had to live in the county.
Yeah, that's not a requirement.
Yeah, have to be an elector.
An elector. So I have to vote. I voted in District 3. I regret my vote.
But that is my point. That is not what you said, Mr. Feller. You said you were a property owner.
And I am. But you don't get to define that.
I'm done.
You can bring up tax roll and you can bring up all that stuff. I live in Volusia County. I live in your district. I vote and I own property in that district. How I own it is not up to you.
Mr. Feller, you lied. You
No,
lied
I'm
to
not
this
lying.
council. You are not a property owner.
Did I pass the clean hands test?
This is out of order.
It's out of order.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And members, before this came up, I couldn't pick out Richard Feller in a room. I don't know any of those gentlemen back there. I don't know any of the parties, so I wouldn't know, but I got to tell Mr. Feller and my colleagues that, some of the information, whether true or not, it just raised the little bit of hair I have in the back of my neck from the perspective, okay, there's something maybe there. I don't know. But what I do know, so I was on the fence on this, but what I do know, what I don't like is the behavior I seen here today. The behavior I seen today, Mr. Feller, I have to tell you, is what tipped me to the side saying, I don't know if I want that drama. I don't know if I want that type of behavior because decorum is important to me. We don't always win our things or get our sides for issues, but it's how we behave during that time that I think defines people. So based on what I've seen is what I'm making my decision on from what I've seen today. I don't know any of those other facts, but I wouldn't think that would be a good appointment to any board we have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Danny Robbins. Don Dempsey. You can take yourself off. Jake Johansson.
Hey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two questions. I think I know the answer, but I want to make sure because there was a lot said tonight. Is there a tax lien? Can you verify that, Mr. Dyer?
My understanding is there's and my information is dated, but at least in the last 2 years, there was a allegation of a federal tax lien against a Richard Feller. You have a cleans hand check in your code, so
right.
When Carissa does that for you, the way it's written in your ordinance or resolutions is that you look at, do they owe the county money? So it doesn't go beyond the county.
Copy. And is there still an active lawsuit against the county that we're working on?
There's a lawsuit with the is it Volusia Home Rental Alliance? I may have that slightly wrong, but the Vacation Rental Home Alliance of Volusia that is on appeal before the 5th District Court of Appeals.
It's still on appeal. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Can I ask who the trial court judge was on that case?
Judge Weston.
All right, thanks.
I'm gonna have to make sure I know the judge on every case now.
Okay, we need appointments for the PLDRC. David Santiago.
And let me clarify some things first. This appointment must be within your district. Also, one key point for this is 5 of the 7 voting members must live in the unincorporated area of the county. So that means only 2 get to come from within a city.
Thank you, Mr.
Ready?
Chair. I appoint Stony Sixma.
Don Dempsey,
Ronnie Mills.
Jake Johansson,
Pat Patterson.
Troy Kent.
Mr. Chairman and council, I have Edward Lacombe, but I'll take the blame on this. I didn't give the information in time to Ms. Green to do the clean hands check. But Edward Lacombe lives in District 4 in the city limits of Ormond Beach, just an FYI. And he's who I'll be nominating, but it'll have to come back.
Okay. Has he already turned in an application?
I'm not 100% sure. But he will.
Got 2 weeks, it ought to be.
He will.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt.
Nominate Edith Shelley.
Kenny Robbins.
Frank Costa.
And I'm nominating Richard Feller. So David Santiago is nominated Stony Sixma. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7-0. Don Dempsey, Ronnie Mills, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Jake Johansson is nominated Pat Patterson, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? 7-0. Troy Kent, the next meeting,
Yep.
hopefully.
Next meeting.
Matt Reinhardt, Edith Shelley, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Danny Robbins, Frank Costello, or Frank Costa, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Jeff Brower, Richard Feller. Carissa, call the roll, please.
Mr. Santiago,
No.
Mr. Dempsey,
I didn't know if we could have discussion on this before we have the roll.
Yes.
Is that okay? The only thing I'd like to say is I'm not so much concerned about him having a lawsuit against the county. That doesn't bother me so much. Even his conduct today, he's upset. I understand his character was called into question, so I think that's understandable in a public forum. The only thing that kind of has me a little bit nervous is the purported text message to the 73-year-old lady, which was a veiled threat. I would like to look into that a little bit more if we could before we have this vote. I don't know if this is something that we could have staff look into before we vote on this.
No. Never threatened anybody.
Okay, I figured that would be his response, but it would be nice to have staff look into this before we actually vote on his acceptance or not.
Okay.
Since we're having discussion on it, Mr. Chair? Did you
Well,
open it for discussion for one?
Yeah, let me call Troy Kent first, and then I'll call on you. He had just put his name
Oh,
up.
sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. I don't know, Mr. Feller. I don't know these three gentlemen. I agree with you, Chairman. This was highly unusual whenever this came before us. I'm not referring to you as this. Please know that. But my dad has always taught me don't ever hire a problem. Because when you do, you're going to have that problem you've got to deal with. And I'm just sitting here shaking my head like with the discussions we've had today. I was totally expecting the chairman to not nominate Mr. Feller because of the discussion we had. And now it's before us. And, you know, I guess who cares that, you know, we're total opposites on short-term rentals, whatever. But we are. There's things that I heard that are concerning that Then there are things you said, but then I watched the interaction, and I've got to agree with Mr. Santiago. You know, I mean, it's just, that's not how I want business conducted. So, you know, and even that, like your decorum in here, and for the chairman not to be gaveling you down and saying, sir, you are wildly inappropriate. You are out of order. You should not be doing that. It is not your time to speak. It is our time to speak. And I'm following the rules, requesting to speak, and you're speaking over me. It's concerning. That's all.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll just reiterate, because I didn't know any of these individuals. I didn't know any of them. For me, it was today's behavior, because there should be a certain level of respect. I get upset all the time at a public hearing or something that I may not like, and I get it, the personal attack, I get it. But we still have to control ourselves in certain settings. We need to know our place. And there's a time to talk, which he had. Just what was displayed right now, I don't know him, but I don't like it. And I don't think it has a place on any of our boards. That's the only reason for my vote.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I would echo that. Understandably, you're going to get questionable things that are going to come up on the PL or the PD. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. It's so late. You're going to get questionable issues on that. And I understand the attacks on character. I would be upset as well. I can assure you, though, and maybe this isn't appropriate for me to say, I've had my character attacked my whole life. And I never once, I can't say I never once. I've had it attacked several times. I can't say once. But I can tell you that during my course of duty, I did not. I was able to attain a rank because of that, because I kept it professional. And up until this last point, like you just said, when the attacks on your character are going on, I actually kind of get that. You're upset. I get it. But just when Mr. Kent was trying to talk, you can't. And so you can't be speaking, over him. You can't be speaking over counsel when he's making a point. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm referring. So I have to echo what you just said. Thank you.
Okay, and that's everybody. We can see what's happened here. Richard, Don, I'm going to pull the nomination until the next meeting so you can get more information about the accusations that have been made. And Richard, I do understand that because I was involved in the process of short-term rentals, and to be accused by a man who stood right there and started off with a Bible verse telling us to love one another, and then his own group had to usher him out because,
Point of order, Chair.
because he was cursing at people,
Chair, point of order.
it's hard to, what's your point?
Point is, there's a motion on the floor, and we called for a vote.
And everybody got to speak except for me, and it's my nomination.
Call the question.
I will speak.
There's a motion on the floor. Enforce the rules that this council adopted. Please call
The rules?
the vote.
Your point is not well taken, and you can challenge that.
I would like to appeal the chair's decision once again.
The
and
chair
call
gets
for
to
the
speak.
vote.
Every member gets to speak.
There is a motion on the floor, Chair. Mr. Dyer, can
And
you
every other
please
council member
excuse
had a
me?
chance to speak.
I have the floor.
And now I am speaking. So we'll call the vote. Once again, to silence the chair, Carissa, call the roll again.
Mr. Santiago,
This is for his gentleman's nomination, is that correct?
No, this is to end debate. I was the last one to speak.
Oh, and to call the question, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
I'm doing bad today on these questions. I'd like to allow Chairman Brower to finish his thought and then go ahead and vote on the issue. So is that a no? Okay, no.
Mr. Johansson,
No.
Mr. Kent,
Did you say Kent?
yes.
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Robbins, Mr. Brower.
No. You voted no? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I got a point of order.
Yes.
Because I was confused in the last one, so I want to make sure. I thought Mr. Danny Robbins was countering your pulling of his nomination. That's what I thought was happening, because you said I was going to pull his nomination, and I think you were going to know there's already a motion for
Correct.
the nomination, and he wanted to take the vote on the nomination. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Santiago.
Happening.
That's where I was.
But we just voted to allow the chairman to finish speaking before we call that vote. We all just voted to allow him to finish speaking.
Fair enough.
As a matter of a course of 7.
Okay.
And the chair was done speaking with what I said. I had said that I will pull the nomination at the request of Don Dempsey so we could learn more. Is that permissible, County Attorney?
Sure, I think the individual who spoke, make the allegation, can share the document with us. We're obviously not law enforcement, so they're not going to do an investigation, but we certainly can get the information that is shared with us, and then we can share it with you.
Okay. So we've...
Mr. Chairman, can we?
Yes, sir.
Can we make a motion to call the question?
Yes, that's the next step.
That's the next step, okay.
Because I'm done. I have said what I wanted to say, so, but the question is called, everybody's voted on. So we've got Stoney Sixma, Ronnie Mills, Pat Patterson, Edward Lecumber.
We're holding off on Ed Lecombe.
Edith Shelley,
Next week, 2
Frank
weeks.
Costa, and my nominee will be next time.
That's my question. That motion to call that question is out there, and if it isn't, I'd like to make it and vote whether to give Mr. Feller an up or down right now.
I already withdrew it. The county attorney just said I could withdraw it. It was not voted on yet.
Can he withdraw after the motion was made?
It wasn't his motion.
And it wasn't
It's
his
a board
motion?
appointment process where each of you make a nomination. So until that is voted on, I think you can withdraw your nomination.
So he's withdrawing that nomination, got it.
Okay, why don't we move on to item 12?
I have a
Pardon me?
clarification for Mr. Kent. Edward Lacombe, I apologize if I say saying his name wrong. He must live in the unincorporated
You said it correctly.
district. He must live in the unincorporated district because Mr. Reinhardt appointed someone from incorporated and Mr. Santiago appointed someone from the incorporated.
Oops, sorry.
Gotcha. So last guy in doesn't get it. So, but he lives in incorporated Ormond Beach, so that's going to be a problem. So I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board. Or maybe I could say back to the
Correct. Whoever
PLDRC board.
whoever you would
Not
appoint.
as funny because of the pause, but whatever. Gee, I was searching for it. All right, yeah, I'll have to go back to that. Unless, before we vote on that, one of you gentlemen have someone from the unincorporated that you could put in there. Just putting it out there.
Does it have to be, clarification, does it have to be unincorporated from his district? Yes, right?
It must be within his district from the unincorporated area, yes.
Which nobody has
Foreman by
applied,
the city.
correct? Which nobody has applied yet.
Oh, correct. No one has applied yet.
So there's nobody to pick from the,
And just so you know, mine was the only one for District 2, so I couldn't pull it.
And when you say mine has to, that's because they've already gotten the 2 that can only be in municipal cities, correct?
Correct.
Mine wouldn't have to, except that I came to the party late with this name.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Okay. We're on item 12.
Yes, you can. Don.
I jump back to the previous, whatever that was, on the PLDRC and Mr. Feller. I just want to make sure, I would request that the staff look into the allegations about the text message to the 73-year-old lady, because that's the thing that concerns me. The reason I don't want to vote on it today is because I believe in due process, and I believe the guy's entitled to at least a fair opportunity to present his side of it. I don't know these guys from Adam. I don't know him from Adam, and I would like to have staff. So I don't know if we have to vote on this to have staff be able to question Mr. Feller and these three gentlemen about the allegations made about this veiled threat against the 73-year-old lady. That's probably the most concerning thing to me, and I don't know if we have to vote on that to get staff to look into it, or is this just something that I can ask staff to do on their own?
Well, Mr. Chair, if I could, what I would propose to council, and you tell me if you disagree, is we can ask Mr. Schrader to share what he read on the phone, this social media post with us. Mr. Feller's free to respond, and we give each of those pieces of information we give to council. I think that's really all we can do. This is a discretionary decision by council, so there's no evidentiary hearing. No one's entitled to be appointed. You can remove at will as well. So if that's the information you're looking for, we can certainly ask for that. But we're asking them for that information.
Well, I mean, but his application wasn't pulled, and I don't, well, I mean, a lot of nastiness was said tonight in a public forum, so I would think, in all fairness, it's probably best to at least look for the proof. I mean, we've got two officers of the court here. I don't think they would lie in a public forum about this. But in all fairness, I mean, I would like to see the posts. I'd like to see what they're saying about what happened to this lady, and then I'd like to hear his response, and then make a decision as to his character. Because I agree. I mean, if this guy's a hothead and shouldn't be trusted, and I mean, losing your cool in here in face of these allegations is one thing. Making threats to old ladies is another thing. So I just want to look into that before I vote. And I guess his request to be on the board has not been withdrawn. It's just chairman has just withdrawn his nomination of him. So I think it's something we should look into.
Well, we can provide that information to you, and I think you making this statement publicly when this agenda item comes back, if members of the public want to come and address council and share additional information, they can do so as they've done this evening, if that's acceptable.
Mr. Chair? Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Dempsey, I think, first of all, I know you work in the court system, right? So that behavior, would any judge have accepted that behavior? What would have happened to that individual if they were in a courtroom? You don't have to answer. I think we know most of the answers to that, right? So if you could apply that standard to it, because I don't know him. I don't know them. I don't know if the stories are true. It doesn't have to take that investigation for me to say someone that behaves and disrespects the process should not be appointed to a position of privilege. Because anybody appointed there is representative of us. And I don't know the guy. I got to make sure I'm repeating myself. Don't know him. Never met him. But so if you could apply the standard, how it would be treated in the court, I hope that would be enough. I'd be willing to rip this Band-Aid now if we could legally. I don't want to readdress this thing in 2 weeks or in 4 weeks. If I could make a motion now and say, I want to disqualify him from being eligible for the board, can I legally do that? Procedurally. I don't want to rehash this in 2 weeks.
I think council is free to do that.
Well, I make a motion to disqualify.
It's your board, so.
I make a motion to disqualify Mr. Feller, if I said his name right, from being an applicant on the PLDRC.
Second.
Can we discuss that for a second? Can I?
We have a motion on the floor to disqualify Richard Feller by Santiago with a second by Robbins. For discussion, Don Dempsey.
Okay, I mean, if you're asking me what's acceptable and what isn't acceptable in the courtrooms, I've been doing it 33 years, and I can tell you I've seen a lot worse than that from attorneys in the heat of battle or in the heat of the moment or whatever. And he's on the grievance committee. I mean, the gentleman who actually told us, I believe he was the one who told us about the allegation. I think he would even probably agree that that type of conduct is not something that would get a attorney reprimanded by the bar just for speaking out or being upset in court. It's got to be more than that. And I don't, but I've never been on it. I don't ever want to meet you in a professional capacity. But I'm just saying that kind of conduct, and maybe it's because I'm desensitized to it because I see it so often in court, that somebody just blowing up and, you watch My Cousin Vinny and the way, sometimes you get caught up in the moment, and I'm not, I've had my days. That doesn't offend me. It might be improper to what but we're not in his shoes. I'm really concerned though about threats against elderly women and, that kind of stuff. I think that's unacceptable. And I just want, out of all fairness, I'm not here to validate the guy. I'm not here saying I'm going to vote in favor of him. I'm just talking about fundamental fairness. I mean, everybody's entitled to some due process. And all I'm saying is let's just look into this and see if this is a credible allegation. If it is, I got concerns about the guy. But if there's a plausible explanation for it from Mr. Feller, I'd like to know that as well. That's all. That's why I just want to have a little bit of a window and have staff look into it and then make a more educated decision after that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Danny Robbins. Okay. We still have a motion on the floor to pull Richard Feller's nomination by David Santiago, a second by Danny Robbins. That was a discussion. My discussion will just be that it's unfortunate that it has taken this much time tonight to deal with this. In my opinion, it is a vendetta to watch Mr. Feller listen to the things that were said about him, and to answer Mr. Troy I thought was pretty mild. He probably didn't think there was anything wrong. He's seen people talk back and forth. I can tell you, because I've watched him on the PLDRC, he is not a hothead. He's one of the best prepared, most compassionate people there. But let's end this. We'll take a vote. David wants him pulled. Danny wants him pulled. And we'll take a vote. All in favor of pulling Richard Feller, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So I think that was 5-2. So Richard it's pulled. You guys win. And that takes us to appointment to item 12, appointments to the Halifax Area Advertising Authority. David Santiago.
Cut ahead of you, Mr. Santiago. So these appointments, they must be within the Halifax Area Advertising Authority. This authority consists of 11 members, and there is a specific rotation order that we must follow with this. And this specific one begins with the District 3 council member and goes from 3, 4, 5, the chair, the at-large, back through all the districts, and then with the chair.
And these have to be approved before we go on? So we need to vote as they come up? I thought I read in here that you wrote that until each one is, we stay with each rotation until their nomination is approved? No?
Correct. I think that goes into if you wanted to postpone, you would
Okay.
have the opportunity to choose somebody.
Oh. Okay, David Santiago.
District 3 goes first, Mr. Robbins.
Jim Berkeley?
Are you ready for District 4? John Phillips.
District 5 will be Megan Butler.
Mr. Chair.
Jim Jaworski.
Blaine Lansbury.
District 1.
Linda Bowers.
That was from Don Dempsey?
Yes.
Linda Bowers. Jake, who did you say?
Megan Butler. Blaine Lansbury.
Blaine Lansbury. Thank you. Matt?
I didn't see this name, Carissa, but he had said he put it in. Johnny McGill?
As of right now, Mr. McGill's occupation does not support him working. They must work in the tourism or lodging industry. I did reach out to him and leave a voicemail asking for more information in case his, if I'm not mistaken, he's a photographer, in case his photography business did happen to be somehow related to the tourism industry, and I did not get a phone call back.
Okay. I know he does quite a bit with, I'm trying to think of the different agencies. I know he does stuff with the Boys and Girls Club. He does stuff for Jeep Beach. There's a lot of stuff with regards to tourism that he interacts with, so.
Can we make an executive decision on, based on what he had shared, whether we think that qualifies? Sorry, Mr.
If not, I have another. If not, I have another.
I think you could skip your appointment so to allow Carissa or you to follow up and get the information.
Okay.
If you
All right,
like.
I'll skip then. There was another one, but okay. Well, I tell you what, there's one more that I'm hoping somebody else does.
Okay.
And can I come back to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Pass for a moment.
Well, everybody's gone except for Jake and I, and I'm not going to make a second nomination tonight. I'm gonna wait. Jake, I don't know if you have your second nomination.
I don't get a second.
The next nomination would actually be for District 3 again because of that rotation order.
Gotcha. Sort of.
Carissa, can you tell me who's?
Sure, it's Andrew Spell, he's an incumbent, and John Beatrice, he is also an incumbent.
I'll nominate Mr. Andros Bell, please.
And we're back to 4, and I only had Mr. Phillips for that one, so we can skip me and go to the next one.
Matt, is the name that you were considering been selected?
Danny just said it. Thank
So
you.
there's only one more open, if I'm correct, right? One more name available based on the list.
And District 2 only has one, right?
And what's the available one?
John Beatrice.
That's the one. Okay, John Petros, my nomination.
Okay. And therefore, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, that would mean that the District 2 nomination, the District 4 nomination, and one chair nomination would come back at a subsequent meeting for appointment.
And if we can verify on Mr.
Mr.
McGill.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. David Santiago has nominated Megan Butler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Megan Butler is approved. Don Dempsey, Linda Bauer. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Jake Johansson, Blaine Lansbury. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. Matt Reinhardt. You're going to wait.
Yeah, I'm going to wait
Aye.
to hear more.
Okay.
Okay.
Danny Robbins, didn't get the first name, but Berkeley.
James Jim Berkeley.
James Jim Berkeley. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0, and Andros Bell for Danny Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Jim Jaworski, nominated by Brower. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. So we have 3 for the next.
What about John Phillips for me?
Did I forget you?
Forgot me, it's okay.
Do you want to withdraw your nomination?
No.
That's, John Phillips for Troy Kent. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0.
And Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I'm sorry. Carissa, I did get information. He also does work for One Daytona, which is definitely in the tourist industry. Sorry, I just thought I'd point that out. I'll leave it alone.
Okay.
Can I ask something real quick before we, on the
Yeah.
PLDRC, did we actually vote on the 3 names that did get out before Mr. Feller's issue came up? Did we vote on Mr. Mills, Sixma, and Patterson? I just want to make sure that we covered that.
Yeah.
Mills, Patterson, Shelley, and Frank Costa, we did vote on.
Okay, thanks. That's all. Thank you.
We voted on 5, right? 5 of the 7,
1,
so
2,
they have
3,
a
4,
quorum
5,
for
yes.
next meeting.
Krista, and we voted on all the nominations for HAAA at this point, right? Okay.
Okay, 13, appointments to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. 7 nominations, at least 3 of them from the lodging industry. And lost my screen. Who's first? Chris?
Johansson, Clapsaddle.
Hold on 1 second, please. Okay, Tom Clapsdale.
Yes, sir.
Troy?
Rebecca Simmons.
After the at-large member would be District 1. District 2.
Donna Ruby?
Correct.
District 2 member.
Jamie Dudley.
District 3.
Chad Truxell.
Ed Struckel. District 4.
I'm going to stick with Rebecca Simmons.
District 5. There's not, or me.
We're done, right?
Yeah, we need 2 more applicants. So
I think there's some folks out there that haven't been approved yet. Is that
yeah,
correct?
I think there's some in the hopper.
Yeah.
I hope. Okay, for Don Dempsey, Donna, I can't read my own writing, Ruby. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? For Jake Johansson, Tom Clapstel.
Clapsaddle.
Clapsaddle.
Aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. Troy Kent, Rebecca Simmons. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. Matt Reinhardt,
Jamie Dudley.
Jamie Dudley. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And for Danny Robbins, Chad Truxell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Robbins was absent for all those, so I think those would be 6-0 votes for everybody.
Okay.
FYI.
Good point.
Okay. Is she still here?
He is.
Okay, item 14, appointments to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority. Let me get there. This is West Volusia.
These also must be
District 5 begins.
correct. District 5 begin.
Jennifer Armstrong.
And chair. You did Armstrong. How many are on here? 7. Let's go. Karen Hott. At large.
Pete Arney.
District 1.
Kristen Rollins Adams.
Kristen Rollins in District 2.
David Wilson.
Oh, seriously? That was the incumbent for District 4.
All right, I'll change that if you'd like.
Will you really?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Who was left on there? We have Sarah Patel.
Sarah Patel in District 3. Hope he doesn't take David Wilson.
Pat Northey.
District 3.
Can I do that? Can I pick Pat?
Is she on there?
On the list?
Yeah, I think so.
She applied for it?
Miss
It has
Nor-
to be in my district.
Mm-mm.
I heard some discussions about Miss Northey. Miss Northey removed her application from the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority, so she's
Okay.
Look at that.
the two people that are left are Mr. Wilson and Mr. Elliott.
I'll take Wilson.
Susan. I'll go with Susan Elliott. Peace.
Susan Elliott and District 4, David Wilson.
I don't know if I'm going to go with him. You know, I mean, why does everybody want him? What do they know that I don't know?
Yeah.
All right, I guess I'll go with David Wilson. Thank you for serving, sir.
And that's 7 nominations. David Santiago had Jennifer withdrew.
Sandra Boyd, I believe, withdrew her app, right? Huh?
Is that what we're doing?
No, I think he's asking for my nominee.
Well, we're voting on the nominees. You nominated Jennifer Armstrong?
Sorry,
Miss Boyd did withdraw her application.
Who did?
Miss Boyd.
Miss Sandra Boyd. That's why she's no longer on the list.
Oh.
You're right, Mr. Chair, continue. I'm ahead of us.
Jennifer Armstrong by David Santiago. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Don Dempsey, Trish Rollins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Jake Johansson, Pete Arney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Troy Kent, David, what was his name?
Wilson.
David Wilson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, it's late. Matt Reinhardt, Sarah Patel. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 7-0. Danny Robbins, Susan Elliott. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Brower Karen Hott. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. You can go home. But we can't. Okay. Hold on, I can't see. Item 15, appointments to the Agribusiness Interrelations Committee. Okay.
They do not have to reside in your council district. The council member and the at-large shall make 2 nominations. All of their council members will make 1 nomination. These are not in a specific rotation order, unlike the last 3.
We don't have enough nominations.
I'm ready for a nomination.
Okay.
Which one you gonna pick?
David Griffiths.
Oh,
Sorry. That's why I went for it.
I have one.
okay. There's not a prescribed order for this, correct? Okay.
No.
Then let's go to Matt and then to Danny.
I'm gonna go with Steve Crump.
Can he be on 2 boards? Because I nominated him for, he can?
Only
Okay.
2.
Only 2.
Danny Robbins.
Ingrid Riley.
Brower, Gerald Fieser, David Santiago.
Bernie Lafitte's been picked yet?
Nope. Bernie. That's all of them. Sorry, Don. So we will have to, we need several more. We need 4 more, so we'll have to recruit 4 more members. Do you have any in the hopper now that are going through the clean hands?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So everybody make some calls, get somebody. David Santiago nominated Bernie LaFills. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Troy Kent, David Griffith. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Matt Reinhardt, Steve Crump. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Danny Robbins, Ingrid Riley. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Brower, Gerald Fieser. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Okay, 16, appointment to the Children and Families Advisory Board.
Carissa, you're up.
This has 9 members. Each district member shall make 1 nomination from within their district. The at-large and county chair each get to make 2 nominations, 1 from the east side and 1 from the west side of the county.
Is there an order here? Can I go first before everybody steals mine? Is Joe Hearn still here? Never mind, he didn't even stay around. I'd nominate Joe Hearn.
Mr. Chair, do you have an east side appointment?
I do not. I don't at this point. Let's hear who picks who. I don't want to rob somebody else.
There you go.
Let's just go down the today's list. David Santiago.
Correct.
Okay. Don Dempsey, you don't have anybody left in your district. Jake Johansson.
Mary Bruno.
Mary Bruno?
Yes, sir. East side.
Yep. Troy Kent?
Amber Marshall.
Oh, she's on the next page. Okay, Troy Kent, Amber Marshall. And Matt Reinhardt?
Charles Moskowitz. What is it?
Moskowitz.
Moskowitz. I was, okay. Yeah, that's what I said.
Close personal friends.
Know him well.
Charles Puckett.
Okay, David, you still don't have anybody.
The only options that would be left would be either for Mr. Johansson, a West Side appointment, Sarah Howell.
Concur, unless chairman goes before me, but sure.
And then for Mr. Brower, Derek Collins or Betty Cho Palestina.
I'm still writing down Sarah Howler for Jake. And who were the two?
Derek Collins, he's an incumbent for the board, and Betty Joe Palestina. Those are both East Side representatives.
I'm going to defer till next meeting. I'm going to hold till next meeting. So we have 5 nominees. First from Jake Johansson, Mary Bruno. All in favor say aye.
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 And then for Jake, Sarah Howler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
7-0. Is there 7 of us? Matt Reinhardt, Charles Moskowitz. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Danny Robbins, Charles Puckett. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Jeff Brower, Joseph Hearn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Troy Kent, Amber Marshall. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's all of them. And that was our last item of the day, and except for public participation. And there is one. Okay, Keith Jester. 1242.
I'm sorry, folks. I didn't take my bite at the apple earlier, so. I would like to say, Troy, you're a big man. I really appreciate what I saw tonight, especially with your appointments, because there was a lot of axes thrown during the elections. I'm very impressed, sir. Very, very impressed. And I'm impressed with everybody, but what I saw Troy do tonight was extra special. And even though I appreciate him fighting for his constituents as hard, not saying anything what y'all did, the rest of you was wrong, but he's really come out and he took a lot of heat from some people that were on my sides of the issues, and I just appreciate it. And all of you, and Jake meeting with me. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm happy for the night meetings. I do feel a little disenfranchised that I live on the west side, but I'm in Troy's district. And it's kind of weird for the appointments. Yeah. And I feel a little disenfranchised, and it's not Troy's fault. I think that's something that should be considered. So Jake, maybe you should consider putting me on the ECHO board too, thanks. So I'm not so disenfranchised. Moving on, real quick. whenever it comes to the people that put their hands out, their causes are good, obviously. We all care about kids. We care about old people. We care about veterans. We all care about these things. But like with affordable housing, it's never enough. I've come before this board made up of a different group before and said, it's never enough. I really hope that staff will bring before you all the wonderful things this county does for its citizens and for its disadvantaged citizens. The county does so much already, but it's never enough. People keep coming and acting like you don't treat your citizens well, and you do. It's unbelievable. Tonight, we talked about $9.8 million for the jail for indigent care. Let's face it, they may be inmates, but they're still citizens. That's $9.8 million that you're putting into helping disenfranchised people. Even if they have done something wrong, it's still there. Let's face it. And everybody in jail not necessarily did something wrong. Innocent till proven guilty. Was it $400 million for affordable housing? How much was it that's coming from the feds?
I think it's 328.
128 million, and that's your staff, excellent job, that reaches out to get that money. That's something your county's doing. It's not like you're not doing anything. So, and the ARPA funds, there was millions spent towards affordable housing with those. You guys are doing so much. And then we heard Votrans, $7 million that we subsidize. Let's face it, most of that's indigent care. Please bring those figures forward again so this new board can hear just what you do. And library services, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public participation. Mr. County Manager.
Yes, I got a PowerPoint here. We'll put up my, just kidding at this point. I would like to report a little bit. And I've talked to most of you, but we've been in contact with the Florida Fish and Game, and I think they're, of course, working with the federal counterparts with the issue of turtle season coming quickly upon us. We've tried to get rulings, and we just got kind of an updated ruling that they were back to the position of allowing those who've already started construction on May 1st to be able to continue into the season until such time that they deem that the risk to nest nearby is too great. We see that as a start, but the issue, of course, is with the lack of availability of materials and contractors, that's going to mean a lot of people will not have started by May 1st. It's just around the corner. So we're going to continue to work that issue, but it may take people above, so to speak, to help us with that. So we'll be kind of climbing that ladder to see what relief we can get. But I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that that May 1st deadline is looming, and that those who can get their work started need to do that. Other than that, I will just report I will be, I've been asked to go to Tallahassee Tuesday night and Wednesday to meet with the Secretary of Transportation. We'll be talking about LPGA interchange funding and other interchanges we'll also be bringing up that are needed in the county. And lastly, just report that I will be out of town a couple of days on personal leave, Friday through Monday. So, thank you.
Michael Dyer.
I have nothing. Thank you.
Okay, David Santiago.
I have nothing other than to say I too am impressed with you today, Troy. Thank you.
Don Dempsey. Oh, I should look down the other end. Jake Johansson.
Two things very quickly. First of all, I want the public to know and maybe ask council to think about what we're doing here. We work for the public. It's no matter what decisions are made here, they're made on behalf of the citizens. I never make a decision here based on who made the motion, who seconded the motion. I do it based on the information that I get from you all, from staff, and from the public. I guess what I'm getting at is at the end of the day, it's not whether I won or I lost, or whether Councilman Robbins won or lost. It's whether the people won. So I want to get out of the habit of pitting each other against each other. That's not what we're here for. When we're sitting here, we're one. We're a collective body. We might have different opinions. That's okay. So let's get together. I liked what Mr. Santiago said earlier about, and I think Mr. Kent said as well, about tightening our process. We're gelling a little bit, but we got to come up with a process. I don't mind spending time. I love the conversation, but it starts to get repetitive. And we're here to do the people's business. The people are here, some of them till 1 o'clock in the morning. We owe it to them to be thoughtful, thorough, but succinct. So I would like to concentrate on that as we move forward. Secondly, April 4th is our next meeting, I believe, daytime meeting. I will not be here. So you can have all the 3-3 votes you want, but I will not be here on April 4th. That is all.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I brought this campaign flyer in tonight because it was a good reminder for me that we as a elected body talked about two things that I promised my constituents that I would bring up. And I brought them up the first two meetings, and here we are at the end of March, and we've talked about them both tonight. And, however the other second issue shakes out, I'm glad that we had that discussion, and we're still having some of it. Thank you for your comments, not because it was positive, but just thank you for them. You may have been surprised with that appointment, but you weren't as surprised as my wife. She still may be up and may be listening or watching this, but when I told her about that appointment, she was shocked because this person, from what I saw, fought tooth and nail against me not to win. But at the end of the day, when I talked to her on the phone and told her what I was planning on doing, I said, I don't know a stronger advocate for things that will come before us with Volusia Forever. And that impresses me. And it doesn't mean we're ever going to get along on anything, because I don't know that we will. But I respect you for that. And if you'll be the appointment, I'm going to put your name out. So thank you for sharing that and noticing it. And last but not least, I feel like we've all had pretty good decorum. And for the first time up here, I was a little disappointed with about a minute and a half. I know we're all human, we have tempers, but we're judged by them, not just our constituents, but our employees, on how we conduct ourselves. And I know from my short tenure with everybody up here, we're better than that. Good night.
Matt Reinhardt.
Did you want Don to go first since he missed, or you?
I was going to make him wait till last, but you can go if you want, Don.
Chief Chester, I'm glad you're on the Volusia Forever board. I really am, and I love everything that you said because I agree with you. It's so easy. Rush Limbaugh said, you know, you'll never beat Santa Claus in an election. It's so easy to give away other people's money. And I just hope that we all stay cognizant of that, because it's not our money, it's everybody else's money. If you ever get a chance, look up, you know, Davy Crockett was three-term congressman, and he had a constituent who said he wouldn't vote for him for a second time because he gave away $20,000, which he perceived to be, what Davy Crockett perceived to be a worthwhile cause, because he was giving it to families whose farms had burned down. And the farmer said, you know, I can't vote for you again because you gave away my money. And how do you know that I wanted that money to go there? So it's so easy to give money away to people and feel good about it, but it's not our money. And now we're talking about having curbside service for that's going to compete with Uber and I mean, I just hope that we all remember that going forward, that, you know, we really got to be careful not to cross the line and remember whose money we're dealing with. And that's really it. And I guess the other thing, the minute and a half you were talking about kind of goes along with what I was saying about Mr. Feller. I'm not trying to agree with him. I'm not trying to bolster him, but we all have those moments where we all lose our cool and maybe don't act appropriately in the appropriate setting. But, you know, we're all human. So, yeah, I think I'm very happy working with all you guys. You guys, you know, gave me crickets tonight on my one motion, 6-1. That's okay. It set me back weeks of my therapy, but I'll get over it. And, but no, I mean, I think you guys are all awesome, and I really enjoy working with you guys. And I look forward to another 3-4 years with y'all, if not longer. Thanks.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. It has come to my attention that there were some concerns about how council members are including staff in their town hall or citizen group meetings with residents in their own respective districts. It was concluded that in that context that staff are either chaperoning or acting as a nanny and otherwise blocking open discussion with elected officials. And I want to tell you, I couldn't disagree more. I assure you that I am an independent thinker. And as I may defer to a subject matter expert when a question is posed relating to engineering, permitting, environmental issues, etc., I'm doing so to get the citizen asking the question the answer as quick as possible. The citizens that go to these meetings attend them for the purpose of gathering factual information, and they want an answer when they ask the question. I have a real big problem telling residents over and over, let me get back to you, let me get back to you, let me get back to you. I would rather not do that. Their time is just as more valuable than mine, or their time is more valuable than mine. They are taking time out of their busy schedule to get answers. Let's face it, the meetings I'm attending have residents that have their homes falling into the ocean. We are all aware of the fact that much of their permitting and building questions involve state and federal acronym groups like FDEP, FDEM, FWC at both the state and federal levels. The information requirements that these groups are making often changes by the minute. We just heard it. We weren't aware of some of it. Who better to have present at these meetings than staff that are monitoring their activity daily or by the minute? Let me point out something else. I ran one of the largest institutions in the state of Florida. Yes, that's right. Volusia County Division of Corrections is considered a large jail network, or in the large jail network. And I supervise sometimes as many as 1,500 inmates and approximately 350 staff. I don't want to make this a campaign speech, so I'll stop there. But my point I want to make is that some very, very serious decisions had to be made and oftentimes had to do so on the fly. But then again, I was a subject matter expert in that field as I've been doing it for over 30 years. That being said, I always make my decisions based on what our laws and our policy and procedures provided and allowed. That is all our staff is doing. They're not making policy. They're enforcing it. I've been elected an official for what, 15 minutes? Staff are the subject matter experts and have been doing it longer than 15 minutes. We go to them during council meetings. There's really no difference. I just wanted to make sure that I will continue to bring staff because I want to give our citizens the answers as quickly as possible before their house falls away. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Like always, I try to find grace wherever I can get it. I don't always get things right, but myself, like others, we try. I find myself learning a little bit from Mr. Santiago in the last few weeks when it comes to process. One of our first meetings, we adopted rules. With that, we have to enforce the rules equally in the procedure, equally to have or to run a effective and efficient government for the people. We just can't do it when it's convenient or when it fits my agenda or anyone else's agenda up here. It has to be done equally. That's why those rules are in place if we don't follow any of it. Moving on. A few weeks ago, I think it was myself and Mr. Dempsey, we had some questions, staff, George, on the Echo project where he had went into agreement to purchase that property there in DeLand with the big pond. Did the phase one, do we have any updates for that environmental come back? I believe some of that was supposed to come back to see where exactly we were headed with that project. Do we have any updates with that?
Forever.
Forever?
Yeah, they're not done yet, so we'll get back to you when they are.
Can we get an idea just at your earliest convenience?
Sure, as soon as we get
okay. And second, I'd like to, and I'll make a motion to it, or we can talk about it. I'd like to have a workshop or make a motion for a workshop on setting goals and actual priorities for this council. We all have goals and objectives from our respective districts and constituents. What I'd like to do collectively is get on the same page with some of these goals, if my council wishes to do so, because we have a lot of challenges coming before us very rapidly that we must address. So what better way to do it is than to possibly sit down at the round table and put it all on the table, lay our cards out, and prioritize this for the people, and look at actual numbers and look at where we're headed. Other than that, I'll save my last one for another meeting. Thank you so much.
So was that a motion? Call for a workshop on district goals?
Yes, sir. I can do that.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
That was done. Any questions, discussion?
Yes.
Jake, go ahead.
Okay. So I heard district goals. I think it's important. Again, we are not 7 individuals. We are one unit. We are county council. I think we need county council goals. We can bring our district's concerns to the table, but I think we need a county council goal. It'll help staff with their budget that they've already started without our goals, A, and B, it'll help mold something that I chatted about last time, that we had a state of the county and we didn't discuss because we were all new what our common goals are. I think if we have a common goal thing, get the budget moving forward, and then revisit those goals after the budget's done, it'll set us up great for the state of the county. I also recommend, because I think we've all done it in the past, a facilitator is the greatest way to do this, because then they're kind of there helping us where we can't help ourselves. So those are my thoughts.
Troy Kent?
Yes, I'm
that if you want.
You can speak if you want. Danny said he would revise his motion.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. Rechtenwald, have 5 of us first time on county council. I mean, do we have goal settings? Is that something that has happened? The only reason I ask is very different from my other life, City of Ormond Beach. We always, when there was an election within the first month, well, first meeting council, you always had your rules that were going to govern you. That didn't happen. Then within the first month, we had a goal setting where we talked about things important to each of us at the time in the City of Ormond Beach, and we ranked them. You know, you got so many you could put on the wall that were important to you, and people would decide and kind of go with it. So do we do goal settings here? Is that something we've done in the past?
I think we've done it twice in the last 10 years.
Gotcha. So that's not a consistent goal setting. And until we decide to come together as a group and have that healthy discussion about our goals collectively, and you may get something on there that you're fighting for, and then again you don't. But at the end of the day, the goals are the goals that the group has decided to tackle and go after. I think it's a very worthwhile exercise. I just have one request, because I've seen way more participation in the afternoon meetings than I do morning meetings. My request is that the workshop happen in the afternoon. It's going to be open to the public. The public's going to be there for the workshop. It's going to be advertised. So that's my only request with it.
You just lost staff.
You know what? I'm glad you said that, because I was listening to Mr. Reinhardt. Staff works for us. We don't work for staff. We set policy. George doesn't tell me what to do. He doesn't tell you what to do. Mike doesn't tell any of us what to do. You know, our roles are our roles, and we create policy, and it's George's job to implement that policy. And, you know, I haven't heard it from staff that they don't like the afternoon meetings, but I hear it from the public when they come here at the dais and they say, thank you. So I'm glad you brought that up, because this meeting isn't for staff. This meeting is for the public, and it's for us. We get twice a month to get together and get our brains together to talk about it. That's it. We get 24 times a year to do this, gentlemen. We better take advantage of every single moment and not worry about if we're going to lose staff, if they don't want it in the afternoon. It's not their decision. It's our decision by our bosses, the voters.
I bet they don't feel that way. Oh. Jake. And we just lost Jake. Danny Robbins.
I can revise that motion or retract it, and however you want to do it, Chair, is good with me. Do it collectively as a unit workshop. Troy, I'll let you make that call.
My thing is, if you don't tell staff when and how, when's it going to happen and how's it going to happen? Which is why everything I've brought up, I've said, I want to have it on this date so we can have that discussion. So I would just say, it's you brought it up, and I'm all for it. I think it's a really good idea. I would just give direction to them. I would say they probably need a month to set this up. And if we're going to have someone facilitate it, which I've done that before with facilitators, or, the management team has facilitated it, we may need more than a month. I didn't want you to say it and us agree to it, and then in 6 months this happened. In 6 months, we're 9 months down the road.
We'll make this easy. It's council agreements, month. Is that all fair? Staff, is that doable? Month? I know I get the org chart here, but I don't.
Well, a month from now would be the second meeting in April. If you want a quality goal setting, I think you're going to need a little bit more time than that. I would say 6 weeks to 2 months for us to put it together. Might I add, and not telling anyone what to do, but we have done workshops on, the off week And I could look into that, but that does, again, take time for, Dana, my assistant, to work with Terry and run what your schedules are and see if there's a time we could do that, because as you pointed out, we don't meet that many times, so that's an option as well, is trying to look for an off week, so to speak, and put the workshop, so that's the only thing you're doing, because the workshop, I think, for the quality of what you're going to be talking about will be, several hours, and yet, as you see from these agendas, we have a lot of work to do as well. So,
how can we do this close to the where we really start digging into the budget? Can we do it a couple days before it? What when's our first budget meeting, or excuse me, when's our first budget kind of talks that we're getting ready to do?
Well, we do what we call the 5-year forecast. I believe that's in June. So
we do it close to that or sooner?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's give it second week in May.
You want to on the second week well, let me get back to you with the date around that time. What works best, and we'll do that. I'd like to add to, as long as I have the floor for a second. You're correct. We work for you, and I think we take a lot of pride in that we work for you. And all these people that are here tonight at 1 o'clock in the morning, I have there's been no complaints. So I don't know where any that kind of talk is coming from. You got consummate professionals sitting out there who are subject matter experts in their area. And I think we have one of the best public staffs in the country. And I've taken a long time and recruited and brought people together. And so we will meet whenever it is you need us to meet. And you know that. And but I just don't want there to be any a misunderstanding out there with the public. You give us the orders, we'll take the hill.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say this, but on the backs of your comment, Mr. Eckenwall, I got to agree with you from my observation in the different levels of government that I've participated with. I got to tell you, I think I said it during the beginning, and every time we have a meeting with your team, I'm constantly impressed with the professionalism and the expertise you have on your team. So, me, I'm good. But I had to add this, Troy, because I think I disagree on one thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would say that the jury is still out on participation on the evenings versus day meetings, because I think it could be argued that I've only been a few times. I think you're a regular and you're a regular, but you're both here even at the end when the day meetings happen, right? And I'm not trying to single you out, but I'm just saying I see similar people. But I think it's safe to argue that people are disenfranchised today, right now, because we're here at 1 a.m. or we're hearing policy issues at 11 p.m. So I don't know. I'm not convinced of it yet. I'm not against it. I'll work whenever. But I think the coin on the other side says there's some others that can't participate because we're here late. So it's just food for thought. I don't know. I'll predict we'll be readdressing that in the future. That's my prediction.
Okay, we still have the motion on the floor for a workshop, which is how I see it. I want to make sure I understand it, because now I'm a little bit confused. I thought the way Danny put it, even though it was Jake from each district bringing goals, I actually thought that was a good idea, that each of us would bring goals, and then, as Troy said, we as a group would kind of select together maybe a hierarchy or of goals and come together and be heading in the same direction. So I like that idea. But now I'm wondering, is staff going to come back with a program and the goals, or is that going to come from council?
it's your workshop. I mean, if you ask us to bring some part of that, we certainly can. Part of what we've been doing with these budget workshops, of course, is also trying to do some education because, you know, as pointed out, 5 people are new. We're trying to get everyone familiar with the organization. It takes time. That way there can be meaningful discussion on goals and where we want to go in the various areas. But of the 2 times that we've done it, since I've been here, and been in at least the deputy manager and the manager role, I think one time we were asked to bring some issues from the staff perspective, and I think maybe the other time it was complete council. And after that, it would go back years before we actually had something, and Mr. Kent's, I think, correct. It's time that we do that, and it has been inconsistent.
Okay, the second meeting in May is the nighttime meeting. I don't know if we're going to get public participation if we try and do it with a regular meeting, so I think your suggestion that we do it on an off week is a necessity. Is that part of the...
Yeah.
Recommendation? If I could give a recommendation to the council. So, you know, maybe each of us come with 2 items prepared. That sounds like 14 items to me. And then we collectively as a group, in a 2-year period, and now we're at a 1.5 years, what 3 or 4 things do we want to make sure we get done? 'Cause we're not getting 14 done. Unless they're all eensy-weensy, teeny tiny little items that you think is low-hanging fruit, but turns into not a low-hanging fruit situation. So, you know, just a suggestion, at that workshop, we each come prepared with 2 things, and maybe you only have 1 thing that's important to you, but then they're all listed, and we can actually share them with staff ahead of time. Staff can have them prepared. They can have them up on a piece, real basic here, chart paper on the wall. We're each given a different color sticky tab, and we go up and we have so many sticky tabs each that we decide this is what we like. And it's real simple. It's visual. We look at it and we say, hey, here's our top 3. Here's our top 4 things that we agree on as a group, and these are our goals. And then, just like George says, we let him take the hill, and we've set that policy direction, and then we're cooking with oil. We're rocking and rolling. We're getting things accomplished that are our goals for our residents. Just a suggestion.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. Having done a little bit of this in the military and seen it in other places, a lot of times I see that you take the county's mission and you develop a vision, and then you develop your goals and objectives. I have no problem with each coming with 2, but they can't be the objectives. They have to be goals, like solving world hunger is a goal, and then the objectives are, this is how I'd like to do it in my district if I had my way. What I want to make sure is that we don't give staff very small things when we ought to be thinking strategically. Don't think tactically. That's where I think a facilitator can help guide us. Even if we do fall short in the pregame or the pre-flight, we can aim higher during the workshop. But we just have to make sure we're aligned. And oh, by the way, one of the end results I'm going to ask for is after we get our goals and objectives set, that every item on the agenda, which it currently is in most cases, is aligned to some goal. You can see it up in the top. What fiscal conservative goals, taking care of citizens, Parks and Rec, whatever, things of that nature. So I just don't want to aim low. I want to aim high if we can.
Okay.
No, just aim high.
Danny Robbins.
I agree with all this, and I think putting the burden, Troy, on us as the electeds to bring stuff forward is mandatory. So I've seen it in the past where come tax time, when we're trying to crunch numbers, electeds just pass the buck or point the finger at staff for not lowering their taxes when indeed it's us. But really, I'm in agreement with all this. However, us collectively want to put this together. I'm game. We're headed in the right direction, in my opinion. I have a couple goals here, and I'd like to propose them when this time comes, but I am good with however you guys want to handle this. I think we're going in the right direction.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I was just going to kind of go along with what Troy was saying. Basically, I've got one, maybe two goals that are like on my bucket list I'd love to see get accomplished. And I don't know if we want to do just one goal so that the staff's not overwhelmed with 14 projects when we dump it on them and expect them to have it done in a short time. I'd maybe do one goal and set it sooner so they have more time to prepare, and then maybe at the next meeting do it again for a second time, but at least get our top thing pushed through as quick as possible. And then just to save time at this meeting, if we could just give our idea to staff ahead of time and they can assemble it, and that way we don't have to sit at this workshop and hear, I don't want to hear your plan for the first time. If we can do that, that doesn't violate sunshine, as long as I'm not hearing from Danny directly, but am I allowed to see what he's proposing ahead of time?
We would put it all on the agenda.
Okay.
So you could see it that way.
Okay, so I'd have time to study what he's looking to do for a few weeks at least, or at least a week. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'd like to do, is just maybe do one thing, submit it to staff, have them assemble it, and then we can all review it so the workshop doesn't take till 1:20 in the morning. 1:21.
David Santiago.
Thank you. I'll just be quick. Members, I've been through a handful of these things, and there are professional facilitators that'll solve all of our questions. So I would recommend, they got the direction, you know what we want, you know who to find to do it. It'll work out at the end, trust me. I've seen it done.
Okay. Got a motion and a second. We're heading to a goal and objective setting workshop in May. Staff will let us know time or date. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 7-0. And Danny, were you done? Okay. All right, I'm going to call it a night at 1:22. We are adjourned.